What's up, boys? Uh, fresh out of jail. Fresh out of jail. Uh, Yesterday or Friday, I should say, taken into the Montgomery County jail system. Uh, Pretty interesting experience. It showed me the multiculturalism of the United States. A lot of people, speaking Spanish. I was housed in a pod with primarily Spanish speakers. I thrived in there. I'm a very good spades player. That helped. I'm a very good Monopoly player. That helped. So did good in there. Am I open to a lawsuit against Montgomery County? Absolutely. It was a closed warrant, meaning so after 10 years, a warrant becomes closed. So I had a DWI first, did my jail sentence for that, served my time and everything. The only thing that happened why they had the warrant is I was, a little short on the fine. That's fine. So a closed warrant is unless I receive a misdemeanor, they can't reactivate that warrant. It's not do not arrest unless I'm arrested for something else, basically. So basically what happened is Friday, and let me send in the invites here. So Friday, I'm driving, we're at work basically, and I got pulled over, and it's either pull over on a busy highway, Houston traffic, busy highway, or take the next exit, which is literally 20 yards away. And so that's what I did. I took an exit while the cop had his lights on. And then I went into an empty parking lot, make it safer on both of us, of course. And the fucking cop has an attitude. He comes up, he's like, "Why didn't you pull over on the highway?" I said, "Why would I pull over on a fucking highway where it's going to be unsafe for especially you, but both of us?" I said the easiest thing is for me to pull over in the empty parking lot. This guy had a fucking attitude from the beginning. I'm trying to be nice, okay? I was trying to be nice. And so he asked for he says, "Give me your fucking ID and your insurance." Give him both those things. Tells me to step out of the car, gets in my face. So I said, "Fuck you, man." I was like, "Why are you acting like a fucking dick?" Tells me to turn around, puts the handcuffs on me. And I fucking knew. I knew I was going to jail. Like, he pulls up that old warrant. And mind you, I knew it was a closed warrant. I've been pulled over before, and cops have let me go before because it says do not arrest unless charged with a misdemeanor or felony, basically. He still fucking took me in. So I go to jail. We have, the U.S. jail system is, especially Montgomery County is probably the worst jail system in Texas. I've never been to Montgomery. I've been to Harris County before. But I knew, I was like, God damn it, I'm gonna have to. So I stayed in the holding cell for I don't know how many hours, probably like 6, 8 hours or whatever. Then they take you to your pod. Sometimes you'll be in there for like 48 hours. There's dudes in there that were in there for like 2 days. and there's no TV, no bed, no nothing. It's just a concrete floor, a little like concrete slab that you can lay on or whatever. So they take me to my pod, and I already have a jail record from back in the day. So I was considered at that time. I got into a lot of fights, a lot of shit. You know, you're a teenager. What can you do? So I had a lot of points on the scale. So immediately, oh, hold on. Hello. Oh, hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Oh, maybe she called me on accident. Um, but anyways, so I have a lot of points. So they gave me the red wristband, which is pretty much the worst wristband that you can get. It means violent offender. So they put you in a violent, like a pod with other violent offenders. And I wasn't too worried, you know, fucking Steven can adapt to any situation. So they take me to this pod. It's full of fucking, it's all Mexican dudes pretty much. There's maybe two black dudes in there, no white dudes at all. So I was the only white dude in there. And the CEO, he tells me, he says, well, if you have any problems, let me know, and I'll just move you back over to the holding cell. I get in there and I'm like, "Hey, boss, all the boys," and fucking immediately, you know, befriended. And it wasn't too bad. It wasn't even a. It was actually a pretty chill pod. I was very surprised for being all red wristbands. And after that, super chill. My uncle was a little worried about me, but um and the CEO came back. I'm playing spades, fucking laughing, having a, you know, doing what you, the only thing that you can do in jail. You don't have any control at that point. You got to let the if there's anything that I've learned, especially when I was younger by going to jail and shit so much, is like you just got to roll with the punches and kind of go through it. So then the next day I go to court and the judge says, "Mr. Ellis, why are you in my jail?" And I said, "Because I have a warrant." And she said, "No, you're in here because the police, it was Oak Ridge police." She said, "Because the Oak Ridge police doesn't know how to read." Obviously, she said, because that warrant was closed, it says do not arrest unless there's another conviction. So she said they just created a big paperwork mess for us. So she calls up the cop that arrested me and says, "Why did you arrest him?" Blah blah. Pretty much everything all said and done. Cop was suspended as of this morning, I guess, and then on top of that too, I'm open for a litigation because it's basically a false. I guess they call it a false arrest or something like that. So very interesting situation. My warrant's gone now. She just gave me time served. Boom, released me right away. It was last night at like 10:30, and here I am now. I don't even want to sue him. I just want that cop to lose his job. I fucking, you know, I hate dickhead cops, and that was a dickhead cop. I'm very nice. I'm nice to cops, you know. At least I'll be respectful. This cop was a fucking dickhead. So I did send in the invites. I'm pursuing lawsuit. I don't know how much I'm gonna get. My main goal is to have that cop fired. Hold on. Just looking. Okay. So let me send these invites back in. Can you guys see the invite too on here? the link. But yeah, that's basically what happened. It was pretty interesting. It's pretty funny. I mean, the good thing is about it, the positive thing is that warrant's gone now. So that's the positive thing. I don't have to worry about it. Believe it or not, I tried to turn myself in for that warrant to try to take care of it, and Harris County wouldn't even let me do that. They said, "No, we're not going to let you turn yourself in." So I couldn't even turn myself in on the warrant. So the fact I knew the cop was in trouble because I was like, because he was like, "You never took care of the warrant." I said, "Dude, I tried to turn myself in, and I've been pulled over several times before, and cops have told me that the warrant's closed." This dude straight up fucking lied to me, and I would have been out in a couple of hours had it not been a closed warrant. It created a big fucking mess within Montgomery system and Harris County system. And yeah, the judge was pissed. I mean, created a big fucking deal for them. I'm just glad to be out. You adapt, and jail is jail, dude. There was the little fun moments in there. Everybody stays up at night and shit. It's the same old, same old. They do have tablets in there now, so that was pretty. I was looking at their tablets, like everybody can kind of get online, but only certain stuff, and they can play like video games and stuff like that in there. But it was pretty interesting because I haven't been to jail in like 14 years, so it was interesting seeing how it was. But it's the same old, same old. It was boring, dude. It was so boring. I was like, the night that they put me in, I went to sleep and I was up all fucking morning, and everybody was asleep. So it was just, it was boring. It was just same old deal. So I was like, yeah, I don't miss this at all. Yeah, that cop was definitely, he was definitely on a power trip, Trent. Definitely on a power trip. Right here's the link. Yeah, that cop was definitely power tripping, dude. Like, like I said, usually I'm respectful. I was even fucking nice when he came up, but he's like fucking pissed off for some reason. I don't know what the fuck was going on with this day. Maybe his old lady was cheating on him or some shit, but man, it was fucking mess. Let me close this. There we go. But yeah, it was a fucking mess, dude. It was just like I was like, man, you ain't gotta be a fucking dickhead. Like, what's your problem? And when he started getting mad, I start getting mad. And I think that's why he took me in, is whenever I started giving him lip back, and I think he just decided to take me in. But now he's suspended, motherfucker. So yeah, it's exactly, he didn't want to be wrong. Yeah. Yeah, it was fucking dickhead cops. Man, it's fucking nuts. His partner was actually pretty nice. He was like, "Man, I know what you were trying to do." And I said, "Dude, all I'm doing is just putting us in a safe place so you guys can do whatever you guys got to do, and we can do this safely." And I was like, "I don't know why your partner's fucking tripping out." Yeah, I'm hoping he gets fired. I doubt it, but at least he's suspended with pay, by the way. He's got with pay, but the judge was not fucking happy. She was just like, when she called him up, because then all the other inmates are behind me. They're waiting for court too. And she called him up and she was like, "Why did you pull him over?" And he really couldn't even give an excuse on why he pulled. I think he just seen my license plate, he ran it and seen that I had that warrant. And I don't even think he read the warrant itself. I knew the warrant was closed, so I knew the only way that the warrant could be reactivated, because other cops told me this. I've been pulled over before, and no other cop has taken me to jail because of that. They've even told me we're not going to take you to jail on that because you have to commit another crime in order for that warrant to be reactivated because it's so old. It's 14 years old. So, yeah, but I'm definitely going for litigation and alls I want, I even told the lawyer, I said, I don't even give a fuck about the money. I want that fucking cop to learn. I want him to lose his fucking job, man. I kind of, I did tell him too. I was like, if I ever fucking catch you outside of here, he's like, is that a threat? I said, nah, I didn't say nothing. I was just like, better not let me catch you outside of here. 2 state troopers out here in Vegas pulled over a car, then DUI driver hits them, and they both, yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna pull over on the side of a fucking busy highway. And in Houston, everybody's going like 80 miles an hour. Why the fuck would I pull over on the side of the highway where everybody's doing 80? It's just ridiculous. I'm making things safer. And it wasn't even that far. He's like, well, it makes it look like you're evading. I said, dude, the exit was right there. And then I said, then when I take the exit, the parking lot's like literally not even that far away. It's like within 100 feet is the parking lot that I turned into. So I don't know why that fucking cop was tripping, dude. As soon as I gave him lip, though, like as soon as he got in my grill, and I said, "What?" I said, "What the fuck is your problem?" And I called him a dickhead or whatever. He told me to turn around. I knew it was over with. I said, "Yeah, this fucker is gonna take me in," and I knew it was gonna be. I said he's gonna pull up that fucking warrant and he's gonna try to take me in on that warrant. I figured he was gonna try to hit me with another charge, but he couldn't. There was nothing on, God bless body cams because there was nothing on the body cam footage or his patrol footage that could even suggest anything that I broke the law. He was trying to tell the judge too, because the judge said, why did you pull him over? And at first he tried to tell her like my tags were expired. I was like, Judge, I said, that's, Your Honor, that's wrong. I said I have brand new tags. And I said, if you look at the body cam footage, you can see my brand new tags on the truck. I said, it's brand new tags. I said, so that's wrong. And he finally like fessed up and said, well, I ran the license plate. And yeah, motherfucker, like it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. His partner was actually pretty cool too, Trent. Like the partner he was chill. He was just like, man, I know what you were doing. And he said, in his defense, it looks like evading. And I said, yeah, bro, but if I was evading, I would have sped up and went beyond. I would never taken the first exit and the first right hand turn into a parking lot. Like, how is that evading? I'm not evading. It's just wild. So yeah, it was my whole fucking weekend, dude. Like Friday, Saturday, uh being in jail. And I don't fucking miss jail. I see why I quit going to jail because it sucked. It's just time consuming in there. Yeah, his partner is probably happy. The partner was a little like, he was like, oh my God. Because whenever he lied and said, yeah, Harris County gave us the green light. And his partner said, are you sure? And I even combated that. I said, dude, there's no way they gave the green light for that. I said, you have to charge me with something else. And he was like, you don't even know that. You're not a cop, blah, blah, blah. I said, all right, whatever. Oh, it is Mother's Day, isn't it? Happy Mother's Day to all mothers. Forgot it was Mother's Day. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. They were bringing that up in jail, too. But yeah, the jail, Montgomery County Jail It was pretty nice, like the pod. Definitely wasn't the worst jail that I've been in. Lawrence, out of all the jails I've been in, it's Lawrence County takes the cake. That's in South Dakota. But yeah, the other jails ain't that bad. I mean, that jail wasn't that bad. Hold on. Well, we had Cy on here, and I think Sean said that he was gonna come on here. But yeah, a lot of news. A lot of news. Dude, Trump, did you guys hear about the Israeli spy thing that's been going on? And Trump's completely cut out the Israelis now. I bet you everybody's happy about that. Israelis been cut off. A lot of UFO news too, by the way. Huge UFO news. Oh, by the way, too, when I was in jail, so 75% of the dudes in there, ICE, all deportation. Shit, it was pretty crazy because now I agree with like send out, deport the guys that have done like big crimes, felonies, so on and so forth. What I don't agree with is there was like maybe, man, I want to say like 25% of the dudes had like they were working or had been off of work but had run like a red light or maybe like a stop sign, and they brought them in for deportation and they had no criminal history before that. I didn't really agree with that. I was like, yeah, I said, yeah, it's a little fucked up. And they were I got like a little uh insight on their feelings. They don't hate Trump at all. It's pretty crazy. So a majority of them were more pissed off that the Biden administration was offering all these green cards and shit like for not Hondurans but for Venezuelans and people from these, like, not from Mexico, because all of them, majority of them were from Mexico, and they were just like, yeah, it's fucked up because they said we come down here to work and they fucking come down here to party or to have a good life or whatever. And they said they were getting green cards, all this shit. Where the fuck was that for us, like the Mexicans? And they said, so that's fucked up. And they were saying, if I knew I was gonna get deported in the first place, then I'll just fucking leave. They don't have to put me in here. And I did hear that Trump just announced like so now if they do something like they can choose to just leave. They'll give them a free plane ticket. But yeah, majority of the Mexican dudes weren't bad dudes. Like they were just in there for little, not even a misdemeanor. It was like little tiny shit. And they were more pissed that they said like, yeah, this whole Venezuelan and all that shit kind of ruined our thing because they said we weren't coming in to do any of that. Like we're just coming in to fucking work and make a life for ourselves, which I agree with. Like what harm are those guys doing? They fucking work in construction and shit. They come in and they fucking work. Like there's nothing wrong with that. And then you get people from like other countries where they come in and they take advantage of the system. Like I've been seeing in Ireland lately too, like a lot of people just saying, "Oh, you should go down to Ireland because they'll give you a free whatever and free this." And you don't have to work. That's their pursuit of happiness, is not working and taking advantage of every benefit that your country is going to give them. Well, goddamn, you got to be a productive. How would they fucking feel if I came into their country and said, "Oh, well, this country is going to give us all of this, so we should all go down there and take advantage of their system"? They would probably be pissed too. They'd probably be like, "Get the fuck out of Guyana or wherever you went." So It's vice versa. I think if somebody's coming down here and they don't have a criminal record or maybe even like a slight criminal record, like nothing major, I think they should be able to come down here and fucking work. But and you know, if they're coming down here to work, they're not taking advantage of any benefits or anything. So that's the only thing that uh, I was hearing over in the jail that was pretty interesting to me because I was telling him I was like, yeah, that's you know that's fucked up. Like they watch a lot of YouTube too, by the way. Those tablets. It was pretty funny. I was like, damn. I said, is that all you guys? They said, yeah, that's so they watch like a lot of podcasts and shit on YouTube. And I didn't tell them about our YouTube, like the YouTube that we do or anything, but it was pretty funny. Like they all watch fucking YouTube all the time. Hold on, we got another message here. Let me see what they said. Oh, hold on. Well, sign them, man. What the fuck? Where the hell are you, Sean? Thought you were coming in here. Big, yeah, the alien news. Oh my god, it's getting interesting right now. A lot of major whistleblowers coming out now. Major whistleblowers, and god damn it, we figured out there's a lot of information that's coming out that those Tic Tac UFOs are probably US made, like US made shit. It's pretty crazy watching this whole thing unfold. Hopefully through with Trump that shit comes out. I'm a little bit hopeful, but we'll see. Pam Bondi's still been holding on to all that Jeffrey Epstein. I get it though. Like, yeah, there's a lot of video, pictures, stuff that they got to go through. But if I was a fucking dude, if I was a FOIA officer, I'd be up for like, I would do a full workday, 12 hours, just looking through fucking files. And it doesn't take that long to look through pages and pages and make sure that classified shit stays out, names, so on and so forth. And I just don't see what the big. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping, but she's saying it's like thousands of files. I kind of get that, but they got plenty of government employees to look after that, so it's pretty crazy. I talked to Stony too, by the way, Trent. Oh, boxing matches last week, not good. Not good. I know Canelo, it's not even Canelo's fault. Other dude's fault. And I would even say too, I would even say there is an argument about the possibility. I mean, what's his name brought up the argument about the possibility that Canelo actually lost that fight. I mean, the dude was running away the whole fucking time. Boring fight. And then, by the way, I was right. Rolly. Remember, I said I have a feeling that Rolly's going to pull it off against Ryan Garcia. I was right. I was fucking right. That was a fight I wasn't expecting either. Ryan has no footwork at all. And I knew that. I just did not know how bad it was. He is flat-footed, stable. He pretty much waits for people to come in after him, kind of. But Rolly just kept, he kept up his arm for that left hook. That's all he needed to do. You eliminate Ryan Garcia's left hook, and he can't really do anything. I didn't understand why Ryan Garcia could not throw more right hands. And by the way, too, I even thought for how much shit that his corner got. I thought his corner actually did a good job. Like, he was telling Ryan Garcia, dude, you're fucking losing. You have to do something in this fight. Do something. Be aggressive. And Ryan wasn't even doing that. It was like he wasn't listening. And there's some fights like that where it's just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, you're not even listening to your trainer, to your coach. He's telling you you're gonna lose the fucking fight, and you're just gonna fucking still stand there. Like, there's no emergency, like nothing. Ryan, I'm definitely disappointed in him. Devin Haney looked fucking horrible. Dude, Devin looked stiff. It looked like he was worried about getting knocked out, pretty much. And you have to take risks. If you want to be the best in the game, you got to take those risks. You're going to get knocked down. Fuck it. At least, like look at Rolly. Rolly's getting all these big fights because he brings it. He brings the fucking heat. He ain't sitting around. Yeah, he's lost fights, but fuck it. People still love him because Rolly brings the excitement. And I thought Teofimo Lopez looked fucking fantastic. Teofimo was probably the best one out of both cards, the Teofimo Lopez fight. Teo looked great. So now what's going to happen in September? You got Canelo, Terrence Crawford, which I was surprised about that. Terrence Crawford looks bigger than Canelo. That's going to be an interesting fight. I'm picking Terrence Crawford to beat Canelo. I'm calling it right now. Terrence beats Canelo. The only question is will it be by decision or stoppage? And I think Terrence is one of those dudes that he's gonna try to any way possible to stop you, make you look like a fool. I mean, let's look at what he did to Errol Spence. Yeah, he got I think, the last fight that he had with what was his name? That other dude, Israel Mashkamedov or whatever it was. I think Terrence wasn't expecting that. Plus, he's just coming up into that weight class. So I think Terrence was a little thrown off on that, but I think Terrence is ready for this one. It's going to be interesting. That's all I'll say. And so Dana White's doing that. It'll be TKO Holding. And they're talking about doing, let's mix some MMA in there. John Jones, Tom Aspinall. Let's put that in there. Let's add in MMA and boxing, which is what they're talking about. Hopefully that happens. But how's everybody doing? I've sent in like 2 requests. Where's everybody at? Come on, dog. Where's Sai? Let me call him. Let me call Sai. I'm going to call him right now. Let's see what he says. All right, maybe we'll get Sai later on. All right, let's call Sean. We're going to call the group chat. Nothing. You want to know who will join? Stoney. Let me send Stony the link. We haven't seen Stony in a while, huh? Let me send him the link. Stony. Hold on. And then we can kind of look at some stuff. Yeah, blank faces. I did. It was so I explained it at the beginning. It was a closed warrant. It was like from 14 years ago. And basically a closed warrant is you can't arrest you can't arrest them unless it's like a misdemeanor charge. So the warrant's there, but it's not there unless I fuck up, then they can reactivate that warrant. That's basically what it's for. Believe it or not, I tried to turn myself in and take care of that warrant. They wouldn't even let me do that. So the warrant's just there for you in case you fuck up. So they arrested me on the warrant, and then the cop got suspended because of it. They weren't supposed to arrest me. So yeah, I went to jail for like 2 days, I think it was. It was a 14-year-old warrant, which was crazy. Let me take you guys outside. Hold on. Can y'all hear me okay now? Oh, you getting it opened me up for litigation. I never thought I would be one of those people to like sue the police department, but looks like I'm gonna be one of those guys because it was basically, from my understanding of it, the lawyer said a false arrest is basically what it accounts to. They weren't supposed to arrest me for that unless I fucked up and did something else, which I didn't. So I definitely did give the cop lip. Like the cop gave me an attitude, I gave him attitude back. But you can't just take me in because I have an attitude. There we go. Oh, you're getting sued for saying someone's name and saying he has kids. Is it open knowledge though? It's a beautiful day outside. Oh, I'm suing him back for steal. Oh, okay. A quarter white whiskey. Yeah, it's public domain. Oh, okay. You should be good if it's public domain. Although I don't know the UK laws either. Oh, I'm celebrating the release, Salvo Fox. Celebrating right now. But yeah, if it's public knowledge, I wouldn't see how they could sue you because it's open domain pretty much. Got the Bud Lights out. Yes, I got released. I think it was yesterday around like 10:30, and I was gonna start a live, but then by the time I got home, it was like midnight, 1 o'clock. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'll do it today." Plus, the other crazy thing is like the judge. She knows my uncle because we do work for the police department down there. So she was not happy. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, how are you?
I'm gonna let me put me what should I call it?
Huh?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
There you go. That's better. Yeah, the other one's a bit tinny. Yeah, so I'm getting sued.
That's crazy. And it's if it's all public domain, I don't see how they could uh, even sue you for anything.
He's claiming that I'm harassing him, and he's not stopped messaging me.
Have you like continued to put it out, or did you just like put it out once?
Oh, just put it out once.
Oh, then yeah, that isn't even falling under harassment.
So I put one video out going mad because he's following this fucking other channel I don't like, that Sean Atwood, right? And I messaged him about a week prior it, and I said to him, like, I've suffered from SA, right? And you're supporting a channel that takes advantage of people that suffer from that. I can't continue, because I was like sharing his content. He gave me permission to share his content. I've got that in messages, so that's going to court.
Yeah.
And after finding out, he's facing charges in court. He's got to go to court for stalking. So
Yeah, and that's all open too, right?
Yeah, and when I found that out, I was like, I'm having nothing to do with this dude. So I told him, and I was expecting him to reply, and I was hoping he was going to say like, "That's a load of bullshit. It was an accident or whatever." Do you know what I mean? He just fucking ignored me. He's supposed to be like this organisation that deals with SA and victims and all that. And I was like, what the fuck? You're not even skilled in doing it. And so I'd done a video where I was going fucking mad. I was swearing in it, and I said his name. I said the town where he lives, but the town where he lives, he calls himself that. So say for instance, if he lived in Manchester, he calls himself the Manchester Vigilante. Yeah.
Okay.
So because I said that, he's made out like I've harassed him.
Nah, it would be now if you dox the address and stuff, maybe, but if you didn't do any of that and you just put down the town and everything and you just did it once, that's not considered harassment.
Well, the first time I actually pronounced the town wrong and he complained about it. So in the second video, because he took the first video down claiming copyright. And I was like, nah, I'm allowed to have my say. So I did a second video and I corrected a few things in it. And I used my own content. There was nothing of his on there. And he still copyright struck it. Two videos he tried to take down. So I appealed them both, won them both. And then he sent a cease and desist with loads more claims in it. Told people online that I'm smoking meth. He said loads of stuff, right? And then he sent me a cease and desist, sent it on a postcard, and I don't know where that is with all my details on. And then I did a rap song telling him to go fuck himself. Right? It's an AI rap song. It's in my private videos. The fucking idiot paid to listen to a song that told him to go fuck himself, and he's saying that I've harassed him.
Nah, it'd probably be the latter. If he's like putting out false information about you, then you probably win it.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm paying for, a lawyer.
Yeah.
He keeps messaging me trying to get me to settle with him. I'm not settling. I'm claiming higher than him, and I'm gonna pay a lawyer.
Yeah, and I'd even put out too, that's public knowledge, like whatever crime he was dealing with, it's all out there on the internet, then there's nothing that they can do about it. It's all public.
Exactly. I think I'm within fair rights. He was messaging me privately with loads of stuff, so I blocked him. And then I blocked him on Twitter, blocked loads of his channels on YouTube, and then he's messaging me via email, and now through the courts. I'm like, what the fuck? He's even called the police on me.
And the police didn't do anything, did they?
No, they don't even come here. They're not even bothered.
Yeah. Then you're open to like if you put out something false or whatever, or even if you like dox somebody's address, then maybe you could put down like harassment. But if you didn't do any of that, then I don't see what his case would.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So if he wouldn't have been like calling me a meth head and all that, the second video wouldn't have come out. If he wouldn't have posted this postcard with all the info, I wouldn't have done a rap song, would I? So I don't think he's got a fair standing. when he's making these comments and all that. I think he's just going to make himself look bad.
Yeah, I would definitely save all that shit too for court.
I've got nearly everything, bar 1 or 2 comments, but I've got nearly everything.
Oh, then you have a good case against him then.
Yeah. He's even lied in it. He said that he had to block me on Twitter because I was so aggressive. I blocked him, and I've got the proof. That's going to be fun.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's weird, isn't it? How can they just like outright lie and not realise that there's proof of it? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you definitely have a case against. He wouldn't have a case against you because it's all like public. So yeah, I'd definitely bring that up to the judge. I'd just say, yeah, it's public, and I'm just highlighting it. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to report on it. I'm definitely going to report on it. I saw a video of the dude, right? He's confronting these 2 Scousers, and they're going, "Leave me alone, mate. Leave me alone." And he's like, "You said you'd hit my wife. Go on then. Go and hit my wife. She's there." I'm like, the fuck? You want someone to hit your wife? What the fuck?
Jesus. There's something wrong with that dude. Oh, shit. Oh, it's a Amber Alert.
Is that like a missing child?
Yeah. Or it could be anything. I think I didn't even see what it said. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. How's everyone in the chat doing? Are we all okay? Hey up, Smokey. Hope you well. I'll take nearly all of those except for the white bit. I'll smash a bottle of whiskey, why not? The sobriety didn't last too long. I'm too stressed. Blazing alien tech. Let's hope Paddy gets a payday from this. If he claims against this, get some dollar in the bank.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy that he would even try to pursue that.
Yeah, it is mad. It's mad, but he tried to settle. He's suing me for $1.5 grand. Whatever. Why he chose $1.5 grand, I don't know. Like, where's the logic? How to put a price? And supposedly he's alarmed and distressed.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm like, you being serious? Like the first 3 videos I did, the ones where he gave me permission to use, the first 3 videos, I was going in on someone else, so he knows exactly what my temperament was like. So it's not like it was anything new.
Yeah. Yeah, the judge is definitely gonna see that and be like, "Yeah, this ain't."
I think the judge will say, "You were harsh in your first video, but at least the second one you made amendments and you tried, and this man is unreasonable."
Yeah, that's my mug.
Mugshot.
Yeah, that's my mugshot.
Is that your shirt? That's a you shirt. That is. That's not for prison, is it?
Nah, that's through Facebook. So Montgomery County, they share all the mug shots. So, and this is the crazy thing. They did not say that it was a 14-year-old warrant. They just put DWI, like I got a DWI that day. I was like, nah, motherfucker. I said, that's a 14-year-old warrant that they picked me up on. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't drinking and driving that day. But yeah, that's the mugshot right there. I tried to smile, so I smiled in the first one, and then she made me retake it. So I did like a little smirk.
They won't let you go. They won't let you have no fun, will they? Jesus.
Yeah. And like we do work, we do contract work through their police department.
Yeah.
So one of the CEOs, like the correctional officers, a couple of them knows my uncle. So whenever I went in, they were like, yeah, it's kind of bullshit why they brought you in here. And they were telling me to settle in because they said since it's a closed warrant, they have to get a hold of the original judge from 14 years ago that put out that warrant.
That don't make sense.
Yeah, to like communicate back. So
what if he dies? Oh my God.
Yeah, so it took it took a while. And so while I was in there, I was like, oh my God. And I told that cop too. I said, dude, I said, you're not supposed to arrest me for this. I knew it too because I've been pulled over like 6 times before, and every police officer I've let him know that, hey, I have a warrant. It's a closed warrant, and it's from here. And they say, oh yeah, it's closed, blah blah blah. We're gonna let you go. Like the only way they can pick me up on it is if I commit another crime, then they can reactivate that warrant and kind of add that on to the additional charge that I got. And so the judge was not fucking happy. She was just like, she said, obviously they don't know how to read. And she even brought in the cop that arrested me. And she said, why, like, what was your basis of pulling him over? And at first he tried to say that I had an expired tag. And I told they played the not only the body cam, but also the footage from his police cruiser. Yeah. And I told the judge, I said, if you look at the body cam footage, you can see I have a brand new tag on there. I said, he did not. I said, there wasn't an expired tag on my truck. I said, the tag was good. And she seen that. And she said, so why did you pull him over? And he's like, well, we ran the license plate and seen that he had a warrant. And she said, so did you not see that it says, she was like, so what did it say on the kiosk? Because on the kiosk, she said, it should have said, do not arrest unless he had an additional charge. So why did you arrest him? And he said that I was combative. And they played the body cam footage. And she said, it sounds like you were the one being combative. He went to a safe spot so you guys could do whatever you guys needed to do, and you're going to get mad at him. She was like, why did you get mad at him about that? And he's just responding to your aggressiveness. And so, yeah, the cop, as of this morning, is suspended. The judge was not happy. And then when I got out, a lawyer, so it was the lawyer that was at my case. So they have like one lawyer that kind of acts as your free lawyer in a way. She came up to me and she said, you're open for litigation against the county. Do you want to do it? And I said, whatever. I said, I'm not even worrying about the money. I told her, I said, whatever is going to make that fucking judge lose his, or not the judge, whatever is going to make that cop lose his fucking job or make his life miserable. That's
going to destroy someone's life, isn't he?
yeah.
Well, it's me. I'm not being funny, but I would see if you can get that dropped.
She gave me time served and just took away the whole warrant. That's what she did.
Oh, wicked!
The judge did, yeah.
Wicked, yeah. Because I think I think that would have been reasonable because you shouldn't.
Yeah.
You've already been arrested, so it's expired, hasn't it? Even if it was a false arrest, it's expired.
Yeah, and she was even saying too. She told me, she said, if you had been getting into trouble, like after, she said, let's say, within the 14 years you've been getting in trouble, but she said, you've been a model citizen for the 14 years after. She was like, you haven't been in trouble. You haven't done anything other than like a speeding ticket here and there. Mm-hmm. And she said, so there's no reason for them to bring you in here. She was like, I don't even know why you're in jail, right? Like, she was even saying too, she said, we had a hard time even finding your record or for that specific charge because it was 14 years old.
Wow.
So
Well,
she wasn't happy at all.
it's good that you had a good judge.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy because I was talking to Sean, and a majority of the US judges, they're actually super cool. They even give you the advice from the beginning. They tell you don't say anything. They say if we get the prosecutor out here and they tell us what happened and you don't agree with it, do not say anything about your case. We'll leave that for another day. That's another fight. They
Yeah.
said so. We're just kind of going through the preliminary here and seeing. But since mine was a warrant and it was 14 years old, she was just like, she said the only reason why we have the warrant is because you didn't pay like $50. Or I did not pay the. It was like $50 I had left on the fine, and I didn't pay it. That's why they had the warrant.
Oh.
And she said it was a closed warrant too. After she was like, because after 10 years, she said, and you haven't been in trouble since then. She was like, it's a closed warrant. It just basically means that if you get into trouble again, then we can bring this warrant as an additional charge on top of the one that you have. She was like, you didn't have that, so I don't even know why he arrested you. And she was not. I think she knew that it was open for litigation at that point.
Yeah. Well, rightly so as well. Rightly so. I hope you get $1 out of it, and I hope you get
Me too. I was as
It'll be
soon
a
as
good
I got
Christmas
out.
for you.
Even my fam, like my uncle, my uncle, since we do work for Shenandoah Sheriff's Office,
Yeah.
he has a couple of friends that are like COs and stuff. So the one CO that was walking me to my pod, Eric, was my Uncle Ron's, one of my Uncle Ron's friends. So he was just like, he said, dude, I'm not trying to put you in this pod because he said, because I have a previous jail record from my younger days. And so they listed me as a violent offender because I've been in fights and shit in prison in my younger days. So he was like, hey, they had you listed as a violent offender. And he said, this is the only pod that has an open bed. So he said, I have to put you in here. I'm not trying to be a dick. And I said, dude, I understand. And as soon as I went in there, it was like he even told me too. He said, it's all Mexicans. And we got like, you're going to be the only white dude in there. As soon as I got in, I was like, "Que paso, boys?" And they immediately, like, the pod was super cool. They were just like, "Hey, what's up, bro? You want coffee?" And blah, blah, blah. So I made myself like right at home, but yeah, it still sucked. Like, jail fucking sucks. So I was like, yeah, I don't miss this at all. Like, I was definitely ready to get out of there, but I had to settle in. I knew I didn't have any control at that point. So I was just like, man, you got to kind of settle in and roll with the punches until you're released.
I know when I go court, I've got to be careful on who's trying the case because there's a few people that I know and I used to work with. So if there's like a judge that's in my name that I worked with prior, they can't try my case.
Oh yeah. Oh, and for the one that the guy's going after you for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's
see here, that would be like a civil.
Yeah, it was civil.
Would it be the same, right?
Yeah, it's being civil.
Oh, okay.
He's only going civil because the police won't take it.
Yeah.
And he's lost like a massive business. So that's going through liquidation. So I'm thinking he's very desperate for money.
Yeah, he's going to be spending a lot of money on probably your lawyer fees at the end of the day too.
Yeah. Oh, I'll be putting that in there. Because, to be honest with you, it should have just been ended when I blocked him and left it at that. Would have been fine, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that I got the warrant taken care of. That's what I told the judge, because she was like, how come you never took care of it? And I said, well, I told her I talked to a lawyer already. It was like maybe 5 years ago. I talked to a lawyer about trying to take care of that warrant, and they told me it was going to be like, it was like $2,000 and it would just be boom, taken off. But I told the judge, I was like, I just never had the money to take care of it. So I just left it because it was a closed warrant. I knew I'm not committing any crimes or anything anytime soon. So I just told her, I said, I just kind of left it there because I said nobody, all the cops couldn't, arrest me unless I committed another crime, and I'm not committing any crimes. So I wasn't too worried about it.
Yeah. I don't blame you, to be honest with you. Don't blame you. And I'm glad you got it taken off.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad it's finally gone. I was like, well, I can breathe and then my uncle, they were like calling like 20 times to the jail, and he was laughing because he talked to the Eric, that CO, and he told him, he said, he said, dude, your nephew, he's got like a history in the jail system because his points are high. And so he's like, he's going to the worst pod in here. And so my uncle was like worried, but then hour later, whenever Eric came and checked in on me, and he said, he called my uncle and he's like, your nephew's fine, dude. He said he's in there, he's playing spades with them and laughing and shit. So he's like,
right.
He ain't gonna get into any fights or anything.
That's all you can do, isn't it? That's all you can do when you go in there. You can't like be scared, and you can't go in there aggressive. You've got to be one. You're all in the same position, aren't you?
Yeah. You got to go in there completely neutral. And I think the one benefit too was everybody had a tablet, like a electronic tablet.
Yeah.
So if you get into fights and stuff, you'll lose that privilege for that pod. So I think that was definitely a benefit. There was one, there's always like a pod boss is what we call them. Like it's like a one inmate who's either got seniority, he's been in there the longest, and there was one that was in there, and he pretty much kept all the inmates in check, like, hey, don't do this because it's going to take away our privileges, so on and so forth. So I was like, I was telling my uncle, I was like, it actually wasn't that bad of a pod because of that fact, like they didn't want to lose their privileges.
It's a good way to do it. Very good way to do it. If it works, it works, doesn't it? That's all we can do.
It definitely works because they were able to get on, so they could like look up YouTube and shit on their tablets. I was pretty amazed. I was like, because when I went to jail, like, years ago, we didn't have tablets or any of that shit, but now they got them. And they all watch like YouTube, or they watch podcasts and all that on their little tablets. And
you should have got them to subscribe. Why not be
here? They can't. They
don't. Not allowed to account.
Yeah, so you kind of come in as a guest, in a way, and so they can't like comment or anything like that, but they can definitely watch the videos and everything. I didn't even tell him that I had a YouTube or anything like that. I was just, I was just pretty amazed. I was just like, damn, they're all watching YouTube. YouTube was their main thing.
Well, if it keeps them on the narrow, why not? I think what they should do is, I was talking to someone else earlier about the drug problem in prisons. I think there should be separate prisons for people that are involved in drugs.
Yeah, because whenever I was talking to a couple of the guys, it was like last night, and they were telling me the main issue, like whenever fights and they said it's always drug addicts.
Yeah.
It's always like somebody, especially like meth. We had one guy come in, I think it was like yesterday morning, and he just kept drinking coffee, but he was like telling us, he was like, yeah, I was spun out on meth and shit. So he was like getting coffee, and he was just drinking an unfathomable amount of coffee because he's trying to stay at that point, but
Oh,
you know, at a certain area, like that starts running out, and then they get a little like they get aggressive and shit and start
yeah.
getting grumpy.
And it's like come down in it.
Mm-hmm.
The poor bugger.
He was still on it too. He was telling us, he was like, yeah, I guess he had like a big bag of it or whatever. And when the cops pulled him over, he just fucking took the whole thing.
Shit.
And so whenever he came into the jail, he was like just constantly moving, and he was drinking coffee on top. I was like, bro, I said, dog, you're
Another and another. Jesus. The man's never seen a downer in his life. Jesus.
Yeah.
Have a spliff.
And I want to say 75% of the dudes in there were all for it was all deportations.
Oh.
Like some of them violent crimes, but like a majority of them just simple shit like running a red light, running a stoplight, shit like that.
That's why I think they should be in separate prisons, man, because like some of those people haven't even taken drugs in their life. And then they get in there and they get pressured into it. And then they come out in here, in the UK, they come out of the prisons and they end up on spice and things. And them people are gone. Once they're on it, they are gone.
Yeah.
And I think that's, if they want to reform prisoners, really, like, and reduce crime, I think that would reduce fucking loads.
Definitely. I would even say, like, those real big drug, like somebody that you can tell is coming off of it, put them in SEG, and then you put them into the prison once they're you know, fully off and aware.
Yeah, it needs to be like rehab, doesn't it, in a sense?
Yeah. And the coolest thing that I seen though was the tattoos, how they were doing the tattoos. So I'd never seen this.
Go on.
They did this. So a couple of the dudes had some badass tattoos, and I said, bro, where'd you get that? And he was like, in here. And I said, how the fuck did you get that in here? Because there's like no plugins or anything. Like back in my day, we did like the plug-in guitar string and all that shit.
Yeah.
And these guys do something, they call it the water gun. So they go to the shower room, they were showing me, and they stick a tube and it fits perfectly on the shower head. And then they have at the end of the tube, they have like a glass tube, and it comes down and kind of like forms like a tattoo gun. But then they have a spinning wheel on the inside, and it's got the needle on the end, but it's like a staple needle. Then they can put ink on it, and the guy hits the shower, because the shower will stay on when you hit the button. It stays on for 10 minutes. So you got this guy hitting the shower head, the button all the time, and then it shoots the water, sprays out the bottom, but it has the needle coming out for a tattoo.
That's wicked.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Oh, this guy had the most, it was probably in anywhere else, it would be a $1,400 tattoo. The shading, everything on it was amazing, and he had it all done in there. I was like, that is fucking crazy. I said, I don't know how you guys did that. I did not drop the soap. So the showers are individual showers. They have like a little thing to shower. And I didn't shower, to be honest with you. I was like, I figured I was gonna. I thought originally I was gonna be out in a day, and when it went on past the day, I was like, all right, I'll take a shower and they only turn on the showers at night, so I was waiting for them to turn it back on. By that time, I got released. But yeah, it was pretty interesting being back in there and seeing all the new shit that they got.
I bet it was nice to have a bit of peace though. No kids crying.
Yeah, it was nice and peaceful. I went to sleep right away too. Like whenever I first came in, because they put you in a holding cell for like 6 or 8 hours. Some of them are in there for 48 hours, but you have no TV. It's all concrete or whatever. So I didn't go to sleep in there. And then at midnight, they put me in the housing unit. And when I went in there, I had like my bunk and all that shit. So I laid that out and I put the towel over my head and I passed right the fuck out. And then I woke up in the morning. But the bad thing was all the inmates stay up at night. So when I woke up in the morning, I was the only one up. And I was like, so it was pretty funny. I was just like, God damn, this is why I hate jail so much.
Well, at least it gives you a quick reminder of why not to go back.
Yeah, it did. That's what my uncle was telling me too. He said, at least this will be the last time that you're in. So I was pretty happy about that. But a lot of Spanish, man. I spoke so much Spanish. It was like 70, I think it was about 75% of the dudes spoke Spanish in there. And there's like certain words that I didn't learn yet. But when I first spoke to them, they seen that I was white, but then they were thinking, they were like, are you from Tabasco? And I said, nah. I said, a majority of the guys that I work with are from Tabasco. So it's pretty crazy that they recognize the from what I learned from the guys that I worked with. And I said, no, I'm not from Tabasco, boys.
Oh, so you learned through an accent. You got an accent?
Yeah, I had like the Tabasco accent when I was talking to them in Spanish.
I always find that mad how different languages have accents. I thought that was fucking strange when I realised that.
Yeah.
Like the Chinese have different accents. You're like, do they?
Yeah, we had one Chinese dude in there. He only spoke Mandarin. I kind of felt bad for him because he was just sitting there by himself.
Oh.
So I brought him over to play cards and shit. And then he knew like a little bit of English. So we kind of got him in there a little bit. And at least that made his time a little bit positive.
Well, when this case is over, when he's done this, I'll do a video on it. I've got a right to do a video. He wants to put a restriction on me from saying his name.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, if YouTube didn't give you a fuck him, dude. Like, yeah, it's all open knowledge.
Yeah, it's weird. It is the weirdest thing ever.
I mean, look at what happened to Art. Whenever you start putting out false shit is whenever he got hit with it. And that's what that's what it sounds like the other guy did to you, like saying, oh, she's a meth addict. Well, how do you know that?
Yeah. And he said it. He accused me of smoking meth in a private message. So I called him a pedo back. And he's like, she harassed me. Well, show just the messages then.
Sounds like he's just a fucking crybaby.
Oh, he is, mate. He sees loads of people. Loads. And he's lost a few. By the looks of it. He's always threatening people. Do you know what? A lot of it is my fault because I should have done my research on him. Sign, you sexy bastard.
Have I got sound, boy? Have I got sound? Have I got sound?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is it there now? Might have the mic off.
Yeah, we can hear you.
How's you, blank faces?
Not bad. How's you, mate?
Oh, it's all right. Better than Steve. I heard his fucking anus looks like a fucking pinata. That fucking 30.
I heard it looked like a hippo yawning.
You wish.
Yeah. Well, you was out there fairly quick, wasn't you? You done a deal in there with some of them cartel boys.
Hey, Hey, there was, dude, there was some guys in there, like, I was like, yeah, those guys should be fucking deported. There's like one dude, he had like the Satan horns and all that, and I was like, what are you in here for? And he was like, oh, rape. And I was like, oh shit. I
No,
said,
I dread,
yeah, probably. I said you should get sent off.
Yeah,
I dread,
right.
I dread the chafing on your knees.
No, nah, none of that.
Now he touches his toes. Flexible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, the even the crazier thing is that they had, so in the prison when you're walking along, they put sex with the inmate is a felony. And I said, is that like prison rape type deal? And the CO was telling me, no, it's because we've had female COs have relationships with inmates.
Oh God.
I was like, what the fuck? Like crazy shit.
You say that, I know it's a different subject, but we had a case here near where I live.
I was just going to mention that.
January, and
Yeah.
this poor cunt said sulfuric acid chucked at him on his doorstep. He was in the house, and it transpired it was a drug gang. But now it's turned out he died about 3 months later. Only a young man, 30, and but it transpired his missus or his ex-missus was a probation worker, and she recruited this fucking drugs gang from London to do him. And you think, holy fuck, talk about corruption.
Oh, is that the one where they recorded it and shit too?
I don't know if they recorded it. It was literally he died this week, but it happened February the 2nd or something like that. But now it started out. It sounded like it was drugs related, but now it's all coming out. It was his ex partner, who was a probation worker with the local prison. That these. And she conspired with him to fucking kidnap him and killing him. But these fuckers thought they just took acid at him. But yeah, I'll send you the link for it, Blank. It's quite interesting. I won't speak it on here, but I'll send it to you. It's quite an interesting case. Well,
Yeah.
it ain't gone yet, but it's quite fucking interesting.
Yeah, because I seen one where there was a prison guard from down there, and she took a video, or no, the prisoners. It was like two dudes in a cell, and they took the video of them.
At the hole in the pants.
Yeah, that was the hole in the pants one. Yeah,
I saw that video.
yeah. I was like, Jesus. I said, as an inmate, that's like a dream come true. But
I think they gave her
for the guard.
I think she got some time for that as well. I think they give her 12, 18 months. It was settled recently, and there was another one recently. One of the top governors, she was having it on with the fucking one of the top drug boys in there, and bought her cars, and she was the governor. And then there was another one, Curtis Warren. He was shagging his guard, wasn't he? And they reported for prison. Yeah.
Oh, is that the governor's like kind of like the warden, right?
Yeah, the top over the top. But even that, people started wondering. All of a sudden, she turned up in a fucking 80 grand Mercedes convertible, and it was like, whoa, it's quite a good job, but it's not that good a job, you know?
Oh yeah, they're definitely making money because those tattoos that those guys were getting, I was like, how are you guys getting the ink? And they were telling me, they said, oh, the CEOs give us the, and I was like, all right, that's all I need to know.
Don't tell me more.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be back in a minute. 1 sec.
Alrighty. Yeah, but Sai, you should have seen this dude's tattoo. Amazing. And it was all done from a shower head.
What, like a Mexican dude, was it? Or
yeah, he had this. Man, it was like, it looked like a professional tattoo. He had like, it was a Native American with the feathers and everything. Took up half of his back. He even had coloring. He had like red and black and all that mixed in there. And I was like, how the fuck are you guys doing tattoos in here? Because there was no plug-in. And
yeah, but I've seen is it the Polynese or whatever? They do the tattoos. I think the Marys do it as well. But they use a bit of
they weren't these guys did it with the shower head. they put a tube and it hooked up to like a glass tubing, and they had like a little handle, and then there was a spinning wheel on the inside. So whenever you turn on the shower, it hits that wheel, and then it lets the needle out. I was like, God damn, like the innovation was crazy.
It's amazing what you come up with when you got fuck all, is it? How the mind can cross.
Yeah, I was amazed that they didn't know about the. I was like, do you guys know how to make ramen noodle burritos? They said, what? They said, you could make a burrito? I said, yeah. And so we took a hot pot and I did the ramen noodles, and I took a bag and spread it out. And then you put the ramen noodles on the bag and kind of spread it out on the bag. And I put jalapeno cheese, and we took summer sausage and I cut it in the middle. And then I rolled up the bag, and I was like, watch, like I left it there for 15 minutes, opened it back up, and the ramen noodles on the outside hardened. And I was like, all right, try it. And they picked it up and took a bite, and they're like, what the fuck? They said, how'd you learn how to do this? And I was like, boys, I did some time, like made ramen noodles, burritos, pizzas, like all kinds of shit.
You know, it's one thing I've never had is ramen noodles or ramen. They just starting to take, but like you didn't get me, just got normal noodles, you know. But I haven't had them. It's quite spicy, isn't it? Ramen noodles.
It depends on what type of. So there's like chicken, beef, shrimp. There's all kinds of different flavors. Now, in where I was at, a majority of them had the lemon shrimp. And I don't like, that's why I don't eat ramen noodles no more, is because of fucking, when I went to prison, like you eat a lot of it. But when I was in there, I was like, fuck, it's better than the prison food that they had. So I showed them how to make that ramen noodle, and you can add the spices on the inside. And I was showing them how to make it, and yeah, they were pretty amazed. They were like, what the fuck? And I said, yeah, boys, that's shit that you learn in the big house.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Steve. You didn't like your fucking Shawshank Redemption. You've only in there 9 hours.
Yeah, I wasn't in there that long. Hey, it was pretty crazy though. A couple of the guys that I was talking to, they were in there for 100. One of them, 167 days. I was like, Jesus.
How many people does it hold? Like, is it like thousands?
It was 35 in my pod.
No, but like the whole unit, the whole prison, is it like thousands?
Oh yeah. It's like there's so where I went was like, they call it C West, I guess. And when I went in there, it's like 1, 2, 3, and each one houses 35 prisoners. And then there's, like, if you walk straight, there's another 3, 1, 2, 3, and another 35. And that Eric, the CEO, he was telling me, because I was like, because he was telling me that they were full. And I was like, well, how many does it house? And he was like, about like 1,500, I think is what he said.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Yeah, why is Blank Faces being sued? The Brighton Shuffler isn't fucking suing her, is he?
No, he's not suing me. It might not know who you're talking about. But no, it's someone from the UKCP who supposedly exposed corrupt police officers.
Oh, I've not seen that.
So, well, I did a couple of videos ages ago on it, and turns out
That's not that Expose TV?
No, not Expo. No, not Expo. Expo's fine. This is a different one. This is a bloke called Paul Ponting. He's basically he didn't tell me that he was facing charges for stalking, and I was sharing his content thinking that he was a decent person. You know, he was exposing this charity that I didn't like, and I was like, "You've not told me you're going through this, so I don't want anything to do with you." And a week later, I've done a video.
Yeah, that's a big red flag in it when they mentioned that I'm being chased for stalking. It's like, yeah, get out of here.
Exactly. And so he's basically, because I said his name and I said I didn't like him and that he's got kids and he's from Ormskirk. I didn't mention his kids' names or what genders they were. I literally just said he's got kids. I didn't like expose his home or anything like that because I edited them out of the image. But he kept on saying that I was smoking meth online and he was copyright striking me videos and he kept on messaging me and shit. And so
Well, you could surely that would help with stalking if he's making accusations like that.
Well, that's what he's taking me to court saying that I'm harassing him, even though I've blocked him on loads of social medias and he keeps messaging me. He's suing me saying that I'm harassing him. And so I'm going to sue him back for copyright infringement and what else my solicitor advises.
Bollocks, don't waste your money. Listen, if I had a fiver for every time I was fucking threatened with legal action, fuck me.
It's going through the courts. It's actually through the courts.
Do you remember when Sticky Vicky was going to take us all to fucking court and she had some uncle who was a barrister and fuck knows what, and it was like, it's all fucking smoking bollocks, do you know what I mean?
No, he's generally filed it through the court. I've got all my letters and everything. I was given 14 days to respond.
No, yeah, they can file it, but it sounds to me he ain't got a leg to stand on, do you know what I mean?
I know he ain't, but I think it's worth it for me to... I think it's worth it for me to get a lawyer because they're going to do it correctly. And I'm a bit of a fucking loudmouth, aren't I? So
yeah, and he's going to pay, like, at the end of the day, too, once it's all settled, he's going to pay your lawyer fees.
Yeah. That's what I will ask for, yeah.
Maybe the lawyer could tell you what you can and can't say from now on, and then you can stir the pot that way, if you know what I mean. You know, if you had a bit of legal, so say it this way and you can say that, and you can, you know, so there's different ways to use a lawyer than litigation.
Yeah, that's it. So it'll probably give me advice on what I've said and what I've done and what have you not. So that'll be pretty good. It's got to be useful. They've only quoted me 500 quid, which I think is fucking reasonable.
Yeah. I don't know what anything to do with a solicitor isn't cheap, is it?
No, but I think 500. I would say 500 is reasonable. I could just about manage it.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable, especially if it's like a little case like that. Like,
yeah,
and you have all the shit too for her, for the solicitor to look at. Then yeah, it's pretty open and shut.
It's not well on him already up on charges for stalking, is it? Do you know what I mean? You could twist this and say, "Fuck me, he's bordering on stalking what he's doing now, isn't it?" You know, so it's like you're not whiter than white. It can blow back on you, can it?
Well, that's it. I said to him, he kept on messaging me through the emails in the court. And I said to him, stop contacting me. I'm getting a lawyer. You can contact my lawyer. And he still contacted me under the court's nose. And so I just kept on sending him back to the court. Until I get a lawyer, every time he messages me, I'll send it to the court.
Yeah, that's the number one thing to do is save all that and send that in.
Not that I don't have nothing to do with the police, but you can go to them now, especially being a female, and you can they can put an order on him from the police to stop contacting you if you got the messages and fire off that way. Do you know what I mean? Before you even get to court.
Well, I reported him in February when he sent these details out. He sent a postcard with claiming that I was smoking meth. A cease and desist. He put it on a postcard. It's got all my details on it. It's got details about sexual assault. And he's posted it out there. I've not received it. Someone else has got it. He's a fucking wrong dude.
That dude's going to lose that fucking case so quick.
Sounds a bit...
I don't think it's right to be putting it on a postcard. I'm pretty sure that's against procedure.
Yeah. No, that ain't a legal document. It don't stand up for fuck all. That's that's bollocks. That's like me sending you a postcard and saying you owe me £1 million.
Yeah, exactly. So I did call the police when he did that because I thought that's bang out of order. You're literally doing it to intimidate me and you won't stop messaging me. So I rang them and I've got to send them evidence over now.
Yeah. Sives actually has sent me a postcard requesting $1 million. I did deny it though.
Yeah. Took me 2 months to afford the stamps, you little fucker.
I know. Whenever I went into, I was like, I bet you Cy and them are fucking messaging me right now, wondering about that live because we said we were gonna do a live Friday or Saturday, and I was like, God damn it, fucking in here.
No,
I saw your post.
I don't smoke meth, Salvo, you prick. The fuck? No way! Where are you smoking meth? No, fuck, you wasn't.
Meth isn't even a big drug down there yet, is it? Like, I know it is down here.
I don't even know that. I know a bit about other drugs, but meth, I haven't got a fucking clue. I haven't got a clue.
It's starting to gain a bit of a foothold in some counties and some towns. It is getting here. It is getting here. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely that's one of the drugs that I've never touched because I've just had so many friends. Like early on in high school and shit, I've had friends die off of that shit. Yeah. So I've never touched it.
Yeah, I'm not into all that shit. I just want to chill out. That's all I ever want to do. Like, I can't be. I'm too hyper to have uppers. I'm too hyper for that. Could you imagine me talk? I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't stop talking. I'd just be chatting on. And it's bad when, like, back in the day when I did the old line, I literally used to just talk for hours. And my mates would be like, Kelly, fucking go home. Go home, stop talking. You know what I mean?
We definitely have #1 YouTube channels if it had like fucking because I had one friend Lionel looking out. It was this guy from he went to school with me, and him would like mow lawns all the time, and we'd fucking get like $20 a lawn or whatever. That's how we made money in high school. And fucking one year, he was like a big dude, and he got like super skinny. And I was telling him, I was like, how the fuck did you get skinny? And I noticed there was something a little bit off. Like he was moving around a little like weird and shit. And he had started doing math. And then he got into a high-speed chase with the cops. Cops arrested him, and he tucked in his belt and then hung himself and the crazy part was it's the very jail where I did like it was a 2.5 year sentence, but I did like 6 months at that jail, and he had killed himself in that jail. Like it was 3 years previous to when I got in. And after that I said, nah, I'm never doing that shit again. And there was one girl too. I knew her. I wasn't really like friends with her, but she had like smoked one thing of meth, and I guess it was like they called it a bad hit, and she had an aneurysm and died.
Okay. I know. I used to have a friend at school with one of my best mates, and her brother was in prison. Her brother, right? He beat up his missus, right? Killed a cat, chopped off its paws, put them in the oven, and cooked a pizza at the same time.
Oh my God.
And when the police came, they found the paws of the cat in the fucking oven.
Did it improve the taste of the pizza? Did the pizza any better?
He said he did it for look. It wasn't for taste.
Oh, listen, one less cat in the world. I'm all for that.
He was, when he came out, he was about 15, and he was like a bit of a fucking weirdo. But she went on. I think she went on heroin. Like I stopped hanging around with her because he was weird. Like the first night he came out, he bought us a bottle of brandy each, a litre bottle. I was 15, and I drank a whole litre bottle of brandy. I don't know how I didn't die.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, the place, I don't know if it's Detroit or a few of them might be San Francisco, where the Blues Brothers did the film, and it's like this alleyway, like a raised train, but they're all stood like zombies and bent over. It's like, fucking, this place is disgusting. But what are they taking? Is that meth, or is that something different?
Nah, that was something different. Meth didn't really hit till like during the Blues Brothers. Whenever they did that was more of like the heroin age, pretty much.
about that age, but this place is where it is in Detroit, and I can't remember their name. This place, the YouTubers do walkthroughs of it, and it's fucking crazy. It's like,
Oh, is it California?
there's one in California, but these
Oh,
literally they look,
you're talking about what do they call that place in California? They call it
Skid Row.
Skid Row. That's what it is. Nah,
And this
Skid
in
Row is like meth, heroin, it's everything. But meth is the big contributing factor to Skid Row now.
Fucking hell. I didn't know. Is that, did they film the Blues Brothers there?
I
Not-
I want to say it was Detroit.
Yeah, it might be. There's a famous the crash in the Blues Brothers where all the cop cars crash under. It's a famous thing. Films have been filmed there. I think 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson. What was that film? Get Rich. Wherever that was set.
Get Rich or Die Trying.
Where was that set?
That was in New York.
I was just going to say that. I thought it was New York.
That's where this place is. Because he started off as a drug dealer under this overpass. That probably makes sense, actually. The overpass.
Yeah, we had so when I was in there, I think it was like Saturday morning. They brought in a meth head. I was just telling Blake about this. That dude was rolling on it. He was just constantly moving, and then the way that he was walking was making me laugh because he was doing this while he was walking, and he was on it, man. And he was just like, "Can I get a shot of coffee?" And he was fucking drinking unholy amounts of coffee and then giving up his tray. I said, "Bro, you need to eat. Like, you're 106 pounds. Like, you need to eat something." And he was giving away his trays for like shots of coffee. And I was just like, Jesus, this is.
I'd be doing that. I'd be like, I'll give you my dinner for a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Give me a tea bag.
Makes you laugh.
Go on, sorry, Sam.
That's all right. What goes on is, well, I'm in my 50s now, but I would have been in my 20s then, so I don't know how old my mum was. But she had 5 sisters, and you know what women were like? They were always trying to lose weight, and they had this geezer who used to come into me nan's and sell them diet pills. And I only thought within weeks, these 5 sisters was losing weight, but fuck me, they were going like lunatics. And
Yeah, those diet pills are basically meth. It's ephedrins.
They're fucking basically just clucking all day and burning calories like fuck. And that had to be like the late 80s.
Yeah, even you know, several people, like whenever they do that, what's that drug to like concentrate? What is it called?
Oh, Ozempic.
What is it?
Ozempic.
No, not Ozempic. It's the one that makes you focus.
Adderall.
Yeah, Adderall.
Oh, yes.
Adderall is meth. It's literally meth. It's an ephedrine.
No way.
I might have it wrong. I thought Adderall was a sleeping drug. I thought that's what they give you to go to sleep.
Nah, it's basically legal methamphetamine.
No way. What's Xanax then?
Xanax is a downer. It's more of it's the opposite of that.
Oh, like an opioid.
Yeah, kind of like an opioid, makes you like come down, and you know, and that's a dangerous one, especially here in Houston. Like if you take Xanax, like there was one dude in there, he had sold prescription, or it wasn't prescription, it was Xanax, and he said, I thought it was legit, and he sold it to a guy. The guy died because it had fentanyl in it.
Oh,
because you Xanax over the counter in America, can't you, or no?
Yeah, if you get prescribed, yeah.
Prescription. I thought you could buy it over the counter, to be honest with you.
Not over the counter, but you can get a prescription very easily.
Yeah, you just pay a doctor, don't you? You can just find the right doctor that's going to prescribe you.
That's why there's this dude. I agree with him too. He talks about, like, you know how everybody talks about gun control down here.
Yeah.
99% of the mass shooters have all been on antipsychotics, whether it was Xanax, like an anxiety medication, antidepressant, 99% of them. So his method to clearing up the US's mass shooting epidemic that's been going on is he said we need to take guns away from those that are on prescription antipsychotics. And I agree. I think
Yeah.
if you do that, that's going to solve a lot of the problems. Why they don't do it is beyond me.
I used to be on them, but they sent me a bit skew with. I couldn't take them properly. And then I started having like these mad jitters things. Like I still get them now, like proper jitters. And then I went to the doctors and they were like, why aren't you taking them regularly? I said, I'm not
It
like
makes you
that.
feel, it makes you feel weird. And
Yeah.
it makes you feel different. Like not
a lot of it,
you know, back in the 1950s, 1930s, nobody took that shit and you didn't have any school shootings.
and a lot
I'm
of this,
better now. I'm off it.
and that's the trouble, Blank. A lot of this is, I think there's been a culture between GPs and that, and they've just been bulk prescribing, whether they're on some kind of money kickback, who knows. But
I think you might be right there.
Treaties when it didn't actually help the problem. It was too many people were brushed into the same category, and it wasn't the same category, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Too many people think they have it's real simple. Like if you have an anxiety problem, then you know some people have legit anxiety, but other people think they have an anxiety problem.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is like their main case is they have a social problem. Like you can't talk to people. Well, whenever you get out there and start talking to people, all of a sudden the problem's gone. You don't need a pill to do that.
Yeah.
And nowadays, everybody gets a pill now because they think they got anxiety, all this and that. Well, that's not the case. It's just you're not putting yourself out to the world.
It makes you wonder. Sometimes a lot of these cases, should it be dealt on a holistic level, whereas don't instantly think it's got to be done with pills, like you just said. Then maybe you just need to speak to someone or someone. Yeah, I'll go out and walk through, and it's like baby steps, isn't it? And once you, I think with anxiety, I mean, I'm no expert, but I think once it does take hold, then you go in a cycle, and it makes you more anxious and everything. And I don't think sometimes it will in some cases, but a lot of cases, the pills, there isn't one pill that fits everybody, but yet they seem to dish them out like that one pill will fit everybody. Well, we're all different and complex cases.
Like the Las Vegas, you guys remember the Las Vegas mass shooter?
Yeah.
He was on Valbutrins, which is an antipsychotic. Columbine shooters were on anti-anxiety medication. Literally, if you look at every mass shooter in the United States, 99% all anti-anxiety, antipsychotics.
And this ain't to go at the trans people, but I've seen a few of them shootings, and that was to do with trans.
Within the last 2 years, we've had more. Now it's flipped on them. They're saying white males. Now it's transgenders that are doing the school shootings and this and that. And the reason why is because antipsychotics. They're taking depressants. They're like the world today, and that's why I wanted RFK Jr. to be the head of our health thing, because he thinks the same thing that I think. He said all these kids should not be on, like he said, you're telling me every fucking kid that we're having in the United States is going to be on an antipsychotic sometime in their life? No way. He said those prescription medications should only be out to a select few that actually have those problems. And he was highlighting, like, people are saying that they have problems, but they don't. They're going through a bad time of their life, whether it be high school, drama, or whatever, and they're making it out to be this when they'll probably get through it regularly without a fucking pill. Like, and
One-
and be normal afterwards.
You just need
Well, the
something to
scary-
focus on.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and the scary thing is one of my nieces, she's a teacher, only a young maid, enjoyed it. She finally got she's been doing what they call it, temping, where you go around different schools for a couple of years trying to find the right school. Anyway, she had to go in, she's gone into this school now, and it looked all right when she went in. Now it's turned out she's got a class of 46, which is unbelievable,
That's a
right? That's
lot.
40. Yeah, right.
Wow.
Over 60% are on anxiety, ADHD, all these medicines, right? And here's the kicker: she teaches 6 to 8 year olds her thing.
Whoa.
Fucking
Yeah,
crazy. That is crazy. But she
yeah.
said, you see the. She said you can spot which parents is which kid, and I know that sounds like discriminatory or
No.
whatever.
You're right. They
You know that
tried,
isn't a.
they
It's a
tried to put
6 and 8.
based on Ritalin.
Yeah,
And-
Ritalin. That's another. Yeah, Ritalin.
Yep. And I talked to the teacher, and she was like, "Well, he's just moving around." I said, "Yeah, because he's fucking 7 years old." I was like, "So you're telling me that you can't handle?" I was like, "Why would you be a second grade teacher if you can't handle students that are 7 years old? They're gonna be fidgety."
Yeah.
I
My
said,
niece-
that's just the way that it is.
My niece now, when I was in school, not saying it was right, but you did all that, you'd get a clout round the head, or you get the strap or the cane. And I'm not saying that was right, but it's gone too far the other way. Like my niece is now saying, she said, we can't even control, we can't chastise them. If they do that, we got to send them into the happy corner with an iPod. And
Yeah.
and then she said, but it didn't change enough. And he said, no, half the class is sat there listening to music and shit, but that's the happy space. And it's like, you know, we've gone too far
Way
that
too
way.
far.
I think there's an issue with people wanting to diagnose their kids with autism and ADHD and all that.
That's the other
like-
thing is autism.
It's like it's fashionable, isn't it?
Yeah. So RFK Jr. was bringing up, like with the vaccines. He said, "Look, I'm not saying that vaccines are whatever, but he said we're now back like in the 1950s. He said 1 out of every 100 people were diagnosed with some form of autism. He said nowadays it's 1 in every 30 or 1 in every 15
Yeah.
autism.
The word we hear full of now is, oh, they're on the spectrum, and the spectrum goes from 1 to 100, and it's like
Yeah.
nosy shit. It's just, listen, kids. Fuck me, when we was 10 years old, you was running around with your undercrackers and wouldn't do this and going up the woods, and it's all part of they're stealing childhoods off these kids. But a lot of it goes further up the chain. It goes up. You're probably dealing with parents that went through the same system, and you know that is a bigger problem. You know?
That's why I'm glad that Chelsea, she agreed with me. She was like, "We're not putting our son on Ritalin." Like I told the school, I was like, "I ain't putting him on Ritalin. Y'all can kiss my fucking ass." I said, basically what you're telling me is that you can't handle kids of that age. I said, because any kid that's 7 years old, they're gonna be fidgety. So you can't handle that. So you want zombies in your fucking class? I said, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna prescribe my son fucking Ritalin to make your life easier.
It's ridiculous. Bloody ridiculous that.
They want to take us down. That's the road, and it's a bad road. I'll tell you what, Blanks. Do you ever remember Gogglebox? Did you ever used to watch that?
Yeah.
I'll be right
Now,
back.
do you remember Steph and Dawn? They had like a fancy boutique hotel. They were funny, always on the gin, like to laugh.
Oh
They
yeah.
did a documentary, and I never knew their son suffered massively with seizures, all sorts. They had tried everything. He was autistic, but in the end, they found you'd have to fact check me on it, but they found like a cannabis treatment, and
Yeah.
holy fuck, it was. That's why they lost their pitch on Gogglebox, and they said no, and they was going abroad and taking them abroad for the treatments, and they had doubt this kid was 19, so they had been through the mill. If you don't know your kid's problems by the time he's 19, you're a bad parent.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fascinating. You have to dig it out. Really worth a watch. And it was their journey, and they couldn't get the help here because they said technically, oh no, that's illegal here. And it was like, well, no, this is fucking helping. I think he took him to America because America, they were quite progressive in using this in the kid's cases. What he had, yeah, definitely worth a dig out. It was like, yeah, I can't remember. Was it Dick and Dom, or you know the ones I mean? They were quite funny, posh, but quite.
No, you're right, Steph and Dom.
Steph and Dom, yeah. Yeah, definitely worth. If you never saw it, Blanks, definitely worth trying to dig out. But you'll find it on Channel 4. It was just fascinating to see when you went outside of the box of mainstream, how little support they got when they knew this was helping. You know, they knew this was working. You know, if you got a problem with your mother, your brother, your kid, if you know something's working, even if they say, "Oh, that's wrong," you're going to do it, aren't you? You know, and it's like you've got to be a bit more, you've got to be a bit more open to some of these treatments. You know.
Well, if he's 19, they've waited to a good age, I think, to do that. Like, not give it to a child, have they? I think that's reasonable.
And it weren't like he was, they were doing it like some kind of supplement, but and they had studied for years to try. This boy was terrible. He was having like 60 to 100 seizures a day. That's how bad he was. Like it was. We watched him die and resuscitated him. It was like it put a whole new perspective on the pair. And although I quite liked them, it was quite interesting to watch them. But this was like, wow, like you didn't know they've been going through this. Well, it's like anything in it. None of us know what we're all going behind closed doors. But yeah, definitely worth a check out if you have a dig round. Yeah, definitely watch.
They've got an interesting sandwich, haven't they?
Yeah, it'd be an interesting live one night or an interesting chat about alternative therapies. I mean, I got into
sounds like a good topic, you know.
This lidocaine is something to do with horses. You know it, Steve, and I should know it. It goes in a horse wormer, but it weren't called that here.
Oh, it's I know what you're talking about. It's starts with a C.
They reckon it eats cancer. No, I don't know. There's lots of miracle shit.
No. You're right. A lot of people with cancer have their cancer is receded when they take it. Hold on. It's
ivermectin.
Ivermectin. That's what it is.
Sorry, I was Googling it.
Yeah. Ivermectin. Yeah, and 100%. So there's a couple, like even Joe Rogan was putting it out, but he wasn't saying that it would like cure cancer or anything like that. It was one of the things to combat coronavirus. Yeah. And after that, he had another guy come on like way later on. I think it was like maybe earlier this year. And it has been like people that have had cancer have been taking that and it's been receding or completely gone.
Rounds, yeah. You know, you can get bullshit, but there's too much behind it. And there's even scientists who, admittedly, I'm not into the frame of whoever the government's that be, but it's like, wow. And the thing is, if you had cancer, fucking hell, you're gonna fucking try anything, ain't you? Not being funny.
Yeah, you're gonna do whatever you need to do to survive.
Yeah. Your last stages, you definitely would. And the press didn't do him very well, did they? Because they kept on saying like, "Oh, it's a horse tranquilizer or whatever the fuck it, dewormer or whatever it was," and it's like, yeah, but paracetamol is used on dogs. Like those human painkillers are used on dogs and other animals. It's normal.
And it even had so like the guy that created it, he even got a what is it called? Not a Pulitzer, but it was like some big fucking deal, like a medal. Man, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was like the Pulitzer of medicine, and he got that. And then they were trying to down it for Joe Rogan. And then they were making Joe Rogan look like his skin was yellow. And man, the fucking dude, like that's why the news, like CNN and all them, that's why they're fucking going downhill. Like they just lie.
One of the problems is they're saying it could take 12 years to get it in the health system, even though it's been medically for animals. It's going to take you. Yeah, they produced the fucking vaccine for COVID in what, 3 months, and no test. And you think, oh, something's off here, isn't it? Like if it works, my attitude is if something works for you, fucking use it. Like you know, and you should be allowed to use it. You might have to sign a waiver and say, I'm cool with that. I want to try it. Like, you know, and yeah.
And they get mad because, you know, Donald Trump was the one that rushed the vaccine.
Yeah.
So like I always love getting into arguments with people that'll say, well, Biden is the one that put up I said, actually not. Trump is the one that put up the fucking vaccine.
It didn't even go through the test of time, but supposedly they had like for the vaccine, they had like a base for the vaccine. So when this COVID came about, what they did is they modified their base to tackle COVID. But when I was working on the track and trace, they told us that it came from a lab in Wuhan in China. This COVID.
Yeah.
And the narrative is now kind of changing.
Well, now they're settling in on that. Like when it first started, they were trying to say, well, it came from a bat, and then they said, what was the other creature? It was called like a.
Oh, hang on, Steve. You're missing a bigger part of the story here. Like, it did come from a bat, right? And the truth of the matter is, they had buyers buying up local caught bats to take to the lab in Wuhan to be fucked around with. And these bats had this shit. They weren't medical grade. If that makes any sense, they were just buying them on the black market and taking them. And then the genie got out the bottle. That's how I took it as.
And cows, you know, we've been having coronavirus vaccines for like a long time because when I worked on a ranch, I gave cattle a coronavirus vaccine. It was I
remember you sending me a picture of the packet, and you said, "Look at this." Corona, like for the cows. It was like after the fact, but I remember you said, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And this was like 5 years before any of this shit.
Yep. Yeah. And the only thing so whenever they say coronavirus, is it means it attacks the lungs. But it was completely lab made. Like, you know, we're pretty much in the area of it developed out of Wuhan, but it was Dr. Fauci, who, by the way, Donald Trump put as his head of the health. So it was kind of, I mean, if you really wanted to pin it on somebody, you would say, well, Donald Trump wasn't given any, he wasn't really looking at what Dr. Fauci was doing.
Steve, listen, you've lost the election. Biden and Camilla are fucked. Stop hating on the Trump. You got to stick with him now. Just like
hey, I'm not doing that, but I am calling it what it is. Like,
and on the chat, Frank, if you're on Twitter, did you see all this fucking stuff with Macron and Keir Starmer and the German Chancellor in fucking on a train in Ukraine? There's a fucking cocaine snorter, right? There's a bat. It's all over Twitter if it hasn't been cancelled, and it's like, holy fuck. And if you watch the three of them, it's like they got caught out. Like some journalists came in when they were in the room. Fucking
everywhere. The table, and there's like, it looks like there's a line of coke, and they said he's got a paper baggie. Yeah, it's just a issue with a scratch on the table.
And then you have Germany trying to get rid of the AfD party. They said they're going to criminally go after them. And it's like, okay, so a party that doesn't agree with you, you're going to legally go after them? Like, that's not democracy at all.
I think, no, because if they deny the Holocaust, it's against the law in Germany. You're not allowed to deny it.
But the AfD party did say like from what I read is they said, yeah, the Holocaust happened, blah blah, but they were saying we do have to have a national, like the immigration has been so bad. They said we have to have some form of nationalistic aspect to like through the waves of people that are coming in, we need to have background checks, all that, which I agree with.
Yeah, I agree with background checks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, we had a major terror raid here last week, and it must have been important because they used the SAS in conjunction with the top star, like Fed police, and they've arrested like 12 Iranians, and he was going to do a terror. But they all come over on a fucking dinghy and were in the hotels that we were paying for and had no idea. I mean, obviously they did have an idea because they've arrested them all. But
Yeah,
it's fucking scary, isn't it? You know, the enemy can be right next to you, and yeah, and I don't know.
and for you guys, for y'all, it's the worst because you're taking in immigrants from the Middle East while we're taking in immigrants that actually like Mexican, like we're taking in immigrants that actually come here, they agree with a majority of our values, and then they come here to work. Well, on the opposite spectrum, you guys are taking in people that are trying to take advantage of the system.
And they're against our values completely.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Chester Arena bombing, Andrea Grand? I can't remember. It was about 20 children died, wasn't it? And adults. It was the numbers was I can't remember off the top. And I watched it. It was harrowing. Now the boy blew himself up, but the brother who made the bomb is in Belmarsh at the moment. Now, 4 weeks ago, he managed to attack 5 guards, hit them with boiling water or boiling chip fat, stabbed a few of them, really seriously hurt these guys, right? That's the guy who did that. On his same unit is Raduk, I can't remember his full name, the guy that stabbed all the Turk party, and he's just done the same. And you think, holy fuck, we can't even lock them up and protect people around, not vulnerable people, but prison guards or whatever. Everyone needs protection, and it's like we're so fucked. We're so out of whack with these different cultures, you know. And I don't want to sound racist, but any man that wants to blow up,
it's not racist because they're coming from different nations. Like if you said Arab, that would probably be like, you know, you're talking about a race. But if you're talking about a country that doesn't agree with your values and this and that, that's more of a nation aspect of things.
That might be all right in your country. We got people doing 4 years. Some of them has died in prison now for putting hurty tweets out. That's where we live. So that's crazy. You know, shit I just said then could be labelled as a hate crime.
Mainly, a lot of these people that are getting arrested for tweets are inciting like riots and shit. But that's all political disruption. That's all they want. There's all these people do is they prod other people to cause crimes, and they think they can get away with it, like Lawrence Fox getting everyone else to cut down ULEZ cameras. Go fucking do it yourself, you fucking lanky twat. Do it yourself.
He's a fucking idiot. But on the other hand, we live in that system where our prime minister came out and accused it all of far right hate mongering, all the riots and this shit. And the Met done a fucking big investment and said there's no links to it. It was just the general feeling of the British people, and they just kicked back. Like everyone, you kick a dog long enough, a dog's going to bite you, innit? You know?
Yeah.
I think it all depends how you deal with it. Like, I think we're full. We've got too many people here. So, but I think what they should do is they should try and just reduce it now and to just literally refugees, those that genuinely need the help. We don't need to be bringing people in to progress their careers right now because we can't afford to.
But I don't think we even need to do that, Blanks. I think the first safe country they come to, they're safe. They go across 10 countries to come here. Now, that's fine. but then go through the legal process to apply to come here to work, to do that, not turn up on dinghies and not we know, and then we have to house them. You know, the whole. I can't come in an airport without showing me fucking passport. How can some stranger come up a beach and get up a dinghy? I've got nothing, and he'd be given a hotel and a mobile phone, and it's like that's just crazy.
I don't see those people as refugees in my point of view, because they're committing a crime to get here, and they put children at risk.
They're economic migrants. That's the truth. I don't see many families. I don't see many women. They're economic migrants chasing. And the truth is, we're the last people here. But most of the other places has moved them on. Now we ain't giving you fuck all. But like, listen, if a shop opened up the end of your street and said we're giving out free money, there'd be a queue round the block within half an hour. And that's when you got that system. That's doomed for failure, because they didn't even making people think, I want to live here. I want to get a job. I want to do this. And, there's good people and bad people, but we need to know what people we're bringing in, full stop.
Well, I think it should be relegated to like war-torn countries, like the Ukrainians or Russians or whatever, whoever it is they feel that is oppressed and needs fucking refuge. Then fair enough, they're genuinely in need of refuge. But those coming over via boats, I think they should be arrested straight away, and they should be investigated. I want to know how they got over here, who's helping them, what they've done with their passports. They're criminals.
I guarantee you this, Blanks. Every Ukrainian that's come in this country, they would have had paperwork and come and and it's not saying you're just like, I can't travel. You and me can't travel anywhere without our documents, our passport, our identity. How can you manage a load of people coming in when you've got no identity for them? So basically, you just got to make a false identity for them. Well, then it's like, wouldn't life be lovely if we could all draw a line on the shit that happened and think, I'm new again now, and off I go, and no, that never happened, and it's very scary.
I think the problem there is because they're going through a war-torn country. Like if you were in a violent relationship and you're getting beat by a fella, and you've run out, you're not going to be thinking about getting your ID because you're in the middle of a war.
But this, I'll get you that. I thought he was going to say in this country, but in this country, like they could tap it and they'd soon find it. But this is the main. But how many of these young men are being beaten up by the women? That's what I want to know. Why are they running so far from their women? Jesus Christ.
Blank is exactly right. Like, when you have somebody come from a country that their laws are completely different from your own, well, the first thing you got to make sure is they understand your laws of where they're going to. And then once that happens, they have to abide by those laws. They can't just come and assert the laws from the country that they came from onto your country. That's what I'm seeing as the biggest problem.
Yeah, they have the excuse of being ignorant of the law, where we don't.
Yeah.
The judge is saying to me, well, you can't be ignorant if you didn't know you were doing this or you were doing that. It's up to you to check the law.
They've made it into law now, judges, that they've got to take into account their culture due to their sentences. So if like an 18-year-old doesn't, and it's happened, don't understand, to him rape is not a problem in his culture, he can get a linear sentence than if it was a native British person. And that's scary, isn't it?
Well, I think what they should do, they should ensure that they go through fucking training then, so they learn the law.
Yeah, exactly. It's a problem, fix it. Drug them up. Fucking, I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't be here, full stop. But you can't use that as a defense for committing crimes. And, England's been around for, and we set the laws up through due process, and yet you can rewrite it now. And it's like, fucking hell, that's like, I could put a petition and say, rewrite blokes with beards get £1 million. It's like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, and like I said, when I just went to jail, like that was the craziest thing, because a majority of the Mexican dudes in there were like, oh, well, Trump, they didn't even think Trump was doing anything wrong, but they said, why the fuck were Venezuelans and shit getting all this shit for free? And then before then, when we're coming in, We ain't
Dirty
getting it.
freeloaders. Dirty freeloaders. That's what they are.
Just gonna let me dog out for a minute. I'll be back in a bit.
Alrighty.
Dirty dying dogs. The lot of them.
What
know what I
got?
mean? It's not Jerry anyways.
I know
What's the
it's not
story,
Jake.
lads?
We know it's a platypus.
Yup, the flying faces all good.
Yeah, you mate. Have you heard the news? Have you heard the news?
What?
I'm getting sued.
For what?
For supposedly, because I said someone's name in a video and shit, they're suing me for harassment. So I'm suing them back for copyright infringement.
That's not going to go far, though, is it?
Oh no, we're going court. We're going.
When you go in court?
Well, I've got to buy a solicitor. I've got to pay for my solicitor, and then we'll arrange a court date.
Free legal aid, baby. Yeah.
It's not fucking free. I got to pay like 500 quid, but I'm going to make him pay it back.
What,
Yeah, that's the sucky part is you got to pay for the lawyer as well.
Is it a civil case, is it?
Yeah.
Get a free legal aid if it's available over there.
Well, I've got I've just applied for a refund on my court fees, and then so that's going to give me a bit of money back, and then it'll take all my carers allowance for the month, and I'm just going to put that back into the claim and say, he's put me in poverty, financial poverty.
Emotionally, what's it called? You're emotionally drained because of this.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
emotionally drained. You get me?
Yeah, the anxiety.
Oh, me anxiety.
I definitely put that down.
Start crying. Use your what's it called, gender as the fucking use your gender as a fucking
as a weapon.
As a weapon. Yeah.
Not with me. I'll go in there and he's fucking gay, the judge. Not for fuck's sake, man. Jesus, let him wear his top.
Little poppers. Little poppers, isn't it? The queers.
I was pretty surprised with mine. That lawyer gave me her card and said for free, but it's
guilty anyway.
She's gonna get a percentage of the litigation.
You got no win, no. Is it no win, no fee?
Huh?
Is it a no win, no fee?
I don't know how. I've never been through it. This will be my first time.
What are you in trouble for? What are you in trouble for?
They arrested me, but it's like a legal little deal, but they arrested me and they weren't supposed to on the warrant. And so once I got out, the lawyer that was on our, like, we have like a free lawyer on our little screen deal, and she met me outside and she was just like, "You're open for litigation against Montgomery County. Do you want to pursue?" She's like, "I'll be your lawyer for free." And it's not for free though. She's going to get a percentage.
What's it called? Or American, a white American, or a...
She's a white American. Yeah. She's going to get a percentage. I was just like, yes, whatever helps make that.
Yeah, that's what we call no win, no fee. So if it's
okay.
the case, she's not going to charge
you.
What's that film with Joe Pesci? It was one of his earlier films before Goodfellas, and he was a solicitor and he had a deal with someone in some Texas town.
Uncle, what was it called?
From the Comedy Store, and this fucking Texas hat was about 5 times. That'd be Steve's lawyer, wouldn't it?
Oh, dude, I wish I had it. I didn't it was just the free lawyer that they had on the thing, but yeah, I didn't have a lawyer. Basically,
Hate speech is coming in to Power Boys. Hate speech.
The only thing I'm worried about is
allegedly
the judge. The judge knows my uncle because we do contract work for him. So if I sue, will they eliminate that contract work? That's the only thing.
No offense.
They'll just send it to the judge.
This is getting proper. This is proper fishy. The judge knows his uncle. The fucking copper's shagging his sister. This
Informer.
Hold on, the cop is not tagging my sister. Goddammit.
I will do. Oh, stop. Oh, I stopped that. Actually, no.
But yeah,
the
the judge knows of our company because we do contract work for him.
They'll just get another judge in to try it.
To be honest,
that's what I'm guessing is probably going to happen.
Yeah,
they can't what's it called, do it. They cannot, what's it called, be biased against another person. Even if you have a contract with them, you're legally bounded with them. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is,
with them.
If they swap the judge to like someone they did a bad job, like in it, the drainage was shit and it flooded his garden, Steve's going to be in fucking trouble, isn't he?
They don't have a garden. It's a jail.
No, I mean,
I don't think it doesn't personally affect the judges, so I don't think any other judge would be bothered. To be honest,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Hopefully,
yeah, it affect the judge of fucking his dodgy jobs there. Like we all know Steve, we've seen some of his work. He does cut corners, so it's the new one. You might be better sticking with the one that thinks you're okay. Don't push your luck.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
You'll be free.
I'm just glad that the cop suspended. That's all I know. Is that cop got suspended.
Did you smack him around the place? No.
I was so close. I didn't. Nah, I would have got assault on the officer if I had touched him, but I yelled at it. Me and him were cussing each other out back and forth. So
you filthy little pig.
We can't do that. We can't swear at the police in the UK. We get arrested for that.
Huh?
If we swear at the police in the UK, we'll get arrested for that.
You need to use what's called good language, bad language.
Oh, y'all can get arrested for using bad language around the cops.
The coppers and the fucking pigs.
Yeah, they can't do it here, but yeah, I think that's why he just seen that warrant, and I think he threw me in just to be a dick.
Did he put you in handcuffs?
When I got out of the car, so he hit his lights, and the exit was 20 yards away. Took the exit, and then there was a parking lot not even 100 feet. Took the parking lot, and that's where he started chewing me out. And I was just like, this is how I get into the parking lot. And he said, "How come you pulled into the parking lot? Why didn't you pull over on the highway?" I said, "Why the fuck?" I told him, "Why would I pull over on the highway?" I said, "I'm making things safer for me and you." And he said, give me your license, give me your insurance." So I gave it to him. And then he was like, "Get the fuck out of the truck." That's exactly what he said. And I was like, "Dude, you don't got to be a fucking dickhead." And I said fucking. And we got out, and then he fucking kind of got up in my face. So I was like, "Bro," I said, "what the fuck is your problem?" And he told me to turn around, put the cuffs on me. I was like, "God damn it." And
did he crotch bump you? Did he, like, when he had the cuffs on, did he crotch bump your behind?
Nah, he didn't do that, at least not to my knowledge. He didn't crotch bump me.
What a disappointment.
Right beyond the side of I-20. So
he did check my pockets and shit. He did the.
He give you a proper fur. Yeah.
Give you a pocket wank.
And then his partner was pretty cool. He was just like, "I know what you were doing." And he was like, "But to him, it looks like you're evading." And I was like, "Dude, I wasn't trying to evade. I'm just coming into a parking lot so it's easier." And he was like, "Yeah, he's in a grumpy mood or whatever." And I was like, "Well, regardless, if he's in a grumpy fucking mood," I said, "he shouldn't be talking to me like that, making things easier on him." I should have just pulled over on the fucking highway and hope he got fucking hit, but that's going back in the past.
Oh, I'm sure he'll sort himself out. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Doesn't make very good decisions.
When he loses his job, he'll probably be outside your house in 3 months now with a sniper's rifle. So I'm sure it'll all work out.
Fucking the Donald Trump deal. Hopefully I get hit right in the ear.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we lost. Oh, hold on. I'm sending the link again. We lost him. There we go. But yeah, it was that fucking cop. I think something went wrong that day for him because he was acting like a dick.
Sometimes it's just a power move for him, isn't it?
Yeah, like I've been pulled over I've been pulled over 6 times here before that, and never has they're all fucking nice, and then you get that one that's just got a power trip going on or something.
I had one when I was younger. I got in a fight with a girl. She tried to assist us, so I battered her. And the police come, and I was laughing at the police because I knew I had defended my sister, right? So I knew I wasn't in the wrong. They were saying, if you keep laughing, we'll arrest you. And I was like, go on, then. I was only like 15. Like, go on, then. And I just kept on saying it to them. They knew they couldn't do nothing. And they said, well, we've got a report. You did karate on this girl. And they tried to get my judo license taken off me. And my sensei had to come in and give me like explain the move that I did on this girl as a self-defense move. And he was like, she's not in the wrong. And if it weren't for me sensei, I think I would have genuinely had to go to court and shit. But
yeah, I think that's what that dude was. I think he was just looking for any reason to arrest me, and when he seen the warrant, boom. I don't think he read it properly.
And it's stories though, innit? You don't know. Well, that's only but I was about 18, 19, and regular in the gym, the boxing gym then. But anyway, there was a rival gym, which was the new thing, which wasn't judo. Was it karate or taekwondo? Something like that.
Karate and taekwondo was big at the time.
And we had a fucking bit of beef with their gym. Anyway, this cunt who owned the gym, I kept that going back and forth. In the end, it come to a head. And this fucker shows you how your brain works. He said he come out and he had like a card. And I said, what the fuck's that? So we're going for it. Yeah, he said, this is just to tell you, like, I'm registered as lethal or some fucking thing. I don't know what the but I just remember it stuck like Bruce Lee, and I thought, this is real. And it might have been, I don't know. But, and holy fuck, if anything, that was like red rag to a bull. I thought, I can't fuck around here. And yeah, I don't rate them taekwondo. I really don't.
Yeah, yeah.
We used to have
I don't know. They're just dancers. They're just dancers, aren't they?
Yeah, well, taekwondo's are good at kicking, but that's it.
Yeah, taekwondo is actually a very good martial art. It's just
and they do punches as well, don't they? They're very good coordinated.
There's a Mexican fighter in the 145-pound weight class for UFC, and he is so good. I think he's like top 5. I have to find his name.
It doesn't build a good chin though, Steve. That's the trouble you hit them. They're like down like a sack of spuds.
Yeah. That and the punches. You have to learn the punching mechanics and all that. That's why Muay Thai is like the best. It's
Muay Thai is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. To be fair, Blanks, I've never really watched it, but I just know it's really. I get a few on my feed where these British lads are training out in the Muay Thai camps in Thailand, so I know it's got really, really popular. Like, but I've never watched it. Like I told you before, Steve, I'm not a fan of the cage fight. I'm not a fan of it. I'm a boxing man. Like I'm not I can appreciate it. I'm not a fan.
So like boxing is with the glove, like. With the gloves, they use their advantage with the gloves. So, like, you can do certain shit as long as they have the gloves on. But then when you get into Muay Thai, it's like you got the knees, the legs, but then the movement and how you punch and everything is different because whenever you punch in boxing, you step forward with your jab. Whenever you jab in Muay Thai, you don't step forward. You turn your heel because you might set up a kick. And whenever you turn your heel, it brings more power to the kick wherever you're kicking.
But to me, it's like sly fighting. That's why I don't get into it, because the way I'd look at it, if we was on the street, if it's sly fight, you're kicking me head and kicking doing fancy shit, that means I can stick my thumb in your eye socket, doesn't it? Do you understand what I mean?
It does, yeah, it does. It does, you're right. If I'm fighting someone that's fucking a black belt in karate, I'm bringing a weapon. I'm not, it's not just my hands. It's not happening.
That's it. I was telling Jace, because Jace was asking me, he said, what's the like best one that, and I said left way. Left way is headbutts, kicks, knees, elbows, stomps, all that. It's actually almost the closest thing to street fighting that you can get.
No way. I remember when it first started, I think I was about 13 when the octagon was going around. That's what cage fighting used to be, didn't it? You used to call it the octagon.
And I think that's what I think because I'm a bit older, it missed me. I was too older before that come on. Like one of my boys trains on it now in Muay Thai. But it missed me, and it was like I was too old to get into it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. No. That Muay Thai didn't really pop off till like maybe 10 years ago when UFC started coming up, all kinds of different like jiu-jitsu, all that started like coming up.
Yeah, Brazilian jiu-jitsu is pretty fucking cool, isn't it? Because is it Gracie Barra that do the Brazilian jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, but now Muay Thai, and then you got Dagestani wrestling and all that shit. It all like counters itself. So now you have to like learn everything.
Yeah, there's so many different types. There's so many different types of fighting. The octagon. Well, they say judo's good for the defense. That's really good for like your base. But like if I went into the octagon, I'd get flipped everywhere. I'd be punched in the face, down on the ground. I'm not going to be able to throw anyone. It's a defense. You know, someone's got to be on my back, or you know, it's kind of like it doesn't really work. I could probably sweep him or pull him in to do a quick throw, but.
Well, judo, its main offense is like if you get somebody on the clinch on the fence, like you said, you can throw them and you can do all this shit. Well, now like fighters put that all together. Like the UFC fighters now are amazing, but like John Jones, he was one of the few that really put all that together. Muay Thai, all of it all together, plus his like body. But you also have like John Jones was a Greco-Roman wrestler, which is pretty much judo. And what he used to do is he'd get guys in the clinch on the cage and then he'd boom, flip them. And it was over with at that point. Like as soon as he got them on the ground, it was done.
But it's
groundwork. If I get someone on the ground, groundwork was my forte. Like on my feet, my sister would. I got a twin sister and she used to do it with me. Now, if we did standing up fighting, she would always beat me. But if we did groundwork, I would terrorize her. So, like, groundworks, like proper ground wrestling, that's where my skills are.
But if you can defend the ground wrestling and you got Muay Thai, they're over with. That's what Alex Pereira's been doing until he faced that Russian dude.
That's what my boy's doing now. My eldest boy, they're both 6'7" or more. They're big lads, but one's like big lad, like what you class as like a heavyweight fighter. The other lad, he's very spelt. He's got the height, spelt. But anyway, the other boy, he's married now. Don't fight, but the other boy, my other son, he's gay. He came out like when he was about 14, and like, we always knew, like, you know, didn't give a fuck. But he could have a battle, but he couldn't hit proper, if you know what I mean, like my other son. And like But he just couldn't have that power punch. And he was at a bar in our town, and the gay bar, like you do when he was about 17, 18. And fucking he kicked off a couple of cunts, yobbos, like, oh, you puffs and all that shit. So he started on him, but there was some lad that was doing this Muay Thai, and it was like, it opened his eyes, and he was like, holy fuck, what the fuck
Yeah.
is this company? You heard of it? I said, I've heard of it, son. I said, but I don't really fucking. No, I told him the same as what I tell you. It sounds like for dancers. I said, don't say. But he's been doing it for about 3 or 4 years now. He's quite good at it. Apparently, he's not professional or nothing. But I've been in yapped to his coach and that, and he said, no, like he's got a talent for it, like you know. But
Yeah, and Muay Thai is a lot like boxing, but the mechanics are just they're a little bit different because you're setting up kicks, but the movement is the same.
He'll come round for dinner and I says, you're doing that fuck, I'll take a piss. Like, you know, I'm like, I said, you're doing that fag fighting, right? Bear in mind. And he said, and then it's like, really fast. Like, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Like
yeah.
movement is the number one key. Like with stand up, like if you ever watch Vasily Lomachenko, how he moves in the ring and everything, and then you watch there's a Muay Thai fighter. Oh God, I forget. Senchai, he moves very well, and then they barely spar. Like they don't do hard sparring; they do light sparring, but their main thing is just movement in the ring and avoiding the punches and punching
Mike
someone
Tyson
back.
was good at that.
Yeah. Well, Mike Tyson's a inside fighter.
Yeah, he's got good feet skills, hasn't he? He's he knows how to move. He does that move, doesn't he, where he turns on the peekaboo. Have you seen the peekaboo? God, that is sick.
And it's this. It's moving
and you
from
turn
side to
quickly
side.
and he's like peekaboo in the face, like fuck.
But the real talented fighters, you'll see like Floyd, where he does the shoulder roll, and you'll see them. They react, so they don't
that's a good
move.
defense. That's a good defense with the shoulder. I never thought of that.
Yeah, they don't move initially. They'll wait till the guy throws a punch, and then they'll turn their shoulder up, and the glove hits here and goes up, and then they're avoiding all the punches.
No way, that's clever.
My missus, we had this radio a couple of weeks ago, and she watches the cage fighting. She likes it. My missus loves all sorts of random sports, and I was sat there watching her, and I'm like, you know what? I'm like wind up merchant. And I said, anyway, there, and then she got on about Conor McGregor. I said, that Conor McGregor, I said, he could have laid a bloke out in the pub who was 60. I said, and I like Conor. I think he's entertaining. But then I thought, fuck, what was the fight he had? Was it one of the Sugar Rays?
Dude, Conor, if you watch all of his fights from Jose Aldo back, and even Habib, dude, out of all the fighters that I've seen, he did the best against Habib as far as his wrestling went. And even like when you go to the Eddie Alvarez fight, Conor's movement is key.
Yeah, I ain't going into that. What was the fight he had with the boxer? He was a famous boxer, a lot older than him, and it's gone out of my head now. One of that clan or whatever.
Oh, Floyd Mayweather.
What happened? I can't remember what happened in that fight. Did he lose or win?
Yeah, he lost. But the thing is that Floyd didn't do the shoulder roll. He didn't do this that he usually does. Floyd did Mexican style because he knew he was going to beat him. Floyd just came forward and let him gas out. And once Conor gassed out, Floyd started on the offensive.
Yeah, he was playing about with him at first, wasn't he? He was literally playing about with him.
Yeah. Whenever you have those big ass gloves, those 8-ounce gloves it's not that big, but it is big. Like, and you put your shoulder right here, and they say they try to strike you on the head. If you roll back, that punch is gonna roll off of your shoulder, and that's what Floyd used to do. And then he'd protect his body like this. And you like in boxing, it's real key. Like you start to learn the movement and everything. But if you have if you put a Muay Thai fighter up against Floyd, it wouldn't work out because he'd get kicked in the legs. Legs are gone. now your defense is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
was a
that's-
straight box. There was no kicking in that fight, was there?
Mm-mm. Yeah, no
that's
kicking.
I'm happy I got it right, because I said to her, and the missus, and I said, yeah, that Conor. I said, I couldn't remember. It was Floyd Mayweather. And I said, yeah, and he knocked fuck out of him. Like, he said, no, he didn't. I saw that. I said, yeah. I said, it's out there. Like, so at least now that ain't going to come back at me in 3 weeks' time, and she's going to say, you lying bastard. Floyd Mayweather.
But Conor's movement in MMA, dude, it was impeccable. It was boxing movement. And what Conor would do is he would get in this like karate stance, and he would wait for the guy to throw a punch at him, and he would react like Floyd does and counter. And especially whenever you're southpaw, most people are orthodox. So whenever you're southpaw, boom, you can counter with your power hand over their jab.
That Conor's finished now, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way to him, but the age has got to be he's got to be 40 now, hasn't he, Conor?
Yeah, he's done. Like he ain't gonna fight no more.
Yeah, he was just entertaining, wasn't he? That was all.
Yeah, and even when he fought Dustin Poirier the 2 times, like he just didn't look like himself no more. Like that movement, the whole movement was gone. He was coming forward like a Mexican kind of in boxing. It was kind of weird because I was like, man, this ain't the same Conor McGregor.
Yeah, well, money and take the shine off it. When you've made it, then you think, why am I fucking doing it? And it ain't like, oh, you're going to run out of money. Like the money he's fucking got. It's like, yeah, why would you want to go in and do that? One day you could take a wrong blow and fucking knock it out the ring. You go out in the ring on a stretcher and that'll be the end of you. So I get it. Like, you know, they get it.
That's how it always ends up too. Like every boxer that I've seen besides Floyd Mayweather Jr., Bernard Hopkins, I think he was like 50 years old, and he hadn't been like beaten like where it's been like a knockout or anything, and he came out at 50 and won the belt, but then he faced this really good Lithuanian guy, and that dude fucking knocked him right back into the like knocked him out into the, it was like, you know, you have the ropes, he fell through the ropes. And it was bad.
Did you catch that film I sent you, The Journeyman, with Paddy Constantine? You have to dig that out. It's definitely, I think you'll get it on YouTube. It's definitely worth a watch, Steve. In fact, you might enjoy it. It's a good little film. If you like Paddy Constantine, he's very good at it.
I did. By the way,
you muted.
Yeah, he's.
Are you back? I think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, here, I'm gonna show you a book. It's a British dude that did Muay Thai. I bought his book.
What's that movie about, Sam?
He's going to show us a book now with Michael Barrymore on the cover.
You're close, Billy Moore.
Yeah, the Journeyman blanks. It's called The Journeyman. It's a film. Definitely worth a watch. It's quite gritty, but it's it's all about well, I'll let you dig it out, but yeah, really good. I enjoyed it anyway, you know.
Yeah, here's the book. Billy Moore, he went up to do Muay Thai.
Is it a good read? Have you read it?
Yeah, it is a good read. It's mostly about addiction and shit, but yeah, it's a good read.
It'd be no good for us blanks. It's full of pictures.
It is not full of pictures. But yeah, Billy Moore, he's British, and he went up to do Muay Thai in Thailand. He had a real bad drug addiction, and whenever he got down there, he beat it.
You know this guy blank. he's got, you know, Charlie Veach. He's like in a bit. He's got a big podcast now, the Billy Moore podcast.
Oh yeah.
Or he walks around Birmingham. He walks through all cities. Yeah, Billy Moore. I'm sure I'm right on that. Massive drug addiction, tough lad, like, you know, but he's cleaned his act up.
Person? No way.
Yeah.
That's
This is the book.
Yeah.
No way. I didn't even recognize him.
I don't think maybe that is him at the cover.
That's the same guy. Yeah, he's got his channel is flying. He's really fucking smashing it, his channel.
Yeah.
He's got a really good way, the way he interacts with people, you know?
I have his WhatsApp, and I've actually I was gonna do an interview with him, and it fell through because he had something else to do. But yeah, he's a good dude.
It beat cancer as well, it said 9 months ago. Bloody hell.
Yeah, I don't know. He had a rough time. What's quite not sad was, but he goes back to Manchester and places that young man when he was a drug. And he still knows them all. For like 10 years, I can't believe. And they're all like, fuck. And I thought he's done well to turn his life around. You know, he looks really healthy, strong, you know, and he looks in a good place. He's like, his head screwed on.
Yeah, he's a big dude now too. Like, he's fucking kind of swole up now and everything.
Well, he looked like my left leg. He's really bulked up.
Yeah, I got that. Jace lately, I got a lot of science books for him.
Oh, is he into science?
Yeah, he wants to be a tornado chaser now.
Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool.
I was telling him, because I lived in Nebraska, and man, every year we'd have like 4 or 5 tornadoes. And so I was telling him, I said, it's not what you think it is, but I said, if you really want to do it, I was like, well, I'm gonna wait till he's older, but I said, whenever you get older, I'll take you out there and maybe we'll see one.
Run for the hills, weather boy.
Yeah. I wanted to be a tornado chaser too when I was a kid. After remember Twister?
Yeah, it's a good film that was.
Oh man, after that, I was down. I was ready. And we had, I think it was Twist X or whatever came out to our school, and they were showing us a video, and I was like, all right, never mind. Because I've been pretty close to a couple tornadoes, and it's pretty crazy. It's like they say that it sounds like a train, and it kind of does, but it's a little bit different. But the wind itself is just so fucking strong.
Is it true if you don't see it moving, it's either moving away from you or towards you?
Oh, it's yeah. It's either moving towards you or away from you. Yeah.
That's mad. It's because they're so big, aren't they? You can't really see the direction it is.
Yeah, and I've seen in my whole life, I've only seen the most powerful one I seen was a F4, and we thought it was, my mom and them, they thought it was like water, like rainfall, but it was a whole fucking tornado. And when it got kind of close, we could kind of see everything spinning.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because it looks like a massive cloud at the top, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then it's got a funnel at the bottom. They are quite big.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. A good one to watch is the El Reno tornado. It was 3.5 miles wide.
And I've watched a few of them, and these chasers from they touch down, and then they stop as fast as they touch down. Like it's there's no you think science would say, oh, it's down now, it's going to be there till it smashes everything. But it's like it's almost got a mind of its own. It's like, no, I've had enough now, and then I'll move on, and then I'll do it again. And it's like, fucking, that always freaks me out.
Yeah.
It's to do with the
That's why-
temperatures, isn't it?
That's why I was
Yes.
I'll send both of you the El Reno. There's a whole compilation about it because it's the most like crazy tornado that they ever seen. It's multi-vortice, which means it's more than one tornado. Like it's like 5 tornadoes,
There's
and they
different
formed
vortexes.
one big tornado. And
Super sad.
from when it starts out, there's storm chasers, and as soon as it starts coming down, and there's like 3 of them, it starts heading towards these storm chasers. Oh, dude, they start taking off, and the footage is amazing. There's one storm chaser, he's like trying to head straight, and he fucking runs like it's right behind him, and it starts fucking throwing. It looks like a scene off a Twister, and it starts fucking throwing like farm equipment's running in front of his car, and he's fucking, and you can hear the guy in the back, he's like, go, God, please go. And they're like fucking freaking out. And they barely got out of there. And it killed like, I think 3 major storm chasers because they thought it was rain because it got so wide. It's the world's biggest tornado on record. It got so wide, they thought it was rain. And then once it took over, there was nothing that they could do.
There's a documentary on Netflix, and I'm not sure if that's the one, but one of those storm chasers got hit. I can't remember what it's called, but if you search tornadoes on Netflix, you bring up, it's like a limited series, like 3 episodes. Holy fuck. And it's cobbled together, all like the clips and shit happened, but like with 50 people, we made it into an episode. And Jesus Christ, it's scary. It's like they one of them's in the school, one it's all like real live footage, but like I don't know if that was the one, but this was a bad one.
It probably was. They call them, so what they call those is wedge tornadoes. And throughout my whole life in Nebraska, I've only seen one wedge tornado, and it looks like rain, but then when it gets closer, you'll see like the dust and everything, and it'll be moving. And you realize, like, holy shit, that's a fucking tornado. And there's literally nothing you can do about it. Like,
it's like a film, Blank probably knows it. It's called White Squall. I think he's dead, the bloke that was in it now, Bill Pullman or one of them. But it was like they were all training these lads out on a sail yacht. And these goes, oh, look at this rain, look at this rain. But this cunt knew, this captain, and he's like, no, that's a white squall. And it fucking true story, it sank the fucking boat. That's another good little watch.
Yeah, here it is right here. That's not even it at its fullest either. This picture right here.
Wow.
It's bigger than that. It takes up the whole fucking screen. Let me see where. Oh, there it is. That's not even a quarter of it on this
You
picture.
can see why they thought it was rain.
Yeah. And so this dude right here, the 14-minute one, he realizes it's not rain, and he tries to fucking outrun it, and it almost like took him in, and he barely escaped it.
Does he still do the storm chasing as well after that?
Yeah.
Probably because they're nutters, aren't they? They'll do it till they die. Mad heads.
Yeah, here's another one where it's at its largest.
Coming back to that, Blanks, I'll give you a bit of advice if you like a good movie. Is don't watch the new Twister. I've never saw such a pile of shit in my life.
Yeah, don't watch that.
Yeah, I'm not into remakes. Remakes are normally shit anyway, aren't they? Unless it's a shit movie in the first place, I'll watch the remake.
This is quite. I watched it the other night, and I was like, I think I messaged you, Steve. I said, "What the fuck is this shit?" I thought, they shouldn't be allowed to make it so bad when the first one was a stand-up film, you know.
Well, they did. I was watching a documentary the other day on Madeleine McCann. Do you know that Christian Bruckner? They're accusing
Which one
him.
did I've watched shitloads of this. I know you've been covering it, Blanks, and like, but which one? Because I went down the rabbit hole with this for ages with Madeleine McCann. When I seen you do it, I didn't come on your lives because I thought I've been down the rabbit hole. Like, you know.
I've been down that rabbit hole as well, mate. No, there's a new one on Channel 4 about Christian Bruckner. And supposedly they've got evidence that he killed Madeleine McCann. They didn't show any evidence. If they haven't got anything to show us.
Well, thank you to that, because they've done that a couple of times now. I've put that in my list to watch, and I haven't watched it yet because they suggested they found stuff on hard drives, and I thought, oh, this is new, like, you know. But
it's exactly the same as the 60 Minutes one in Australia. Exactly the same.
Right. Well, that I ain't watching that then. The trouble is, Blanks, is sometimes it's so disappointing. You think they got something new, and it's the same rehash shit. It's like, oh,
it was, yeah.
hell.
But the problem with the Channel 4 one is they made out like he's never denied the claims, and he has denied it. I'm not sticking up for him, but he has denied it. And so some of the evidence had gone missing, but they didn't mention it in the Channel 4 doc.
It stinks of Patsy. I don't think he's a good bloke. Stinks of Patsy.
I don't think he's a patsy, because I think the McCanns would be with it if they did something to their daughter, because that'd be perfect for them, wouldn't it? And they don't seem to entertain him at all. But like I think the German prosecutor and this Otto Rabe, who's doing this investigation, they're a bunch of grifters in my eyes.
When you look, like I said, I've been in the rub, and what they've decided to put on media and documentary, but none of them go into the stuff about that Freud when they went to his house and shit, and he's intellectual. And I thought, there's loads and loads of shit here. What was the guy that wrote the book that he was the police officer, El Nilio or something like that? This book was called.
Oh, Admiral.
Yeah, but you actually read through it. I mean, you got to pick through it. But he was the lead investigator. He had a lot of fucking say, and most of it's been suppressed on mainstream media.
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, he's a load. I fucking pissed off with him because, like, the McCanns left her on her own, and it was his duty to arrest them for neglect, and he never did. He never arrested them for doing anything with that child. He just told everyone in the media, and I believe they were all doing that to try and save the tourism industry.
Well, but if you go through it now, the ones I watched, he was put under massive pressure by the powers that be not to arrest them. What I saw is he wanted to arrest them. He wanted to. He had a feeling.
He did. He wanted to arrest them.
Back to the tourism. Yeah, you're right on that. I think. Well, there is no right or wrong because none of us have got no answers. But
no, it's right there.
Like at the end of the day, my real original take on it is these are supposed to be good people, and they should have never left that kiddie on her own. And if you and me had done that, we would be vilified in the UK now. How has that not happened? And that's a bigger question.
The reason it's not happened in the UK is because they don't have jurisdiction. They do. Yeah. They can now, if you travel abroad to commit a crime from the UK, they can bring certain charges, but they have to go through the courts. But back then, it was jurisdiction of the Portuguese because it happened in that country.
What's your take on the cadaver dogs? What do you think about that?
Well, the problem with the cadaver dogs is they can say they smell they've got her scent, but it doesn't prove that McCann's killed her.
But
they don't have this massive success rate that he claims to have had.
But I do believe the cadaver dog, that weren't her scent. They only smell out dead bodies, and I've seen a lot of research before this McCann. They got them in they got places. The police have got pig farms where they bury the pigs at certain stages, and they actually train the dogs. So they do know it. Cadaver. Now that's like it ain't saying that any dog could smell a toy and say, "Yeah, he's been in there." But these are cadaver trained dogs. They're trained for a scent like we don't realize, but a human smells different live than dead.
Yeah.
You know,
the problem is with the training of those dogs is, like you say, they were using pig meat, but now they have donations of human meat, and they now train the dogs with that. I don't know what type of meat he was trained with. I think it's human meat because he's got his training is quite relevant to the training they have now.
Well, what's crazy is we're all armchair detectives, but even the same person would have said if the dog gave a sniff, that car should have been seized and gone through forensically like a motherfucker. But that never happened.
That car, though, if you think about it, that car is brings up reasonable doubt because it's a rental. You could reasonably say the person before had it or the kidnapper had it. You know what I mean? That's the problem with the car.
Yeah. And you need something. You need like blood.
Yeah.
Or something
they need DNA
in that car in order to have reasonable suspicion.
The problem with the Portuguese is their forensics isn't the best. They say they found DNA, but they don't tell you where that DNA came from. Was it from blood, semen, skin, hair? They don't tell you. And it's because they're lackluster. And, you know, there was someone doing fingerprints on the shutter and she wasn't even wearing gloves.
Yeah, but considering the fact that she never set foot in that car, this is where you go down a rabbit hole, isn't it? They weren't like she was on holiday in that car. They rented that car after she went missing.
But also, they said that there was they put nappies in there. Now, nappies are an issue because when we decompose, obviously we have poo and wee in us. So the dog has them parts of the scent there. So if that would have been a hit for them. They can't tell you if it's 100% a hit or a 50% a hit.
Yeah, but it weren't pursued far enough, in my opinion. Like that car should have been seized immediately, and it wasn't. It wasn't forensically went through. It was,
and the apartment should have been closed off. But again, that's down to the Portuguese.
Do you know one of the craziest facts for that apartment was how the bed was put back against the curtain, and they said there was no way someone leaving the room through that window could have done that, and that's crazy, isn't it?
I think what he came through the patio door, entered through the bedroom door, picked her up, or whoever it is, and exited through the window because outside the apartment there's a set of plants, and there's like 2 or 3 trusses of these plants where they're trodden down.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have jemmied the window from inside. The jemmy marks were outside.
He didn't need to, but that Jimmy marks could have been from anybody. They don't know how long they were there.
It's circumstantial, but it's like you only can work with what you want. Like I said, I've done.
Did they find Jimmy marks? Did they find marks on the shutter then? Because didn't she have to say that it wasn't tampered with?
The outside, like someone had lifted the shutter because there was a shutter there. They found them. Now they couldn't. They said they might have been there before. They might have been after, but they found them. Like, you know.
Well, that's a sign of kidnapping in a sense, isn't it? So, you know, I used to think the McCanns did kill her. I really did. But now I've gone deep down into it. I do think the Portuguese police were more interested in protecting tourism. They claim that they've only ever had like 2 children go missing, and any other child that goes missing, they return them back home straight away. It's bullshit. Yeah. Their numbers of missing people and recoveries are absolute lies.
The thing that sticks in my head, and we've took over the channel with this, I'm sorry, Steve, but the thing that sticks in my head, I think they were drugging them. My theory is she left that apartment on her own accord, was dope stopped, right? They went back to check. She was gone. Now, what happened to her after that? Nobody knows. She could have walked into the sea, or some bastard could have picked her up. I think the actual production was staged. And all this telling, they're selling them to Eastons. Well, then that baby was worth a fortune then. Why didn't they both go? Do you know what I mean?
Sell the twins. You get some dollar from that, wouldn't you? More than one child. I think
it doesn't. If you've gone that far to do that, and then you think, they did even that. If it was a paedophile that did it, what bigger prize would it be to have twins and send your video to other sick people? That don't stack to me. It don't stack up. It's like that's the whole, like, you know, like if you're going to go down the route of Yeah, someone broke in and just specifically took her.
Well, I think that that indicates someone a PDF with a bit of an obsession with a certain type of child, because at a certain size they act like certain sizes, don't they, and stuff.
That's a narrative. That's a narrative that he was stalking it and watching it. But the other rape was an 80-year-old woman. So if that's the case, he didn't have a particular type. He would rape whoever, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think he's one of those deviants that just likes to take anything vulnerable. And sadly, there are people like that.
Yeah. Dude, there was a guy in the jail that had done a rape. I don't know how old or whatever, but I was like, they were asking me, they said, if we run like a stoplight or whatever, should we be deported? And I said, well, I don't think you guys should be deported. But I said, if it's a rape or something, and I kind of looked at that guy, I said, yeah, you guys should they should be gone.
Yeah, damn right. You gotta stick to your guns, aren't you, mate?
Yeah, well, like, there's some fucking horrible goddamn people. Even on the U.S., yeah, of course. There's horrible citizens, but at least we're going to deal with them down here.
Yeah.
But somebody on the other side of the fence, like, if they get busted here, they're not even going to do their full sentence. They're just going to send them off to that other country. It's like, what are they going to do? Come back over here or continue to do the same shit that they've been doing in their own country?
Well, let's hope that they're not putting all the Mexicans back into Mexico and they decide to start their own little war, because they're going to be an organization to deal with, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, Mexico. Yeah. It's not Mexico though. It's dudes from like Venezuela, Honduras is another one I've been noticing.
Honduras is bad for criminals. They're always on the FBI list, aren't they?
Yeah. There's some dudes that come out of Mexico that are bad, but it's very few and in between.
Well, the only plus side of all this is any of them immigrants or any of them that got out the same day as you, Steve, they won't be out raping tonight because they had their fill for about 8 hours.
They're done for the year. What are you on about? Got to get him on another false warrant.
I do agree with Trump though. Like the death penalty for child rape, he wants to do. I don't see why anybody would be against that. California was against it. They were the only state that voted against it.
I think if they do that, they'll have to have a precedent on what evidence. They've got to have DNA. They've got to have, the golden rule of 3 or something. They've got to.
Yeah, that's what I said. You'd have to have absolutes.
If there's any reasonable doubt, then if there's any reasonable doubt, they wouldn't be charged in the first place, would they? They wouldn't be in prison.
Yeah. So there would have to be like. It would literally have to be an absolute to do that. But
because them billionaires or whoever, if they were doing it and they're so powerful, they'd have the top teams, the top software. They'd have a solicitor say that's AI generated. They'd have money beats all of that. That's why the church, Catholic Church, that is full of paedophilia. It's the top people, the top echelons who's got the power. They got the judges' ear. They got all sorts of ear. And
even the new pope, the new pope sent a couple ministers off that were accused of child pedophilia back in what was it, the early 2000s? They said the new pope did that.
Is right. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Good way to start.
But it's virtual signaling. It'd just be a bit of gaslighting, get a few of them in there, all good. 8, I don't know about the percentages, but most of them are at that. It's like anything for people with huge power. They get corrupted. And they get the power.
That's what the big thing is they put themselves in power positions. It doesn't matter Catholic or religion or anything. They put themselves in that position in order to do shit like that.
Yeah.
It's not it's a human trait that's in these people, and they garner to get to that point to do it freely. And the worst of that is normally there's people under the chain that's all into it, like as well, if you know what I mean. It's like a club, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, I think a lot of them stick together. I think what they do. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. Ignore me. Went out my head straight away. Oh, that was it. Yeah.
Gather them all together and set them all
off. No, they can
Yeah.
be quite charming, and they're good at socialising, aren't they? I don't think people realise that, but the really bad ones are really good at socialising with celebrities and prime ministers and what have you not.
Yeah, and even in the jail, they don't. So back in the day, they used to mix up like everybody, but now they don't put pedophiles in the jail with like regular convict. They have to put them in a whole another section. And then those dudes just have like a great old fucking. I don't think it should be like that. Nah, I think they should fucking.
Well, if they can do it for them,
every amount.
It should be general. It's that nobody should get protection in fucking jail. It's general pop, right? And you certainly shouldn't get it for sex crimes. You certainly shouldn't get it for whatever they're taking it for. Like, you know, you commit a crime, you all get treated the same. And you all go to the house, you know, and that's it. And let nature take.
If they're going to do that, if they're going to put them in, give them protection, like I say, why don't they do it for those that don't take drugs when they go in there? They shouldn't be exposed to that.
Exactly. I mean, and then, you know, like back in the day when I went, it was like in the early days when they did mix pedos, but you would have to have the absolute. You would have to find the paperwork and everything to show, hey, this guy did this. And there was only one time where I was in where somebody got busted in that. They found his paperwork and he was in there for like, I think it was child pornography. Oh, dude, we beat the fuck out of him. Like, and you almost want to feel sorry for him because there's that human aspect of beating the shit out of somebody, and you're like, man, I kind of feel bad for that dude. But then when you look at what they did, there ain't no feelings at that point.
No, that's what happens, isn't it, when they put you in a space like that? That's human nature. You know, it's just like models.
There in one answer is your question of a deterrent. You know what I mean? Imagine if you were going to go in general pop and you done that shit and nobody gives a fuck, you're going to get sliced up today. Now, I'm not saying I know the urges or whatever, but most of these people you see now caught on these things, if they thought they was going to go into prison and get fucking sliced up, they fucking wouldn't do it. They wouldn't go on TikTok and meet 30-year-olds because they happen. But the first thing they do is they go on fucking section and like, I don't have to mix with general pop. No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
And they know they're going to get segregated, and they know nobody's going to touch them at that point.
Yeah, and then when they get out, they get a nice little bit of training and support to get a new job to help them in their life, a new home.
Yeah. Look at that Shannon Matthews. That Shannon Matthews, her mother, she got a whole new identity, which is crazy. What's the other? Huntley's partner, that what was she called? Blanks, you know, a ginger hair girl.
I can't remember her name. Maxine Carr.
She was crazy, but she got found out. She was working in Asda, believe it or not, and then they took her back up north. But these people were convicted of heinous shit. What? How the hell can they get a fucking new identity? Like, it's crazy to me. Like, that's part of you do. Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's like you should, hang your head in shame. They should tattoo it on their fucking forehead. I'm a child molester, and you know what I mean?
Well,
like right now in California. So if you get busted for it'll be it's got to be child porn or something like pretty extreme, but they castrate them now and they give them
It's
life.
right, yeah.
They don't
Yeah,
get
that's
out.
what they should do.
Yep, but here in Houston, them motherfuckers are getting out earlier than a guy that fucking ran a stop sign.
There was a
They're
GP
just getting
here.
out on on probation and parole.
There was a GP here, and a doctor. He had over 1 million images of children, some that he created himself. Right?
No way.
He got 2.5 years in prison. He got
Oh,
1 day for every 1,000 over 1,000 images. I worked it out. It was like 1,300 images 1 day.
So he'd be out.
It's bullshit. Those guys should be in fucking prison for their whole goddamn life.
But forget that. The sentence, he would have been out in a year and for us with the early program. He might have been out before. That's people say they give these big sentences, which that in a big sentence for that, but it didn't take. You got to take fucking 50% off straight away, you know.
Yep, and California just blocked a bill for sex trafficking of minors. They just blocked it. I was like, what the fuck are you? The Democrats, it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, you guys aren't doing like, you're not doing any favors for yourselves by doing shit like that. Like, it's fucking disgusting, man. It really is.
They let that Ian Venables out here.
I got worry about that, Blanks. But what I'm saying is, that's do you not think though that is an underbelly and an undercurrent with the Democrats? And I'm not an American, but I see it online, and it's like there's some shady shit with them. And I'm not saying there ain't shady shit with the other party, but there's some real weird shit. But coming back to that Venables, now when I had me lorries, we delivered to a place. It was called the Priory. They were a big change, a Priory clinic. But they had a place in Coldstock, a real secret place. This was like a high security bath place. And I had to put some equipment in there. When I went in there, there were some weird kids. They were all about 12, 13. And I got yapping to a boy coming. He said, "No, don't leave your keys in the truck." And I got yapping to him. I've come and gone for over 6 months. And the one that's been caught a couple of times was at Venables. He was there. He said he was here for 3 years. And I said, "Fuck me." I said, he said he was horrible. He said, "I dealt with both of them." He said, "through my job." He said, "The other one was like a kid that got dragged into it." He said, "Disgusting and terrible what happened." But he said, that one, he said, it was real. He said, "You had the minute you walked in a room." And that cunt hadn't stopped since his conviction. I think he's been locked up again now for fucking looking at kids and shit, trying to meet kids. And it's like, fucking hell, we've gone really wrong here on our justice system, haven't we?
Well, when he was first imprisoned, he was in a place called Red Sands up here, and this was like it was like a youth offenders and a children's home in one, if you know what I mean. They didn't really say what it was, but it's youth offenders, and that's where they were. But this place was known for SAing kids, like it was really, really bad. And when Jimmy Savile died, they shut it down. And I mean, they shut it down. And he visited that place loads.
Well, this Priory where I went to in Coldstock there, you know, he said, like, no, he said, they're all bad here. He said, everyone's either killed somebody, but they were all kids. Like I think the eldest I think they dealt with was like 13. And he said, no, he said, it was like not massive. There were probably like 40 of them there, but everyone was like, he said, you won't find them on the news because of their age, but they had all done heinous fucking shit, like, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the thing that I just shared. So that's what California just blocked. It was a sex crime bill for child trafficking, and they blocked it.
But surely there'd be people outraged there, though, Steve. When there was no blowback on that, is California got so liberal that this stuff washes over them?
It's gotten so liberal now that people were bringing up like child trafficking to Californians, and they were like, "Well, it's just a normal thing." Blah blah blah. It's not a normal thing. It shouldn't be a fucking normal thing. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Like, it's crazy.
That's it. The law's a law. That's wrong, and that's it. It makes you wonder who put that in. He'd be interesting, or she'd be an interesting character to think that thought that was a good idea to mandate that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, you don't want to. The bill was to chemically castrate California child molesters and sex traffickers, and they blocked it.
Years ago, it was a big hoo-ha here. I think it might have been Germany, and they tried it out to medically castrate rapists. It was either Germany or Sweden. It was one of the Nordic places, and they but you never heard no more about it, like, you know. But they did. I mean, that would have been 80. I keep forgetting you lot's younger than me, but yeah, fucking no. I could just take it. Listen, deal with all that problem. Give me a Glock and a shovel, right, and that's it. The problem's sorted. And that's how simple it is to me, black or white. Any of that shit, fuck off.
We do have this. Hold on, let me show you guys. It's a sex offender map. So look at this. Hold on, I'm gonna share it. I just gotta find the right one. So there is a map where you can actually look and see where all sex offenders are at.
I see where you're going with this. You're going to AI a map of my house, ain't you little shit? I think we got that here blank. And we got some law or something. I think if you got a street, now you're eligible to go to the police and say, are there anybody on my street on that register? It's called it. It was after a girl was killed. It's not Mary's law.
Are you about Sarah's law?
Sarah's law, yeah. So now,
no, if you're going out with someone, so say if me and you are going out and I suspect, or I just want to check up on you, I can call the police and say, has he got a record for violence against women or children? And they have to tell me.
Oh, I thought it was you could go like in your street or your district and they could tell you. No, they couldn't tell you exactly where, but they'd say there's 5 of them living here. I didn't realize it was. I thought it was a bit more open. Like anyone could walk in and just say like, "Well, the pedos
I think
living."
That's part of freedom of information now, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, that would be part of freedom of information. They can't directly say where they are, but they can give you a number. Like, because I know the papers do ask about how many are living around schools and stuff like that, don't they?
Here it is. Let me show you. So, yeah, they'll show you.
I wish we had something like this.
Yeah, they'll show you exactly where they're at, what address. You have to select the location and everything, but yeah. You can kind of click on these and you can see the offender. Indecency with a child.
I'm not brilliant with computers and all that, but some smart cunt out there should be. And what they could do is they could see how many hits in their area, and I'll guarantee you 3 or 4 of them hits would be the pedophiles, because they'd be wanting to check if they're on the fucking list, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
And here's the other thing too. So you have to really look at that registry, because some of those guys are like probably 18 years old and they hooked up with maybe like a 16-year-old, which is a 2-year difference.
Yeah.
So that's, it comes down to their parents to charge them with that.
Yeah, we have a bit of an issue like that where it's indecent to have to urinate outside, and some men can be for that.
Yeah, that's the other one too. Yeah.
In America, is there a flat rate of virginity? Is it 18 or 17 or 16 across the board, or does it change state to state?
changes,
It
doesn't
does. Yeah. So in Florida, California, I believe here in Texas, the legal age is 16, but in other states, it's like 18.
Yeah, it took 16 in the UK, you know. I think it is anyway. Not that I'd know. Jesus Christ, a long time
Yeah,
since I-
Deerbrook, Michigan, they tried to change it to 8 years old because it's a Muslim community in Deerbrook, Michigan.
Well, all I'm getting at is I remember, like, I watched Balls of Fire with Jerry Lee Lewis, and he married like a 14-year-old, but it was totally legal. And then when he come to the UK, there was a big backlash. So I didn't know if that still worked out there now. Could you be in a different county
Not
or whatever?
so
Wasn't
he
that New York?
No,
I
he come
think,
to
New
the UK.
York. New York is 18.
I think before though it was 14, wasn't it?
Well, all I can say is Jerry Lee Lewis.
Let me look it up.
And it was totally legal. I think it might have been in Pennsylvania. But there was a massive backlash when he came to England, and people started questioning how old his bride was.
New York is 17.
Has it always been 17?
It might have.
I'm pretty sure when Virginia Guthrie was in New York, it was 14 at the time, and I was wondering why she flew out from London, from there to London when she was 17, when he could have done it legally there.
No, I think basically that is blanks. Like there's like a indemnity that if you had red, blue, or green hair, they lowered it to 14.
Yeah, and even back in the day when I was in high school, I remember we'd go to high school parties, and there was like a couple girls in my class that were dating guys that were like 30 something, and it was like 1 year we got sick of it. We got into this big fucking fight with one of those dudes because he was like 30. I think he was like 35. And he was dating this chick in our class, and she was like 15, 16 years old.
That's quite big out in America. Like the freshmen and the college girls, it seems quite predatory in America, the university system, that almost, I don't know what they call it, but when they go higher up, I don't know if they're fucking seniors or whatever, but it's like the younger generation of girls, that's part of their experience at college. Is it freshmen and something else, seniors and freshmen?
Well, that would be high school, but it's kind of changed. Now they don't do that anymore. But, you know, in the early 2000s, they did. And it was kind of acceptable in a way.
I've got the mic on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a couple here.
But yeah, it was kind of acceptable back in that day. It was this, I'm not going to say her name, but yeah, she was dating like a 35-year-old guy. It was insane.
Yeah, we had a few of those.
Sorry, Blanks, you need to jump on here about the grooming gangs. Did you see that thing on Channel 4, Blanks, this week with the grooming gang?
No, I've not seen it.
Holy fuck. Get it on. I can't believe Channel 4 did it because they're so biased. Yeah, it's all about... do you remember that woman copper that went for the Rotherham Free, blonde-haired girl?
Don't say Maggie Oliver.
I don't know if that's her name. But this documentary...
Ex-copper.
Yeah, ex-copper. Yeah.
Yeah, Maggie Oliver.
I don't know her, but this documentary, she's in it a little bit. But this is fast. The corruption that went up is shocking. Police cars, they had police officers' number plates of these grooming, and the Asians was using them. You'd have to watch it. We know it's a big thing, but like this is well worth a watch. All right, I'll send you the link for it later, but you'll get it on Channel 4. But that's another big.
The problem is with this side is a lot of these people like John Ledger, Maggie Oliver, and Gary Waterman, all ex-police officers, all knew of corruption when they were working in it, but they didn't decide to say anything until they came out and started getting attention and money online.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah. They just kept their
Listen,
mouths shut until then.
And I
This
don't
program-
trust those people.
Now, this program was done by a journalist. She'd been on it 30 years. That woman's only in it a little bit. It didn't bias. Definitely worth a watch, Blanks. And
I give it a watch.
they actually, 4 of the girls there, 3 of them did their own faces and did it, and that's brave. That's fucking brave. 2 of them did it, but they changed their voice. But if you read the responses at the end that all these different police departments said on the watching of the video, and the biggest joke is they asked Keir Starmer to comment on it. They asked him to come on what he thought, because at the time he was the head of the Crown Prosecution Service. He denied it. Yeah, he's went out and said a fake film, Adolescence, which is completely fictional. Well, it's half fictional. The other half, the real story, isn't based on what the narrative is. He said, "Oh, play this in schools." This it's hard to explain, but Blank, if you can catch it, oh my God, it'll break your heart. It'll break your heart. You'll watch it and you'll be like, "Holy fuck! How can we live in a country like this and we've let these girls down?" Yeah, you know.
Well, the problem is, Si, right, they're prioritising certain rape scenarios and stuff like that to further their political campaigns. It's all, a lot of it comes from the Reform Party. And like for myself, when I reported what happened to me, I rang the police, I told them what he had done to me, and they didn't even come out. They just said to me, "Stay away from him." And I couldn't do nothing. I'm not going to go into it, but that's what they said to me. They do it's not just. I don't think it's to protect grooming gangs. It's to protect. They don't want to do the job. They're lazy. That's the problem.
They
don't want to do like the paperwork and shit.
Yeah.
Blanks, watch this. This me and the missus was sat, and I said, "This is a problem with social services, the police. They didn't want to do their job. They had one father pulling his right, and they got her up, and he took this. This is going to sound disgusting. He took semen stained pants, were 12 of them, to the police, and the police said, "No, we're not interested. We're not. Don't want." They started calling them, said, "Oh, really? They're nothing more than prostitutes." And it was like these girls were 14, and it's like, holy flying fuck!
Yeah, they called them child prostitutes. And you'd still hear like Maggie Oliver and John Wedger call them child prostitutes. And it's like a child cannot be a prostitute. It's impossible. They have not got the ability to make that choice.
You'll get it on Channel 4, Blanks. Watch it and give me a message and tell me what your opinion is on it. You will do that for hours. Yeah.
Damn, Donald Trump's going after fucking Israel hard.
He needs to calm down.
Yeah,
someone needs to get Elon Musk away from him.
Yeah, did you hear about the dude? So Donald Trump picked that one dude, and I guess the whole time it was like he was acting as a Israeli spy, and now Donald Trump's backtracking, and he's like, "Fuck Israel and everything." Well, not Netanyahu, anyways. And so now Netanyahu and them are trying to fucking salvage that relationship. It's kind of crazy to watch.
The worst of all that is, Steve, is I'm certainly not a Democrat fan, but I don't have to live there. The worst is with that political system in America, and the same has happened in the UK, it's all corrupt. There's plants on other sides. And it's just totally tarnished. You will never get real politicians anymore. It's just absolutely corrupt. Tragic to look at. You think, and I get people's jumping on reform now, Blanks. But we don't really know what the fuck that's all about. And it's just, that's why Labour got in. People were so pissed off with the other shower of shits. But we're getting 2 cheeks of the same ass all the time.
Yeah.
There's nothing,
All reform what I do is cause political disruption so they can fill their own pockets. It's so they can get the advantage. They don't want disabled people, disabled kids, or foreigners here. They literally want to line their own pockets. It's not to help the country; it's to help themselves, and that's why I don't.
Donald Well, not Donald. Our vice president. He told UK. He said, if you guys don't change your free speech laws, then we're not doing anything with y'all anymore. Which
See,
I
that's-
kind of agree with. You're turning into your own worst enemy.
But that why should another country dictate our laws?
Listen,
That's true
Labour.
too. Yeah. That
Yeah.
I mean, you guys should have some independence, but at the same time, you
Like, I'm
can't.
not being funny. Americans are British. They're British settlers. They went over on the Mayflower, didn't they? So they're still one of ours.
Yeah, come from my town, I might add. I wish I'd sunk that boat before it.
You wish you had sunk the Mayflower, motherfucker.
Yeah. We're not, you're fucking American bastard.
They were all the rich bastards that went over there. That's why America's so fucking into the money.
I know they are. Well, it's kind of crazy to watch because they were like, be patient. And as soon as stocks started fucking dropping, I was like, God damn it. I'm not patient anymore. I said, where the fuck is the results? And China, 14 of their banks like crashed. I was like, all right, we're getting results now. Something's happening. But it's my main goal. Like my main thing is like, what's the end goal on this? Like, what are we doing at this point?
I've got a couple of friends in China, and I'm telling you for a fact now there ain't no banks crashed out there. That's what mainstream media is peddling us.
No, it's not mainstream media. It's 100% their banks crashed.
Yeah, I could tell you different. Only the people I know out there that is like, no, that's all bollocks. They might be lying. Who knows? They're on the ground.
I would think that they were lying, but I have investments over there, and I got some crypto over there, and it fucking fell big time. I was a little bit pissed off about that.
Steve, please don't go down the crypto route.
Stay away from crypto.
Hey, XRP. I'm gonna tell you guys right now, XRP is the future.
I've got loads of crypto. Yeah, I've got crypto. Send your money. I'll send you the digital wallet.
Yeah. But regardless, like I know UK, you know, y'all are your own country, like own rules and everything, but when they started throwing people in jail for memes, I kind of agreed with it. I was like, yeah, it's fucked up. Like it's really they're turning into their own worst enemy, like Russia.
What meme?
Well, listen, we got a party that Labour were for the workers, the people that needed help. They weren't. The first thing he did was took money off the pensioners. The next thing he's hit the disabled people.
He hasn't. He hasn't. No. That's a lie. My mum's disabled. My mum's money's gone up, and she gets winter fuel allowance. It's the pensioners have got 2 pensions. They've got a private pension, and they're claiming a public pension as well. And because the normal state pension, it doesn't even go nowhere near what you would be the cut off when you couldn't get winter fuel payment. But when they've got 2, some of them are like £3 over, and they think, oh, they've got no money, but they're earning some dollar from a pension, and they get a lot of benefits from being a pensioner as well.
What is the pension now? Like, is it about 150, 200 a week, something like that? Like that's how now I ain't getting a pension yet. So although I sound like I should be, I ain't getting it.
I think it's about. I don't know which one's which. She gets 2 different ones. She gets PIP, and she gets a pension, but a pension went up by £100 a month.
But they're going to have a smash on that PIP, apparently. That's what I've been reading. I don't know what they're going to do to it, but they're going to have a bash on it. But,
yeah, their numbers are weird. They're saying there's hardly anyone on PIP that isn't faking it. We all know someone that's faking it.
What I'm coming to, Blanks, is my partner. She works in social care for vulnerable kids.
Yeah.
Vulnerable from the youngest I take is 15 up to 21, I think, but they all come from back. There's her unit specialist. There's about 8 in her unit at any one time, but the actual whole unit that they don't need so much care is about 60 in. She said, you know, there's only about 3 or 4 in there that ain't claiming PIP, and she said they claim PIP for Well, now I'm not saying this is right or wrong. Like, I think if someone needs help, you need help. But like an able-bodied 17-year-old, just because they say they don't want to leave the room while they're smoking copious amounts of weed in the room, it's like that ain't that ain't PIP qualifying. Like, and I think that's maybe what they're having to go at. I don't know. We'll see.
And the thing is, it's not means tested either. Anyone else? Like, I'm a carer, right? I'm a carer. If I earn any money, all my money is means tested, so my benefits get reduced. So if I earn 100 quid off YouTube, that so much of that will be taken off me.
Yeah. I'm not being funny. Listen, I don't know what you're getting, Blank, but I bet you ain't making out like a bandit. Like, what I mean is they're making out. I bet you ain't making out. Like, I bet you haven't got a convertible outside and a Gucci handbag, and then going have your nails done a week.
I can't save no money. I couldn't get my nails done. Like, I get that through like YouTube, from what I earn from YouTube if I get enough. But like, that literally doesn't cover me. I'm literally earning less than a 16-year-old working a part-time job. I get 83 quid a week to work 39 hours to look after my mum.
We had a delivery today, and a couple of bits was from Asda. Stupid shit. Kitchen roll, few bits. And the missus said, she said, oh, like, that was 60 quid. I said, you're joking. There was a block of cheese in there. The cheese was 5 quid. And it was just a block of cheese. And he's like, what the fuck? Like, how is this costing so much? So we're all getting hammered. Like,
well, y'all are about ready to get that American meat here pretty soon.
We didn't eat enough.
The fucking steroid meat.
Nah, we'll have a bit of the old horse. We've been having a horse for years. We're all right.
Yeah. My main thing is just the hate speech laws. Like, I get some of the hate speech, like, yeah, but there's others where, like, you know, people, I don't know, attack a certain, I don't even think it's a certain group, but I think whenever they bring up like there's the rape group, not even a rape group, it was that Muslim, and it's extremist too. You have extremist Christians and you got extremist Muslims.
Yeah, the Christians are bad, yeah.
Yeah, and whenever you have extremist anything when it comes time to religion, I think it doesn't matter, Christian or Muslim, like, they should be fucking prosecuted to the fullest thing. And there was a couple of people that put down this extremist Muslim group, and then they got arrested and sentenced to like 38, 24 months. I thought that was a little fucked up. Like,
probably because he interrupted an investigation into it. That would be done by the National Crime Agency and Interpol and all that.
Yeah, so yeah.
If he's like done something to affect the case that they're trying to build, you know.
I'll have to look at it. I don't think it was the case. I think they just highlighted it in a way, but then they were a little, like, you know, out there with some of their shit, but everybody's gonna be. But the other thing is I don't think they would deserve prison, especially 38 months. Maybe.
Yeah, but listen, Steve, we've gone full circle. We fought tyranny in World War II. The Russians rebelled and come because they were communist state and they were getting taken off the streets for saying what they thought. Yet we go around the whole cycle, 60 years. We're taking pensioners out of their houses in this country for saying a tweet on fucking YouTube or on fucking Twitter or on Facebook. Facebook seems right. Facebook. Holy fuck! I'd be locked up if I was on.
And as far as Russians go, like, you know, back in World War II, we were calling Stalin Uncle Stalin. We were all for Russia won the fucking war. Like, let's be honest, Russia won World War II.
what? There's a great quote on there that Putin put out, and I don't really give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. I give a fuck about my family and where I live and my friends. And I know it's a bigger picture, but Putin put a great thing there, and he listed it like what they had done for 80 years, Russia, and how they weren't your friends. And he said, "You're all fucking turned." And I thought, he's actually saying a bit of sense, whether you agree with what he's done or not. He is actually don't make Russians out to be the biggest demons in the world, because they're not.
Yeah.
You know,
Russians definitely did shit, but the U.S. Dude, the U.S. started the Ukraine-Russia war. Like, we did it back in 2014. We did a government takeover with Ukraine. That's the whole fucking reason why Ukraine's at war with Russia.
well, listen, I remember at the time there's a story where so the Americans could be just as ruthless. I think it was Winston Churchill asked for weapons before America got in, before they got a set of balls on them.
Is that atom bomb?
They said, get some donkeys and you can get it from Canada, and we'll put it to Canada. And you think, well, that's that's a piss take, isn't it? And but that's what I'm saying, how life changes. How one minute everyone's your friend, next minute they're not your friend, and next minute they're going to make you jump through hoops. And next minute we got or Macron all hugging each other like gay men, snorting fucking coke from a fucking pipe. So the world's gone mad.
Yeah, and the U.S. created its biggest enemy, which is the Mossad. Dude, Israeli, the Mossad, their spy agency, greatest spy agency I ever seen in my life. Like, after all the reading and research,
as you know of, because the greatest one we will never know of.
Yeah. That we know of. Yeah, like MI6, like the British are very fucking good too. The only reason why I say the Mossad is like the best when it comes down to it is just because of what they did to not just to Hamas, but what they did to with the pagers and shit to Hezbollah. Like, what they've been doing recently has been
but the British trained Mossad like that
they did, and the US.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that happens with a lot of these
organizations. Both of our countries, the British and the US, we used the Mossad to do our dirty work. Like, go in here, take over the FARC. Like, we used them because the Israelis didn't give a fuck. They were just like, hey, yeah, they were just like, fuck it. We don't care if the UN comes after us or anything. Like, they were just like, give us the details, we're gonna do it. And in reality, now we created a fucking monster in the Mossad.
But I think the reason why America is trying to pressure us into having free speech laws is because of this political uproar that's been claimed. Do you know, the grooming gang, because they're concentrating on. It's
that, and then the Democrats. They've had power for, I think it's like 12 of the last 16 years. And what they did is they funded your guys' news groups plus ours, plus everybody else's. And they've been pushing this agenda, like this real big agenda. But now the good thing is everybody's starting to get on the right track and saying, hey, we need some type of common sense with this. And what all these news groups are saying was way outside of the realm of common sense. And so now that all of us are backed up into this position, everybody's starting to realize, like, hey, especially when Trump came back in and they went after that first group Elon went after, and we figured out, like, your guys' news groups, our news groups were all funded by the US. I was like, oh shit, it's pretty fucking crazy. Like,
it's pretty sick, isn't it? Because like the US were funding an organisation, the BBC, who were finding they were finding us and our pensioners and everything, for not paying a license to watch a fucking telly. What are America doing? And now America wants to tell us, oh, your laws ain't good enough. Nah, you influenced our laws. You paid our news corporations to tell a certain story, and now they've got to dictate to us.
Now you want to change it.
Yeah, but now we have
listen,
we have defamation and all that, and America have defamation.
The thing about the US is it's always changing. Oh, Chelsea's calling me. Y'all talk.
Yeah, but Donald Trump signed that fucking deal. I think it was it Mandelson behind him, or wrong. And it was only at the campaign that fucking Angela Rayner turned around and compared Donald Trump to Hitler. And then they sent a load of operatives over there. And the worst of that is, like, whether you say it or not, but I think Donald Trump's far more vindictive than people think. Like, and I think they're dancing out, but he's going to bite the ass out of this, like,
Don't get me wrong, I like him, but now I think he's dangerous. He's causing too many issues with different countries.
But do you not think that's always been his business strategy? Cause chaos and then make it look that's a peaceful place to come to.
Yeah, that's exactly. He's causing chaos, not just for that, but because it's his manner. I don't know where it is, but he wants to take over some place so he can make Trump land or something, and basically he is doing what Hitler is doing by trying to take over these countries and make it an American state.
Trump
he hasn't really got a right to go and step into Israel and say, I'm going to claim this bit. But that's, he wants to do that with a certain country.
Let's not abuse the Trump land hat going on the roller coaster out thinking, whoop it up.
I think Elon Musk is a bad influence on him. And that's what I generally believe. I think ever since Elon Musk stepped in, he's become very erratic.
My warrant was closed warrant from 14. And so
but I do like him. I do like Donald Trump, and if I was an American, I would have voted for him. So
sorry, Blank, I only just got a bit of Elon Musk and let the dog out. What was that you said about Elon Musk? I didn't quite hear it.
I think Elon Musk is a bad influence on Donald Trump. I think a lot of his why a lot of people are turning against Donald Trump is because of Elon's influence.
Elon, whether you like Elon Musk or not, it doesn't fit with the narrative that Trump is running. Drill, baby, drill, and it's like, God, it's so far apart from like what Trump's saying, and it's so far apart from what Elon Musk is saying. Elon Musk is saying, yeah, electric cars is cool, we're going to be all right. Or is it Elon Musk thinks, I think it is, Elon Musk thinks like electric cars is never going to work completely, but there's always going to be a prime market for certain people that want my product. And
and that's it. He's there to sell a product at the end of the day. And that's like a conflict of interest. And he's a foreigner, I don't like that idea of him having this control. If that was my country, I wouldn't like that.
I didn't know that.
He's African.
Really?
Yeah, he's from Africa. I think I might be wrong, but I think he had to move from Africa because they don't like white people over there. And I think he moved over to the UK and to America, and that's where he made. I think he went to Canada, then America.
Well, isn't he something to do with? Wasn't he something to do with one of the founders of PayPal? Like that?
He was. He was one of the founders.
I called her on.
And he was saying about PayPal how if he wants to get people's information, he can just do it at PayPal. And he doesn't understand why. Like I wrote to him and said to him, like, how can you trust that when you can flaunt about that you can access people's data? Like, that means PayPal isn't secure if you can just go in and access it.
Yeah, but that's all so blank. Or then you get credit fees come up, credit card, and that. It's all that. Unfortunately, that ain't just Elon Musk. That is just the nature of it now. We could be talking about this now, and tomorrow we get phone calls about, or we get stuff come through on our feeds about whatever shit we talked about. You know, probably anus hole. Probably anus hole. That's what we're getting. But
But it's mad how they paid, isn't it? How you said USAID, sorry, paid the BBC.
Yeah.
Like, tell me the BBC shouldn't be disbanded now. They don't do anything for the country.
Could be. I mean, I don't know. They keep got the letters we get here. I'm going to write a letter complaint to the BBC because I'll get one every week saying there's a bloke turning up Wednesday, and he never turns up. And I'm going to make a complaint. I'm going to charge him. I say, I waited in for you to turn up, you motherfucker, before I slammed the door on your face and said I haven't implied rights of access. But,
have you signed off from TV license? I have.
I haven't had a TV license for, fuck me, I had one for about 8-9 years. Yeah.
Well, what you can do, you can go online. I'll try and find it for you, where you can basically say you don't watch the BBC, you don't want any of it, and they sign you off. They don't even come to your house. So you're fine.
We've done that, and it lasts for 2 years. But the one you got to do is you got to send them a letter and decline their right of access, and that's it. They can't even allow. They're committing an offence the minute they knock on your door. Then you can actually cause them for trespass because you've declined the right of access, which basically means you're not allowed to knock on my door.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking anything not to pay them fee. You're fucking joking. You think I want to pay Edward's pension? Fuck knows how much money Hugh Edwards is on. He's probably still on a fucking chat now with 16-year-old boys showing his butt. I ain't paying for that motherfucker. And he was getting $1 million a year or something stupid. It's full of them. One of them been locked up on terrorism or been arrested for terrorism today. A bloke off the channel that they fixes up old biddies, teddy bears and shit. Or the Okanu or something.
I think it was. It should have been disbanded when they realised how bad they were with COVID. The fact that it's supposed to be a national right to know about our health status, about COVID and all that, and the BBC were just peddling a load of shit. You couldn't get no actual advice from them. It was just fear mongering.
Listen, if I want to buy a Cadbury's cream egg, I'll buy a Cadbury's cream egg. If I don't want it, see, if I don't want it, I don't want to buy it. If I want Netflix, I've got Netflix. If I want Sky, I pay for the Sky. Do I want you pedophiles? No, thank you.
Hey, what was that drug that you were talking about that the cows get to keep them from gassing?
Well, I was pronouncing
or something.
Blanks at it. It started with an I.
And now it's causing all those problems.
Yeah, well, listen, I told you not to let them give you that in the prison cell, didn't I? But you took it anyway because you thought it might numb the pain. But that's your business. We don't want to know.
I actually heard it was to heighten the senses, not to numb the pain. He likes it.
Hey, in jail, I took a shit right away just to assume my authority.
Yeah, get the dominance in there. That's how you do it.
Yeah. You go right in and you just pull down your pants and everything and just take a shit right in front of them.
And then some big dude with tattoos said, "Good boy, Puto."
Fuck you.
I'd go in, I'd be like, everyone shut up on the piss. Stop talking for a minute. Stop talking.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And the thing, he's a bit I'm glad he was only in there fucking 3 hours because he's a bit too pretty to be in jail, isn't he? You know what I mean? He's like,
we would have lost him, man. We lost him.
Hey, fuck it.
He would have come out and his mouth would have been 2 inches wider.
The Mexican music.
I definitely was like, I definitely did say this. I was only in there for less than 2 days, and I was like, I know why the fuck I got out, like why I don't get in trouble no more, because I said I definitely don't want to go through this again.
In American prisons, when you're in there, are you allowed to have a wank?
No, you can't do that.
You
Yeah,
don't allow
yeah,
me either.
it'd be an extra charge. They call it self-mutilation.
Yeah, but there's no charge against the 4 big Mexican dudes doing it for you. So, you know, swings and roundabouts.
Oh, are you talking about reach arounds, huh?
I don't know, mate. You didn't went to prison. I don't.
Yeah, you definitely can't do any of that. The main thing is when I was walking through the hallways, they said sex in jail is a felony, and I was like, why do you guys have these posters everywhere? And they were like, yeah, we had female guards have had sex with the male inmates. I guess they had a problem with it. An epidemic.
So was you're basically trying to mute it down now and say a few female officers accosted you as well as the 40 Mexicans?
No.
It was an orgy. There's loads of them.
So it was all Mexican. It was just all the Mexicans.
The Mexicans did have some pretty good gay jokes, but that was about it.
Oh, he had Chinese folk as well. He went a bit Asian.
The Chinese folk
there was one Asian dude. He only he spoke a little bit of English, but mainly like Mandarin. That was a funny one. He was really quiet too.
He said, "Thank fucking turn up."
I brought him into a card game and he started winning. And I was like, "Get the fuck out of here now!" But this was the other thing too, Si. So there was this one dude up there. Man, he beat me in chess. It was we literally played. I think it was like 12 games. Beat me every time except for one time. It was the last time. And as soon as I won, he was like, "Let's play another game." I said, "Hell nah." I said, "I'm done." He's like, "Oh, motherfucker, you're going to win one game and you're going to quit?" I said, "Yes, I'm done." Yeah, he beat me like fucking, he beat me 11 out of 12 games. It was
Unfortunately, Steve, that's why I said you should never quit your boxing career. Do you know what I mean? You won
that motherfucker's been in there for a while, so all he's got time to do is think. And I was just like, God damn it. He whooped my ass though.
Yeah. But, it's fine. Listen, at least you come out. At least you weren't shanked or something, like other than the sexual shit. I mean, shanked with a bit of plastic.
No, I don't even think any of that shit goes on in there no more since they gave him the tablets.
Yeah, I don't know.
They've all turned into iPad kids.
Huh?
They've all turned into iPad kids.
Yeah. Since they gave out the tablets, it's changed the game. Like, it was the chillest pod I ever, and I was very surprised. But when I seen the tablets bust out, I said, "Oh, that's why." None of them want to lose their privileges.
It's a good way to do it, though. It's a really good way.
Yeah, it is a very smart way.
If it works, it works, doesn't it? That's all I can say.
Yeah, they were. Some of them were like, they've been to like prison over there, so they were like, "Oh, TDC, you get cell phones," and I was like, "For real?" And they said, "Yeah, you can get online, do this and that," and I was like, "How's the pod?" And they said, "Just like this." So I think the tablets and the cell phones have been like kind of changing the game in the prison system lately.
What's that? Like tablets, like iPads and shit?
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you meant they were drugging them, like tablets.
Yeah, not. Yeah, they weren't drugging them. No, it was the electronic tablet. So, like, if any of them fucked up the way that they explained it to me, they said if we fuck up, if we have like an extra toilet paper or something like that, they said they would take our tablets away. We'd lose all of our privileges. So they're trying to keep all their privileges. So whenever you do that, everybody's going to act right.
You know what? That's even smart on a higher level, because that's you imagine the intel people's got that'd be on that prison's network. So the FBI or whatever, or CIA. Imagine the intel that gives them. Now some people
Oh yeah,
might be the message someone wherever or whatever. So it's like another intel tool, isn't it?
Yep, they can email. So they can email from those tablets and everything's recorded. And so like sometimes I think they don't say something that they don't want to say, but I think other times they kind of lay shit down that might be incriminating. And I absolutely think fucking, yeah, something goes through that the cops see, and it's just ways for cops to go after more people. And I don't know.
You're allowed live interception, aren't you, over there?
Hmm?
Live interception, you're allowed that, aren't you?
Oh yeah. In jail, there's no rights. They can do anything that they want. They can record your conversation and completely use it against you in court.
They can do that here in prison. They can do that to the phone calls in prison because it's the prison's phone.
Yep.
And I think they have like CCTV with audio now.
Now the only time that they can't do that is when a prisoner is talking to his lawyer. That's a private conversation.
Yeah, they can't do it in the UK. They can't just like to a citizen just tap their phone. They're not allowed to. With that EncroChat, what they did.
Sorry, Blank.
It's all right. No, what they did. Go on.
I was just going to remember Goodfellas or one of them films, and it must have been, I don't know if it was the law, but they could only listen in. It might have been John Gotti, but they could only listen in for 45 seconds. If it was like the missus is talking, it was under their federal law. They had to stop, and they couldn't listen again for another 50 seconds. And these gangsters worked out, and they was waiting with a stopwatch, and it was like, yeah, let me talk about what they talked about. And I don't know if there's any truth in that. I mean, that was
no. They're definitely listening, because there was one dude that was in with me, and he wasn't supposed to talk to his wife, and this fucking dumbass called her, had a full conversation with her on the prison phone, and they brought it up and they revoked his whole warrant. They said, nah, you're not getting out. And I was like, you dumbass. I was like, why would you call her, dog? And he was just like, man, I didn't know. I said, dog, they tell you at the beginning when you answer that phone, it says it's a recorded conversation. So I was just like, dude, what were you doing?
I got locked up. Fuck me, I was about 17. It was the last of Borstal. We had a thing here called Borstal, and then they moved over. So it was like Borstal, but it weren't Borstal. They called it something new. Hasler, this place was I went to. It was run like an army camp. They shaved me fucking out 3 o'clock in the morning to get in there. Just run. It was just literally run by all ex-parers and shit like that. Anyway, I can't remember how much I had, about 8 months or some fucking thing, but you got your half tariff. And anyway, so I come out, but this shows you how stupid you can be. They put us on a bus with a train ticket. It was taking us to the train station. As the bus pulled out, I went back window to the guards looking. I went, you wankers! They stopped the bus at the station, right? They took me back. I had to do another fucking 33 days. And it was like,
yeah, they'll do that. Like Ron, my uncle, he was talking to me on the collect phone, and he said, so was that cop acting like a dickhead? And I said, man, I'm not going to say nothing. I said, dude, this is recorded. I said, I can't say anything. I was like, I said, let's just say the cop was a little mad. That's all. Because anything that you say on that phone, it's all recorded.
I know with EncroChat, they couldn't directly do it to phones in the UK from the UK police. but because those messages hit a server, I think it was in France, or was it France?
Yep.
And because they had the interception laws, they could get it, retrieve the information, and then just send it to the UK police. No?
Well,
Yeah.
there were
Very clever.
There were rumors that EncroChat was invented by like the CIA or one of your big multi agencies out there.
Probably.
And it was
probably.
Yeah, I'd guess the same thing too. Like,
But where's all the PDF files on there? Where's all the PDF files?
Get this, Blake. Check this out. I did find a couple. So,
did you?
Yeah, I've been finding. So I've been building a story on that Mexican Morris fella. Check this out. I dug, man. I went deep, and I ended up finding this.
Not as deep as those Mexicans.
So
can you stop that now? This is getting a bit sexist. There, having a go at about his anus being smashed in. Stop now.
It wasn't smashed in. It was passionate.
Well, I don't.
A passionate moment.
He ain't sure, but his tonsils is hurting like fuck as well. Apparently.
Oh, they got taken out ages ago. He got an operation, so he had more room.
So check this out. I found this website. It's called Encrypt Data, and they did a compilation of every encrypt, like all the chats. And so they did Mexican Morris. They have all the fucking chats on here.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Do they have any UK ones?
They do. So you have to look through this because it's like basically it's based in South America. So they can, like the South American reporters, they can look through everything on file. So this, I talked to this guy. I might have an interview with him here pretty soon. He got all the encrypted chats between Mexican Morris and everybody else, and it talks about the DEA. Like they knew that the DEA, he's mainly talking about this guy named Lobo who runs cocaine out of Bolivia. They still don't know who he is, but he said,
hey, Steve, sorry to stop you there, Blanks. I just realized my phone is fucking low. I'm going to whack it on charge for half hour. If you're still on, I'll be back. All right.
Okay.
All right,
Speak to you in a minute.
All right. So he got all the encrypted chats between those guys and put them all up on the story and put it together. And then I got more encrypted chats from the Sunday World and different like news groups. And I've been putting it all together over the last like week. And it's pretty interesting. This is all through, God damn it. You just said it, EncroChat.
Yeah.
But yeah, this website right here, they have everything as far as South America goes when you're looking into guys.
Nice. I know, like with your English cases, you have to be careful. Like if I report on certain ones that are still active, they'll put a court order out against me.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so you have to be dead careful about it.
I dug deep. I even found like the 295 page document, the court document in Chile. I ended up finding that it was pure luck. And I used ChatGPT to translate all of it.
Yeah, man. That sounds dead interesting. What's it? Encro? What?
It's called Encrypt Data. And I think they have like 5 reporters and they look through all the EncroChats as far as it goes to South America, and they're able to talk about it.
Nice.
Through the UK, I'm still like looking at UK chats, but like the Sunday World, for as much as people give them shit, the Sunday World's probably the best when it comes to getting encrypted chats from the Europe side.
I don't think we have access to it.
Yeah, because some of them, like this one too, is an active case. So I tried doing like a Freedom of Information Act, and they wouldn't let me do it because it's an active case.
Yeah. They'll keep everything private, won't they?
Yeah.
That's why I find it weird with that Christian Bruckner case. They've come out trying to incriminate him and point the finger at him, but they can't prove no evidence to the public. What police force ever does that?
Which one was it?
That Christian Bruckner, the one they think that's killed Madeleine McCann.
Oh, shit.
The German prosecutors have done loads of like programs pointing the finger at him, but they can't show any proper evidence. Also proving.
Did I spell the name wrong? I think I did.
What, that incorrect?
Yeah. Give me the exact name.
Christian Bruckner. I'll write it here.
Christine like that, and then like that.
Like that. There you go.
Oh, let me see.
In the private chat.
Oh, okay. Christian. Give me one sec. Some of these names are.
Just put Madeline. Have you got it? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so they're basically pointing the finger at him. The only thing they can tell the public that they've definitely got is he's got a phone ping near the apartment, right? But I'm not being funny, but how many pedos are going to be living around there anyway that's going to ping near there? That doesn't say that he kidnapped her, does it? And they're saying they've got some kind of video proof that he killed her.
What country is he from? Poland?
Germany.
Oh, Germany. That's even so. Like, what I've noticed is certain countries can put out more than the latter country. So what I do is I start out. For example, like whenever I did Mexican Morris, I did Morris O'Shea O'Connor. And then I run it in English, like Morris O'Shea O'Connor court documents.
Yeah.
And I run the court documents in English. Then I'll do it in Spanish. And then I'll do it in French. And then I'll do it in some other, other language. But it was like Spain and France is mainly what he was through. So I'll do Spanish, France. So then whenever you do this, you do it in German. So like, for example, Christian Bruckner, and what I'll do is I'll put like, let me go to my translator. I'll do German, and I'll put down court documents. There it is. Court documents. So that one is spelled like this. GERTSDOQMENTE. So you do it like that. It's not doing it. Oh, that's crazy. It's not doing the German ones for me.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of issues with this prosecutor that he's got because they're that he's not even allowed to say his name. He wasn't. He's
not even allowed to say the name.
Yeah, and it eventually got leaked, so now he can. But they call him Christian B. But it's like they want to resolve the case, and they can't provide. They're not bringing any charges to him. They said they're not looking to bring charges to him, but they say they've got evidence that he killed her.
And German's a little bit different. Like, I might be putting it wrong. I put down court documents, and it's this word right here. Let me try this. Deutschland. So I always and then the other thing, I've been using a VPN. I don't have it here on the laptop. I have it on my phone. So I'll set my VPN to their country of origin.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's part of like Google search terms, isn't it?
Yeah, and then every now and then I'll just find something. Like, I'll just go through like 14 pages of shit, and eventually you'll find a golden nugget somewhere.
I found one a few weeks back about an ex-Irish cop who tried to arrest a judge. He tried to arrest a judge while the judge was trying his case.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was hilarious. He didn't win, obviously, but it was so funny to read through. Like, he had a mortgage on his house. He was saying he couldn't afford it because it used to be like £200, and then it went up to £600. I was like, mate, you're living a life. You're like, £200. Everyone would love to pay £200 rent. Can you imagine that? You'd love it, wouldn't you? He got to pay that for 2 years while he was paying for his house, and then when it went up to £600, which he knew about, he decided not to pay it, and he thought he owned his house. It was his house.
Oh shit!
Right, weirdo.
I didn't see that. I wasn't showing. So, like, this is what I'll do. I'll do it in German. Every now and then you'll find something, but like some of these like are a little thrown off. Another thing is too, if you use Chrome, and then you can go over here on the right hand side, and you can actually like translate. There's here it is. You hit translate, and it'll translate everything over into English. But the bad thing is like whenever you get a PDF, like a court file, you cannot translate it on the Chrome browser. So what I do, I download the court document, and then I switch it over to ChatGPT, and I say, can you translate this court document? And ChatGPT says, oh yeah, sure. Put in the file. So then you enter the file in there, and it'll translate like the whole thing for you.
Yeah, PDFs are a problem for that. You can't even do like live. When they do text to speech, you can't even do that on there. It's all shit.
Yeah. It's definitely improved. Like, I think I have the ChatGPT like 4.0 or whatever. And so whenever I was looking up Maurice O'Shea O'Connor, for example, so I'll show you this. So like whenever I'm looking up Maurice O'Shea O'Connor right here, I'll go to, I'll hit this, and I'll put Maurice O'Shea, or it's Salazar. Maurice O'Shea Salazar. And then I'll put Chile court documents. And then you just got to keep doing it. Like I'll put court documents in Spanish, and eventually you'll find something in there.
You can put as well .pdf at the end of it, and that'll bring up PDF document.
Yeah. Let me do that. Oh, this is it right here. So there it is, and it's all in Spanish.
Yeah, man.
And these are this one is 299 pages. This is the one that I got. And then I download it and then upload it onto ChatGPT.
Clever. I didn't realise you could actually do that on ChatGPT, but that's good.
Yeah. That's kind of a little method how I like kind of do some of the research.
Does it do it good as well? Does it actually like? Well, it must do because you actually get some good info out, don't you? So
Yeah.
it's readable.
The one thing that pisses me off is like ChatGPT will only do a couple pages. So what I do is you screenshot like 5 pages, and then you have to send it in to ChatGPT, and then it'll give you the exact details. Or you could send it the whole PDF, and then it'll just give you a summary of the court. So to get like a full picture, you have to send in like 5 pages at a time. That's the part that pisses me off.
I'm sure they'll improve that at some point.
Yeah. I'm hoping that they do at some point.
It's getting really good, that ChatGPT, isn't it?
Yeah. And it'll even take the PDF, translate it, and then it'll like do a download. But I did that. If it's 299 pages, for example, it'll just give you a rough summary of what the PDF is talking about. That's it.
Yeah.
It'll be like maybe 3 pages. Which, 299 pages, you're missing a whole lot of information.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And you can summarize anything, can't you? And just, it's too...
Yep. And then putting it all together is even worse. So, like, for example, I'll pop this up. It's so I use OneNote.
Oh, do you copy and paste it all into that?
Huh?
Do you copy and paste it all into that?
I do. I'll copy and paste it. I'll kind of show you how I build it. It's kind of the way that I do it. It's like, man, I fucking hate it, but it's the only way that you can do it. So I do like, it won't let me show the OneNote. So what I do is I'll take every article that I can find. I'll copy and paste. So like if they're talking about the beginning of that person's life, like if they say he grew up in this neighborhood, blah, blah, I'll put all those stories together on one file.
Yeah.
Then I'll take the file where it's like middle of his story, like he started doing this, drug trafficking, blah, blah. I'll take all those, put it on one file. And then I'll take the end game, is what I call it. I call it the end game. And I'll put it all on one file. And then I'll read through all of them again, like for like the second or third time. And then I'll start like writing my script and kind of putting everything together and what everybody agrees with. Or if there's like one story where it says, oh, his dad died in South America, but the other 3 stories say, oh, his dad died in Mexico, I'll agree with the Mexico part. So I'll put Mexico, blah, blah, blah. And I'll do my whole script off of that.
That's a good way of doing it. Really clever way.
It takes a long ass time. I forgot how bad it was until last week when I was like, all right, we're going to bring the YouTube back. And I started doing the research again and doing what I usually did. And I was just sick of reading. I was like, man, I'm fucking, I see why I was tired of this shit. The typing is the worst part. I'm a good typer, but it's just, after when you get off of work and then it's like 4 hours of reading and then typing and everything every day, it gets a little old.
Yeah, I know how you feel. It's like when I was writing scripts for some of my videos, it was a bit. So I do like bullet points now, what I want to talk about, and try and remember the points that I was trying to make. Because it's there's not really been any trials that I've really wanted to cover. The last one I covered was someone he chopped someone up and disposed of their body. Some bloody pension. It was horrible.
Oh shit.
He was a right weirdo. But it turns out that one bloke, he was Polish, and he was basically using this pensioner, pretending to have a relationship with him. And he had another housemate that was living there. This housemate was like an industrial butcher. And while he was at work, the housemate chopped up the pensioner, used like cling film, used basically the same skills this other housemate had, and disposed of him. But this housemate was never charged. I don't know why, they never said. But
yeah, is your problem like going through the script and then like kind of making it on video to seem professional?
Yeah, sometimes.
That's what I was worrying about, but now with the way that I do it, you're actually like reading through everything 3 times over. So whenever you actually do your video, you're already in tune. So you have to do your video like after everything's said and done, you wrote out your script. You don't have to follow the script exactly. Like I read through the script and then I'll kind of chime in every now and then. Like, I forgot about this, and I'll kind of chime into it. And I think that's the way to do it. I think it's there's one podcast that I follow a lot, and it's called Last Podcast on the Left, and they do like serial killers and shit like that, and they do the same. Like they have one guy that does all the research and everything, and he does the same thing. And if you go down to the beginning of that podcast, he starts getting pissed off because he's like, I'm doing all this fucking research and like, nothing's coming. Well, now they're making like hundreds of thousands of dollars every month per podcast they do. So now he's not complaining about it no more. But at the beginning, he was complaining about the research. He's just like, man, I'm doing all this fucking research. And he's like, it's for nothing. But you can kind of see their come up where it starts turning into something. And for him, it was the same way. He was just like, I type up. He was like getting multiple books, reading all the books, typing everything up, all of his notes, and then putting it all together and then writing a script. And then he kind of goes off script here and there, like with the knowledge that he does know. And it kind of worked. It worked out for their benefit.
I think it's just trying to figure out. I'm doing one like timelines as well. I'm doing timelines at the moment, because I think that's just a pretty decent one. It's just a good way to keep myself updated on cases. And then like a missing persons case. But the problem is I'm not in a schedule. And I think that's what's affected my channel.
Yeah.
Not having a proper schedule.
And even a timeline. Well, so like there's my, shit. Let me lessen the brightness on here. So I do a timeline. I'll take every article that I can find.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do.
Take the date. Yeah, put it all in a thing. And then I'll go through the earliest article and work my way down and just read through all of them. And a majority of the time, like they're all going to agree with something. So I'll just kind of skip over that part. And then when it puts out a new piece of information, I'll just boom, 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 type that down. And then you add on to it while you're going through your timeline.
Yeah, what I've been doing with the historical ones, I've been going through the newspaper archives. So, like, getting some of them up, there's information that's been lost over the years. Like, the big one is like what they're wearing and the tattoos that they've got and what they look like, And there's been a few cases now where I've managed to get a full description of what they were wearing, but in today's papers, you don't see none of that.
Yeah.
So,
and you get, like, sometimes you can get too specific. That's the other thing. Like, for me, I was like, you can get too specific to the point where it gets boring. Like, you think it's gonna be exciting, but then to the listener, it's like, why the fuck, why the fuck are they talking about this?
Yeah,
So,
you've got to try, and it's also trying to keep in with the phase, isn't it, on what's popular.
yeah, and telling the story good. So I'm hoping this Morris story comes out good. Like, but man, I spent all last week just doing the script and research and all that, and I found some pretty interesting websites and I actually hit up the Encryptodata, the website that I was showing you.
Yeah.
I hit up that guy that wrote the article about Morris O'Shea, and he said, "Yeah, I'm down to come on," but the bad part was he only speaks Spanish. So I was like, I said, we can do Spanish, but then the other part is how am I going to add on the translation?
You could always do like a pre-recorded conversation with him and then edit the video and do the translation underneath.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about doing. And then doesn't YouTube does the translations now, don't they?
Yeah, you can get the CC at the bottom. And
Maybe I'll do that. I'll try it out.
Because people will still be interested in that, whether it's Spanish or not.
Yeah, and he has Encrotap files with them, and I was asking him, I was like, "Is there more?" And he said, "Yeah." I was like, "Dude, why didn't you put that into your story?" Because he was showing me them, and I said, "Dude, you could have added this into your story, and it would have had I don't know, maybe like there's only a select few people that get into that, but." I was like, dude, you could have had so much more to the story than what you put down.
That's bad. But yeah, I think translating it would probably be your best idea. You could always like play it and stop and start it and say what you said, but I think that would be too confusing.
Yeah. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll pre-record it and see how YouTube translates it.
Yeah, YouTube are pretty good normally. I've had a couple of my videos translated. They've been all right. Yeah, and they do it in Spanish as well. Yeah, they do it in Spanish because I've had a couple on mine.
Yeah, I knew they did like.
I tell you where there is some money. Go on.
Oh, go ahead.
I tell you where there is money. There's a lot of these wanted criminals that fly over to Spain from the UK and all that.
Oh yeah,
that'd be a good. If I spoke Spanish, I would be doing a news channel, updating everyone on the most wanted criminals. That would make some dollar.
I should show you. I found this website where they bring up. It's like France criminals and people from like Dubai and shit, and they show all the warrants that are out for dudes like that were in the US and they had like drug trafficking, money laundering, all that. It was pretty interesting. I was like, man, I didn't know that there was this much.
There's loads of them. There's also like the UK ones, though, they don't really give you much information of what they're wanted for. That's the annoying thing.
On this site, they do. They give you a whole lot of, and it's through it's through the Netherlands system, but you have to detranslate it, and then the other problem is whenever you detranslate it, it's in the Dutch, so kind of put it together in formal English, I guess, is the hard part.
Yeah, because the dialect isn't the same, is it?
Oh, go ahead.
But I think the Netherlands have live interception as well. I'm sure they do.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fun going through all the criminal shit. Like there's, I've been figuring out there's we had a Romanian group that did they did the skimmers and here in town, and I wanted to do a story on it so bad, but then they were like, yeah, if you do a story on it, you might be targeted. So I was like, that's the case where somebody like in your position from another country could do it and not be touched. Same vice versa with me.
Yeah. A lot of them, if I did some of them over here, I probably know a few of them like, oh, fuck.
You might be facing a lawsuit or something, some bullshit. Like with that fucking one dude.
That's gonna be mad. Like, I've got to go, when I go to court, I've got to show the judge a picture that I drew of him. Right? It's a digital image. I've got to show the fucking judge a digital shit image that I drew of him. What the fuck?
And then you gotta deal with those people. Like, it's just the encrypt data dude. I was asking him. I said, "Can you speak English?" And he was like, "Very little." And I was like, "God damn it!" I said I speak Spanish, but it's like not. I said it's good, but it's not the best either. Like, because he's from Bolivia. So there might be something that he says that might mean something else.
Yeah, but I think you'll get it mostly, because you can easily like work it out, can't you? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and I usually like whenever I like especially whenever I talk to people down here, I'll use like my Google Translate, and then you can hit real time and you can kind of like read through what they're saying and kind of get what the words mean.
Yeah, man. I want to learn a different language. I think I want to learn Spanish. I've been trying a little bit of Spanish, but I don't know shit. So
Spanish is the easiest one. Like, so if you're for me, if you speak English, then I figure like Spanish is the easiest because it's no alphabetical system. They have the same alphabet as us. But the only thing that's different is the sentence structure. So the sentence, the ending of the sentence will be the beginning of the sentence for them.
Yeah, that's like questions, isn't it? They always put like a question mark at the beginning and at the end. Weird.
Yeah. And now I've gotten used to it. But like the other thing is you got added words. Like there's these like there's like the slang like cologne and stuff like that. Like you're trying to guess what it is. And then you go to Google Translate and you put that shit down. It's not even going to tell you like what it means in English. So then I got to ask the guy, ¿Cómo se dice cologne in inglés? And then they'll tell me.
Yeah, I think I'll top up on the old learning the Spanish. The only problem is when you try and talk it, like for you, you've got Spanish people around you, so you've got like, you can get the accent. To me, it sounds so bloody weird.
It does. It's you got to surround yourself with it. Like, I think the one thing that kind of helped me out too was watching like movies and shit in Spanish, and I don't even put on the dubs. Like, so what I did is I did Duolingo, and you go through all the phases of Duolingo, which is hard. Like you go through every single phase. And then after that, then you start kind of going through movies, stuff like that. So like for I want, they'll say yo quiero. But in all actuality, they say quiero. They leave out the yo. I want. So they say quiero torta con fajita, all that shit.
Yeah.
So they'll just like it's just the dialect is a little bit different. So they'll leave out certain pronunciations and leave in certain ones, and then people kind of know what you're talking about. I know it's hard how I just said it too. Like,
no, I think the thing that gets me is when Do you know, like when you speak in Spanish and you try and introduce yourself, then you say your own name? That is just throws me off every time. But
Yeah. ¿Cómo está? And then you say, like for me, it's me llamo Esteban, and Esteban is Steven. So then you're saying your name in Spanish.
What's Kelly in Spanish?
I have no clue what Kelly would be in Spanish. Probably just Kelly.
I was well annoyed when I found out they call men Kelly as well. That's well annoying.
Like, I figured out Steven is a pretty popular, but they don't say Steven, they say Esteban.
Esteban. Oh, right, I get it, yeah. S-T Ivan. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. It's how they're reading it, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just how they're reading it, and then, man, I want to say, let me see what Kelly is in Spanish. So I use the Google Translate all the time. Let me see. Kelly. Oh, it'd just be Kelly.
Oh, just basic bitch shit, that. Thanks, Spain. Could have put me into, I don't know, could give you some sexy fucking name. Esteban. Kelly. I'll go over Spain and they'll be like, oh, Kelly, like the welly.
Yeah, and the mi llamo is just like my name. So you just say mi llamo es Kelly.
Mi llamo es Kelly Haywood. See what I mean? It just goes dead broad at the end. Haywood. Haywood. It's fucking weird.
But that's the way that you would they would know exactly what you were saying at that point.
I can do a little bit. I've done a bit of Japanese. That's difficult.
Yeah, Japanese. I've done Russian. So Russia has its own alphabet. So the first thing you have to learn is its alphabetical system, which I never did. All I know is placebo means excuse me, and then I know niet is no. Other than that, I don't know nothing else in Russian. German I'm pretty good at, like Guten Morgen is good morning. Guten Tag, good day.
You know you can make some dollar teaching German, like especially in the UK.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, a lot of people want German translators for some reason.
Yeah, when I was a kid, like elementary school, they were teaching us German until like I think it was like my 4th grade year, and then it was all Spanish after that.
Yeah, we did Spanish, but I do not remember learning anything in school about Spanish at all.
Yeah, and the shit that they teach in school is not like it's Spanish, but it's not. It's like they say, like I said, they'll say yo quiero or no yo necesito, I need. But in all actuality, they leave out the yo. They just say necesito like torta or whatever. Or they'll say pregunta, like I have a question. It's just really weird how they put it all together.
I suppose it's like when we like cut things off in sentences.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They cut certain shit off, and you just kind of you leave shit out. It's kind of like a dialect, I guess.
Yeah.
But Spanish is definitely the easiest. Once you get the hang of it and you start learning the sentence structure and everything, it's pretty easy to kind of go about it.
Yeah, I think I'll get on that, see what I can do about. Surely I can make up like a basic script for a top 10 that does an intro and an outro, and just learn from there. I think that'd be a good way to learn it, to be honest with you.
That
No.
would, yeah. And then, like I said, Duolingo is perfect. Like it's free, and you can go through all the lessons, and uh, but it's the formal Spanish. So they'll say yo quiero instead of quiero.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Well,
once you start talking to people that speak Spanish, that's the other thing that you'll lack is talking to people in Spanish. Like talking to other people that speak Spanish but basically they'll know what you mean. Like whenever you say yo quiero, they'll know exactly what you're talking about.
well, I'm gonna head when I get my passport. I'm gonna head out to Tenerife and stuff like that. So that'll be good. That'll help. Like,
Tenerife.
yeah. So I can learn. That's Spanish, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, going out there, I could at least talk to a few people there and try it out. So that'll be all right.
It
And
was
I'm pretty
pretty
sure then.
crazy. Because when I talk to dudes in Mexico, they hate Spanish people. They say they consider them, well, they say they're upper class. So they're like the white people that speak Spanish or something. It's pretty crazy. I was like, and then I thought about it. I was like, damn, they are. I was like, because they were like, yeah, they came down and colonized us. And I was like, oh, yeah, they did. I was like, pretty crazy.
Yeah, well, they don't get it good anyway. All their citizens have to pay bloody tax wherever they work.
Yeah, Spain's definitely different because I think they do more formal, and in Mexico it's like it's a little bit lazy, like quiero instead of the yo quiero.
It's like when we formed text language, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
You know, omitting the old vowels and shit to make it quicker.
Yeah. Kennedy's about to be over here, so I'll have him kind of speak some Spanish. It's because Kennedy's from Mexico, so it's a little bit different. But then they have their own dialect. So you have like one section says shit like this, and then you got another section, just like in the UK, you guys have like Welsh, Cornwall, all these different areas, and they have all different dialects. It's the same thing.
Yeah. It's mad to think though, isn't it? It's just weird. It's a weird concept because we hear like Spanish is all Spanish sounds the same until you like start getting into it, I think.
Yeah, until you start speaking it, then you'll start to notice like, okay, I get what they're talking about. Yeah, it's pretty weird. In the jail over there, I was a little thrown off. There's a lot of words that those dudes said that I didn't know, and I had to tell the other guy like, "Como se dice whatever in English," and he'd tell me in English what it meant.
Oh, that's all right then. That's all right. At least it weren't too bad in there. That's
that's right.
Don't tell the court that. Tell them they intimidated you. They intimidated you. Everyone spoke Spanish. You couldn't get no advice.
That's what I was the most worried about. I was like, man, I said, I was really worried about staying in there for an extended amount of time. I was like, fuck. That's like no English for the next couple of days.
That must be a weird concept. It's like that is weird though. You're in your own country and you can't. There's no one else in there that you're speaking with.
It is.
It's fucking mad.
And for me, it makes your brain think even more than if you speak English, but then whenever you start speaking something else, it makes your brain think even more to speak that other. And then it takes me like when somebody says something to me, in order for me to respond, I got to think about it, like what they said. and then you de-translate it in your language, and then you gotta respond
I bet
in the
mentally tiring, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tiring.
I know sometimes when I'm on the live, like I know I like talking a lot, but sometimes like, fucking hell, man, that's a lot. I need to come off on it. And literally, I think you have like a social battery. I can only do so many lives a week before it's just, I can only do so much. Do you know what I mean? I'd love to do it every day. I just can't.
Yeah, that's how I like. That's how I started off, man. I started off hot, and I think my main thing too was like every time I go live, I have to like drink a couple of beers, or more than a few beers, and so as soon as I'm off, the recovery is a while. So then you got to make another live, and then so I'm trying to figure out a way around it, like coffee, something like that, like instead of beer.
Yeah, start with a coffee and maybe have a beer later on.
Yeah. So the lives will definitely fuck you up.
You could always try non-alcoholic.
That's what I've been thinking about. Like non-alcoholic is my next.
You know, it's, even if it only like chills you out for when it's a taste of it, isn't it? It's going to be cognitive. You're going to think, I still got the chill from it.
I think what I'm gonna do is just coffee after this, and just kind of, and then every now and then you can have your fun lives, like you can drink beer and have fun, but then are you gonna say something dumb in the middle of that or whatever? So then you got to kind of start another channel for that. Like you don't want that to be connected to something serious.
Like mine, my serious UK channel, and then the live channel. That's an absolute shit show.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little weird. I got my script together for Morris O'Shea, so hopefully that does good, and I'll kind of go from there. But I was like, for the hangout shit, I think I'll just do it on this channel.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Like, just take your time with it and chill with it. That's all you can do. I always find when I'm doing a video and stressing out, they come out shit. But when I'm sitting there relaxing, I did a video the other day and I was just sitting there chilling, playing a game, and I was talking about that Christian Bruckner. And then I just got into the whole topic of it, no script, the whole thing, and I was like, oh shit, I've just said everything I wanted to say in a script that I've already wrote.
Yeah.
So I didn't read none of it. I was like, shit, I've done it.
That's exactly what I was telling you. You go through it 4 times. You're just going to, like, the best thing is go through it naturally without a script. Well, like with your script, but add on and, kind of run through it. And that's the most natural way to do it.
Yeah. But YouTube want your thoughts on everything, don't they? They want to know like what you think about it and what you think should happen.
Oh yeah, YouTube. Shit. Them motherfuckers.
YouTube are being dodgy with me at the moment. I'm not getting really many views. Well, that's because of this fucking court case doing my head in.
Yeah.
I can't really concentrate on getting videos out because although like I'm confident I'll win, I'm still stressed out. I'm really stressed. But like, I've got to put this song on. I've got to play a rap song, a grime rap song to a judge, where some of the lyrics say, "The biggest thing to fall out of your wife was your son." The judge has got to hear that. That's embarrassing.
Hey, at least it ain't Kanye.
True.
The HH song that he has.
There's some bad songs out there, isn't there? So I don't think mine's the worst song in the world. But Why would you pay to listen to a song that's called The Prick of Ponting?
Yeah.
Like, if it's
And,
going to cause you
nowadays,
distress,
songs are free. They're just all out there.
no, he paid me. He paid me.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
I should do another one, and I'll do another tier on my membership for like £1,500.
You should do the Kanye voice on that one.
Yeah, and I'll do my tier membership at £1,500, knowing only one person is going to subscribe to listen.
I was a big Kanye fan, and then my friends, they were like, they said, "Did you listen to his most recent song?" And I said, "Ain't no way he ruined it." Like, and then I listened to it, and I was like, "Motherfucker, man!" I was like, this guy done lost his mind.
He's been doing some mad tweets, hasn't he?
Yeah, the Cousin song was crazy, but the HH song took it up to a whole nother level. It's just like, oh my god! I said that's gonna be a song for a whole lot of memes.
Oh, I'm just reading the lyrics to it.
Yeah, it's a Nazi song, pretty much. I think it's called HH. Let me see.
Yeah, it's definitely the one you're on about. He says Hitler, isn't it?
Yeah.
yeah, that's the one that I know.
Yeah, I was like, the beat's fire. I said, but god damn it. I said, he fucking.
Oh my god, he repeats it. Oh shit.
Yeah, so I found it. So YouTube. All right, I'm gonna play this, but we might get banned from it. So they even have it.
May be offensive to users, especially those with Jewish descent. I'm only uploading this video for archival purposes. Me posting this video does not mean I participate in racist attacks. Only together can we end the evils of racism and anti-Semitism. This video will begin shortly. If you feel you may get offended, please leave this video.
All right, we'll leave it right there.
Wow, he didn't do it as a march as well.
Yeah. So I did find like there was a couple of memes on that, but we
need Kanye's mum back. He needs his mum back. Holy shit.
Yeah. I did so there's this one meme. We'll probably get banned after this, but fuck it. There was one meme that I thought was pretty funny. It was this one. So it said, when you're a Kanye fan and you're listening to Kanye's new album, In Traffic, and I thought it was hilarious. Oh, hold on. Oh, wrong number. Here it is. Let me see if let me lessen the brightness on here. I got an iPhone too, by the way. For once.
Right. I need to get a new phone. My phone's really old.
I know. I switched over The only reason why is because the only way I can contact my son is through FaceTime now.
Oh.
So I switched over. Here it is. Oh, wait.
You'd die, wouldn't you? It's right though, isn't it? It's right. That's rap music altogether though. Right? The lyrics to rap music is fucking disgusting. But you think like, I shake my ass.
And then everybody's so confused. They're like, is it racist or is it not racist? Because it's like a black dude singing it, and then there's black dudes dancing in the background. So like, is it racist or what do we call this at this point?
But who took the job to be the background dancers?
Oh,
Did
you
you
gotta
imagine
watch
when they first
the
heard
music. The music video is the best music video that I ever watched. I said, because I was like, I thought there was gonna be a bunch of white guys in the background, and then it's all African dudes in the background, and they're saying the Heil Hitler. And I said, no fucking way. I was like, there's just, I said, I wonder what Adolf would do if he was like, if I just showed him this video, like what he would say.
It would insult him, wouldn't it?
He probably would.
It would really insult him. It might be Kanye being completely ironic.
I think it's just Kanye. I want to believe this. I want to believe it's just Kanye being a troll.
Yeah. But he's got bad mental health, hasn't he? So knowing where that lies.
I would think so. But then, like, some dude brought up a good point. He said, everybody in the rap music industry, like every head guy is all Jewish. And he said, the time that Kanye left, they all turned on him. So he said it's a slap in the face by Kanye against them to do that music video. So I was like, that makes a little bit of sense.
It does. It fucking does. Like they've vilified him for years, so aren't they?
Yeah. Plus, you kind of go through rap history. It's all been about like crime, fucking killing each other, this and that. And then then you get Kanye fucking putting that out. So I don't know. It's just
when
crazy.
he brought that College Dropout album, that was fucking brilliant. That was.
Yeah, his College Dropout was the best. And then he had 808s and Heartbeat. That one was pretty good. Pablo was good. He had a couple good songs in that. I like Real Friends was the good one for me. And then but now I was just like, I said I'll listen to it by myself, but I won't listen to it with a lot of fucking around. Yeah, Kanye, he's crazy.
When I was younger, I used to have an obsession with Lil Wayne. I used to be that Carter 3 album. Oh my god, that was life.
Oh man. Now, remember the bars in that? Like it took me, so I would listen to a couple of songs of Lil Wayne's, and I would have to like go back again, and then I'd catch a bar where he would be like, say something genius, and I'd be like, God damn, I didn't. And then like a third time, you catch all these genius bars that he would say.
He's so good, isn't he?
Jesus Christ, how the fuck did I miss that the first time?
You've got I can't remember which one it was. Is it Miss Officer where he says like?
Yeah, that was the album. That album, the Carter 3, I think.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant album.
I remember I was so when the Carter 3 came out, I was dropping Quentin off at Wisconsin. It was a 20-hour drive, and it was when the CDs were still out, so I stuck the CD in there, And I remember I listened to it over and over again. And I was just like, what the fuck? I was like, what? Some of them bars is crazy in there.
But I listened to it that much. My mates that used to come round ended up stealing it off me, and they hid it somewhere in my house, and I didn't find it for years until I took a Tupac poster down, and they had hid it behind a fucking poster.
Oh,
that's a genius hiding place, but I lost it for years. But I was obsessive. I'll tell you what was a good album as well. Jay-Z doesn't do much good, but the best one he did was the Texas one with Linkin Park.
Oh, Linkin Park. Yeah. When he did his rock, whenever he does like rock age stuff.
That's where his talent is.
Yeah. Yeah, that rock, what song did he do that was like kind of a rock thing? It was he had a good one. Oh my god. Oh, well, there was the other one. Only when the drugs are done, I'll feel like dying. That was a good one too. It's around that time. Ah, here it is. Yeah, Let It Rock. This one. Remember that one?
Yeah. He's got some skills, Jay-Z. He just doesn't. He's got. He thinks he's overrated.
Who, Lil Wayne?
No, Jay-Z.
Oh, bro. Like Jay-Z, the one thing about him is he's got like a huge ego.
Yeah. He's a bit of a weirdo, isn't he? With this like fucking dressing up and shit.
Like Lil Wayne is legit. Like, so one rapper that I've seen, not like I haven't met him officially or anything, but was Slim Thug here in Houston. Yeah. And he was buying weed off of one of my friends, and he came in and he was like, "What's up?" And he's real hospitable. He was like a good dude. But yeah, Lil Wayne, and then he was telling. I just remember he was telling us about Jay-Z, and I was like, and he said Jay-Z was like kind of a prick in a way, but Jay-Z's good lyricist, but I can't really take his word off of it either. You'd have to meet the guy,
yeah,
in order to judge him, I guess.
He seems quite shy.
Yeah. Jay-Z's like top tier lyricist, like probably I wouldn't say top 15 lyricist. Nas is my number one.
I love Nas.
Yeah.
He did a couple of collaborations over here in the UK with a few artists that were pretty good.
Yeah. Nas is a big one in the UK. Yeah, Nas, his bars are fucking nuts. Like whenever you think about bars, like you think about like they say something, but sometimes, like for people, bars skip over their head. But Nas, his bars are like insane. Sometimes you gotta listen to the song 6 times, and then you'll kind of get the bars that he's saying. Because some shit that he says is like the Jackson 5. I got my, and you're thinking about it, and so you gotta be like back in that time to kind of get it.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's
kind of trapped within its time, and only a certain amount of people will get it.
Yeah, but that's cool, isn't it? Because it's kind of your own, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you ever watched the like battle raps or anything?
A few of them back in the day.
Have you ever watched Daylight?
No.
Daylight, he's like Eminem, but he's like he's black, but he does like hilarious bars in his battle raps.
Oh,
And
like Eminem when he was Slim Shady. Like
yeah,
proper,
yeah,
yeah,
like that.
trolling and all that. Yeah.
So I'll send you a couple of them. They're pretty long, but I'll send you like the timestamp when he really goes off. But he does one, like he did one where it was Michael Jackson, and he made the concept of his raps, like the basis, Michael Jackson. It's fucking nuts. Like I rewound like the rap a couple of times, and I was like, Jesus. I said that he had so many bars in there. So, but the way that he did it was genius. It's just like some dudes with words, they're really, really fucking good with how they can rhyme and everything.
Yeah, I think as well when they're getting into like learning different words and stuff. Who was it I was listening to the other day? There was someone I was listening to, Tommy Richmond. I'm getting into
Oh,
it.
Tommy Richmond, yeah.
I'm really liking Tommy Richmond. He's got some skill with lyrics.
Yep.
That Devil Is a Lie song is sick.
There's a couple of British rappers that are like, they do what Daylight does, like they call it battle rap, no beat, no nothing. But there's a couple of British dudes that do that. The only thing that holds the British guys back is like, well, there's a couple of them that are really good, but the thing that holds them back is that the American audience doesn't know what they're talking about at times.
Yeah, because there's a lot of slang in there, isn't there?
Yeah. There's like they have the British slang, and then you have the English slang, and then when you put the battle in America, it really doesn't even things out. It gives everything to the American battle rapper.
But there's some good like rap scenes here. Like I was saying, like the grime scene. That's gone dead now, I think. But like grime music was fucking brilliant. All that was about was insulting people. Quite literally, so fucking good. The insults that they would get out of that.
He might have done some battle. I'll have to go back and look, but I bet you he has done some battle raps. Yeah, because there's a couple English fellas. Like there's one dude from Scotland who's really good. He's like short, but has like super serious skills. But I was like, the only thing that holds him back is they don't get some of the shit that he's saying. Like he even brings up like, what's the crack? I was like, only a select few people are gonna know that.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? But it's just because America's bigger, really.
Yeah. Just because you're going to an American place and they're not gonna get your slang from your country, from vice versa. But yeah, he did a really good job. Let me see. I'll show you one of them. It's actually pretty hilarious. He's lost some battles too.
I was watching a rap battle the other week with this girl in it, and she does really bad rap battles, but they're so bad they are genius. Like it's the worst rap battle you'll ever see. This other girl comes in, spitting all these bars and lyrics at her, right, insulting her to the ground. She comes in, she can't do anything, but it's brilliant. Somehow it's brilliant.
Here it is. I found it. So this one is versus Charlie Clips. You really have to listen to it in order to get the bars. But let me here we go. Hold on, give me a second. I just gotta skip past the. There we go. So this is against Charlie Clips. I was trying to find the, but I don't think Daylight. I don't think Daylight ever rap battled anybody from the UK. Maybe. There we go. Let me. I'm gonna skip.
We ain't playing no games with you fucking punks.
Here it is.
I'm the best, nigga. They put you in the trap meeting beat and I hold the sound to the south.
Hold on.
I'm nice. When the gun busting this shit,
Here it is.
I let this arsenal spit in your face for 90 seconds, but Joe Buttons ain't judging this shit. Talking about you, give me the open hand, the fist, and the deuce. And y'all believe him. I have the one pointing before he get to the deuce. In the hood, charge 1K for 1K. And to keep it a buck X10, that's why everybody remain in the G. They eyeless pilot fly, precision, division is plain as can be, because them niggas take flight on sight. I said I'm the old Jedi. Yo, the crowd noticed everything getting slashed. I slice bricks with a bright line to fight with, lightsaber, anything in his path. The staff feel like, oh, B1. This so you can know B will take you out of that ring. And I trained a little. Trolley form, Johnny Storm.
I get what you mean, that he's like Eminem.
Yeah, you see what he is.
One
you
thing
see
we
how
got
he
in
kind of
common is we
slips
can
it in
rock,
there?
man. But I rep.
Yeah.
Don't say they missed the fantastic line. That's because it was a stretch, nigga. I'm the best, nigga. They put you in the trap meeting beat and I hold the sound to the south. I'm nice. He knew it's an igloo. I got a cold round for the house. But chill. I will find happiness. My pursuit is going fine. Crew is going to shine. We shoot at his feet. Dance clips. Do it for the vibe. I said I shine through that hard knock life, but it ain't no Annie skipping, Annie cripping. Look at the candy. The long whistle or put an end to your show. Andy Griffin, pump. I said pump. Yosemite, Amityville, horror, Granny will feel sorrow when the rides come. I tell her, don't cry, sis. This is just a standard crisis. He gonna figure out who Christ is when I send you to God, son. And that's on my God, son. Soon as I got the infrared, like I got son, my mode turned off. Because at first I was infrared, but I got son. So my old mission was canceled. But I still lift that infrared. Send you to God, son. Mode. I am ahead by a big amount. I'm infrared to Godson mode. That might be New York walk. That might be a New York walk. I said my girl with the business too.
Let me skip to where he does the Michael Jackson one. Maybe it's this.
Oh, he got to. All right.
Ah, here it is. Yeah, this is it.
Those are nice glasses.
So he always puts a mask on. Daylight does.
Oh, baby, I'm missing you. Just go. You don't get it. Remember, there's a film, man. I said, yo, y'all listening? Yeah. I make some noise for clips. Everybody make some noise for clips. I said, I remember that time on URL that I never spent. I got paid to do a battle that never happened and I kept every cent. You smell me? Tell B I kept scorching. To that Whoville, Horton, a god, to that UR elephant. Who say they the world. And all I keep hearing is little voices telling me, you can't copy, respect, this trust. Same people who feel like their world is everything, but all I see is a speck of dust. Irrelevant
He's very
niggas want a
good.
piece of me. I
Yeah.
tell them it's no slice. They hunger is an evident slumber. I do my numbers on the square. The elements so diced, but I gives no fucks. I'm celibate and I'm bugging off the top. Where I'm headed is fro lice. The flow elegant. Straight kitchen when they spitting, consider it great stitching. I tell them I'm so nice. But I'm about to go in, Bree. Yo. Another little fella with no life. You better abort, son, for you see what the lead did. Quill, I still birthed the new style, so the fetus guaranteed. You'll be dead, kid. Fetus dead, kid. It was over before you came out, little fella. Miscarriage. That's a toddler tragedy. Disaster said I'm a bastard because I don't give a fuck about son, and I'm your father, apparently. What I'm having is a slug, man, and a gun to pound with. What you going in, Harry? It's Harriet Tub, man. You going underground, bitch.
Oh! He's a railroad, you fucking bitch!
I said, that's for railroad. I had to give him the clip.
No!
They said my auntie's killing this shit. Well, check my momentum. I need all viewers. Y'all see, I took the West from inches to the foot in every yard. We are rulers. That last battle I had with Ice, yes, we are coolers. Y'all about to say beat less when I need it. We are Hooters. I've been searching for this little boy all night. We are Cougars.
Today I'm going to be trying the
son
new
of a
Dave's Hot
bitch.
Chicken mini sliders. Mmm.
You sleep on me, you get killed in your dream. We are Kruger. Fine, get smoked with the lines. We are hookahs. Clips is a clear joke. These are bloopers.
That's it, he done that. Kruger then to Hooker.
I go
Yeah.
fire on that
Very
last
good.
level. We are Cooper.
That's an Eminem thing. That's how
Everybody in
Eminem
that
does it, isn't
band
he?
draws, we are Luther. Standing there with the game soon as you arrive. We are loopers. That Power Range rip off shit. VR troopers. I said, first of all, don't hype his pride. To kill you, I was searching for the right disguise. So fuck this mask. I want you to look your killer in the eyes. Psych, I lied.
It's good when they both enjoy it as well.
Yeah.
It's good to see
I
everyone
told you
enjoying it.
niggas, this is Day City. I don't know what the fuck y'all thought. In Day City, dog get aired with a round to the mouth. Play frisbee. He said I'm on my bipolar shit. I tell him I'm on my straight grizzly. This is a tragic spoof. When I shoot dog, I'll mute dog. You won't have a roof. That's like me.
And that's it.
What the fuck was that? That shit was crazy.
He's
So that's
mad.
it. That was pretty good, huh?
Yeah, man, he's brilliant. I can see what you mean by saying that he's like Eminem, because he goes on that rhythm like Eminem.
He's a lot like Eminem. His name is Daylight, so it's Daylyt.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, but he's a genius at rap battles, dude. Like that's not the only one. You should watch a couple of his other ones. He's like exactly like Eminem, and it's always the last stage of the rap battle is his best.
Yeah, because he's finally in the mode there, isn't he?
Yeah. He's a fucking genius. Like he
He's
does
the
one where
railroad.
he says, I'm like Michael Jackson, Tyson, Robinson, and he starts naming off all these like famous Michaels. And it's like he's just a genius.
Yeah, man. And when he said about the hooker and Kruger, that reminded me of Slim Shady when he did the rhyming with orange. Do you remember when he went on that show and he was like orange, syringe, the minge?
Yeah, he Daylit, but the only thing about Daylit that holds him back is he cannot rhyme on a beat. Like he doesn't have any good, like he's strictly a battle rapper, not a rapper that'll rap on a beat.
Yeah.
Which sucks because he should have like a lot more money. Like he's very talented when it comes to like rap battles.
I suppose some people are just happy in the atmosphere that they're in, though. You know,
he's happy being the best battle rapper and everything. And he tried to do like a CD. It didn't go so well, but he was like, "Fuck it." He's like, "It is what it is."
No, he needs to. What he needs to do. He's not a performer like that for CDs and music. He needs to be like Jay-Z and be the lyricist.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring you into the bathroom. I'm taking a piss. But yeah, he's Daylight he's like one of the best battle rappers of all time.
Did you see that rap battle where someone pulled out a gun and then the other bloke slapped him?
Which one? Oh,
it's an old one.
Up where dudes got slapped.
This is a white dude. He had a big red hand mark on his face. It's probably old.
Oh, you'll have to send it to me. I'll probably notice who he is. Because I watch all those battle raps, but like out of all of them, Daylight's my favorite.
I'll just have a look, see if I can find it. Yeah,
he did. Daylight did one where he did. I was hoping it was that. It wasn't that Clips one. He did one where he just went off of Michael Jackson, and he said, "I'll abort." He said Michael Jackson, Tyson, Robinson, and he started naming off all these famous Michaels, and then he said, "I'll hang you off the balcony like Jackson," and like. I was like, damn, that was a fucking cold bar. Like the shit that he said was incredible.
I don't know if you can see this.
Let me see.
Is it showing up on yours?
Not on mine, no. Oh, wait. I do see it.
Hey.
There we go.
Watch the mark on him.
Oh, shit. Damn, they probably
look at that.
Huh?
That's a proper slap.
Yeah, that was a big slap.
That's a golden oldie. I don't know how many years old. 9 years old? That is shit.
Yeah, that happens though. Like in all the battle raps back in the day, like I've seen dudes get hit and knocked out from like doing battle raps. It's pretty crazy. That Clips dude, so the Clips dude that he's battling, that Clips dude is really good too. But Daylight was on his shit that day. Let me see there's a Daylight one. Hold on. There's a Daylight one that's like insane. Let me see. It's the Michael Jackson one that I was telling you about. I'll go to YouTube.
Excuse me.
Michael Jackson. And then Tia, remember Tia, she was a battle rapper too, I think. Jackson.
Oh, me vape's
Michael Jackson Scheme by Daylight and K-Shine. Here it is. To be amongst the all-stars, you gotta have all bars. Yeah, this is it. Wait. Let me rewind this. There we go. All right, I'm about to share it. Yeah, this one is really fucking good.
Bleh. I nearly died then. I took a hit of that vape. It fucking went down wrong.
All right, here it is.
Be amongst the all-stars, they say bring all bars. No. I need my fame. Because the last battle versus Rich Dollars, he got broke in half in that fourth quarter. Oh my God, things have changed. I seen the plot to get a crazy feat. What a dream. The Lil King of Pop. It was ABC. What I mean? It don't matter if you're black or white. Your career, I got to beat. They ask why, I tell them it's human nature to attack scum. Niggas like me, they don't care about us, because we the real niggas who really might go Jackson. Smooth criminal. Remember the time I used to look at my reflection in the mirror, the one with the realest girl. Thought I was dull, and local fans telling me, "Dave, you are not alone. You can heal the world." But who's better than me with them bars? Nobody. I do niggas dirty, die in a box in the sky, soon as the mic slid. And I got an underlying mission. The inside of me remains black power, but the media shows I got the white kids who thinking shot. And then I say, fuck these little boys, and they want to throw me in the rapist route. Soon as I come up with something positive and they hand me the mic, son, they blank it out. But I'm proud to see, mama, I made it through all these bitch niggas that was doubting me. I knew how to get their attention. All I had to do was hang the little white son off the balcony. When I pull a steam out these Billy jeans, he better beat it, because breaking news will be he's going too soon. But here's the sequence. If it jam, I keep in faith, because the thriller is when this Glock hits you, but you are not.
Oh, they're just going to show that one. But yeah, that was his rap battle with what's his name. And he's like, I might go Thriller, Michael Jackson.
He is good. Like I say, he needs to be more into the lyrics, doesn't he? He'd make dollar doing that.
Oh,
selling
yeah.
his lyrics.
Yeah, his bars are like incredible. And even Eminem. So Eminem's giving him a lot of respect. Like Eminem was like, yeah, Daylight. Daylight's one of Eminem's favorite battle rappers.
I can see why. He idolizes himself.
Yeah.
But how can you not? He is good.
Well, I mean, Eminem's favorite battle rapper is Daylight. I should say
right.
that. That's what it is. Yeah, Eminem said, they were like, who's your favorite battle rapper? And Eminem said Daylight.
I bet he got a buzz off that though.
Mm-hmm.
Especially like if his album fucking flopped. That's gonna give you a buzz in it.
Yeah. I always wanted to go to one of those too. I was like, man, I've always wanted to go to one of those events and I never could. Like to one of those rap battles.
Oh yeah.
So Tia, I think Tia's been to a couple of them. I think she's in here right now.
I just got a message off someone that I don't know that's telling me all about their life. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like I don't even. What the fuck?
But yeah, Daylight. Oh man, he cracks me up. It's not about getting the guy. It's like about being funny too. Which he's hilarious.
I haven't watched many rap battles in ages. I've been a bit on the old drama scene at the moment.
Oh yeah.
I've got to learn to take some time away from the PC as well, man. Oh my god, I'm tethered to this PC. Does me
Oh, I
head in
know.
sometimes.
That's how I was getting for a little while. Especially when the YouTube channel got big, I was tied to my phone.
Yeah, it's all the time, innit? You can't like switch off.
So after that and after the YouTube got deleted, I was just like, you wanna know what? I'll do shit on my own time. So I built this script. Hopefully it comes out good. So I got an iPhone finally, and I was like, the iPhone actually, its audio and video is very good. So I was like, I'll use this.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, you can do a good stream with an iPhone. I've seen some,
Yeah.
like you say, the cameras are brilliant on it.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
It's crazy because on Samsung, like the camera, you can pick all these different settings, but on the iPhone, it's just one setting. It's pretty crazy. It's just like you pick one deal and it is what it is. But when I play it, I was like, damn, this is actually a pretty good camera.
Yeah, man. I've got my phone's pretty old, but the camera on my phone's wicked. Like it's really good. I was filming a plug the other day, and it showed like all the veins on it and everything. I was like, no way, it was crisp, clear.
I just got the new one, and I thought it was gonna be like $800. I thought it was $800, and I turned in my Fold, and they said, yeah, it's $1,800. It'll just be a swap out for swap out. I was like, Jesus. I said $1,800.
Yeah, they're expensive now, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
that's how cars are.
It's got one camera on it. The new iPhone, it's like one camera, but the camera can like switch out.
He's right.
Yeah. Took me a while to get used to the system. Like, it is a little bit better, like as far as the finger, like you can kind of swipe to the right or whatever, and everything kind of falls in. But there's some shit like I can't do that I could do with the Samsung.
Do you still have your Samsung? Oh,
Yeah.
you swapped it, didn't you? Oh no, you still have
Yeah.
it. Oh,
Yeah,
at
I
least you
still got
have
it. I got like 15 days to turn it in.
Oh right, I was gonna say like it would be better if you kept one.
Yeah,
You
that
need to-
Samsung, the good thing was like with that was the gaming. So I played Call of Duty Mobile, and on the
Yeah.
iPhone, it's fucking horrible. I'm horrible on there now. Everybody's so small. But on the Samsung, I can flip it up, and it's like a whole ass tablet. So it's everybody's a lot bigger, so it's easier.
Oh, you got
to
one of
target
those
people.
flip. You got one of those flip ones.
Yeah, not the flip. It's the fold. So you fold it out.
Oh yeah. No
Yeah.
way. What's the screen like on it? Is it actually a decent screen?
Yeah, it's decent, and it does like. So I had the 3, and the screen, like the middle part where it folds at.
Yeah.
It kind of like broke up on me a little bit, but it wasn't to the point where you could notice. And then I got the 6 just now. I'll show you the 6 when I get in. But the 6, I can fold it out, and the guy told me shouldn't have that problem anymore.
I tell you what does my head in. Do you know when you drop your phone?
Mhm.
The phone always lands screen down, like buttered toast. It's like
Yeah.
they're designed to drop on the screen for it to break.
Yeah. So for mine, I don't put a cover on them, and when you don't put a cover, my brain tells me to take care of the phone more. So I haven't broken a screen in like 6 years.
Oh, I'm terrible. I break them all. I've got this scratched cover on mine. It's filthy. It's horrible.
Oh, really?
I've got bubbles in it.
Yeah, the iPhone, they were trying to get me to, they said, do you want to buy the Otter? I said, nah, I don't need it.
Yeah, if you're good at looking after it, you'd be fine, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because I know like iPhones, they break easy.
Why don't you get a case for it? Them flip cases are pretty good. I quite
I
like
might,
those.
I think what I'm going to get is just one of those Gorilla Glass,
Oh, yeah.
the screen protector, and that's it.
Yeah, you can get some. The ones that I've got, it's not Gorilla. It's one of those thinner ones, and they're shit.
Oh, one of the ones that goes over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't want to do that because whenever you do that, you just like, it's in my head. I think it's all in my head, but I think whenever you do that, you take less care of your phone. Right here. Oh, here it is. Here's my fold. Here's side.
Size back.
I try to get back in Blanks, but he blocks me. He blocks me. The trouble is, he's like the old Brighton shuffler. He picks and chooses. Tom.
Let me charge this one up. This one's the fold.
Is right.
Yeah, so there's the screen. But let me charge it up because it
What
ain't charged. This one's the new iPhone.
I'm the dark in here, so what we talk? Yeah, we know about your gay phone. Like, listen, it's funny how you come out of prison and all of a sudden you're an iPhone fan, and apparently you can put it in different pockets, and like that means you do different things. But either way, you're going to end up with
Diaz.
and a throat disorder.
A throat
but
disorder.
That's fine.
So the new iPhone, see how they have just the one camera?
I don't even like to look at it, Steve. It says too homosexual and too gay for me. Too woke. Too woke. I don't like to look at it, Steve. I think if a normal person looks at it, I think they got shit on it. That makes them think I need an iPhone. Sexual deviancy in my lifestyle. And so I will not look at that phone.
It's pretty good phone.
Blank faces. We are in agreement, aren't we?
Yeah, I'll agree with you, Si.
Yeah. It's going to say, thank fuck for that. Please don't tell me you got an iPhone.
No, I got an iPhone. I got an Android. I'm too poor for an iPhone.
iPhone. I wouldn't have one of them bastard iPhones. You must be fucking joking. No, only the fags and hags have them. But that's up to them. That's up to them.
Fuck you, Si.
Can you do illegal downloads on an iPhone?
Steve, as one Steve to another, and like somehow Steve was connected to the dots that now he's related to Steve Jobs because he's got a fucking iPhone. I didn't trust Steve Jobs ever. He looked a bit like, I mean, there was no evidence, but he looked a wrong one, didn't he?
Who's Steve Jobs?
Yeah, he looked a wrong one, didn't he? Like,
yeah, he's like that Elizabeth Holmes, isn't he? She's wrong as well.
Yeah, be careful. Hold your neck in here now, Blank. We'll keep this for our personal chat. We've got a Steve Jobs friend in now that thinks he's name.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah. We got.
Lovers here.
No. Yeah.
All right, here. Let me show you the Android. Hold on.
What's he going to show us? Is it some app that goes with his iPhone? It'll be something sexual. Oh,
He's trying to get over his past trauma.
He'd be trying to show us there'd be something that clean his manscape his balls remotely. It'd be something that only the iPhone can do. Could shave your fucking hairy balls. And like,
so
why do
see this has a front screen? Watch this. There we go.
Yeah. Steve, can you fold it in half, please?
It's already folded.
No, like you had the last phone was like a foldy open one. The phone don't do that. The iPhone don't fold.
That's sick. That screen size is massive.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, listen, Blank. When you do
like the screen hasn't cracked at the crease.
Oh.
So it's actually pretty good, the new 6. But the only thing is, it's
on a minute. Take a step. That's not your fucking iPhone. That's your Android. That's not your fucking iPhone. What? Keep the other for when you go to the fag bars? Like what? You don't take the fags not like the foldable phone? They just like the iPhone?
And then There's the screen.
Oh, jeez.
So it's pretty good.
What, the iPhone or the foldable phone?
The foldable.
Yeah. Well, why did you buy an iPhone then?
To talk to Jace.
That's
Oh,
code for
yeah.
the prisoners.
Yeah, but there'd be some, Mac. No, you haven't. That's a gay thing. It's funny how he got locked up for fucking 5 hours. Now all of a sudden he's got an iPhone in his back pocket. It's like a secret code between. I don't know what
It's not a secret code.
Yeah, I think it.
He's a sugar baby for the Mexicans now.
Yeah. And if he puts it in the right pocket, they know he's a puto or they know he's a kuto. And like it's which one, like either way, some part of your anatomy is going to get hurt.
But between both the cameras, this has the best camera, the iPhone.
The transition from that conversation.
Yeah, look at the size of them.
Yeah, man.
When I got raped, it was done in 4 HD. Yeah, fucking, I'll get you, brother. I'll get you. Yeah. That's if you want to like get raped or something. I don't know, and film it.
Now this is kind of good for like YouTube scripts because I can kind of open it up like this, and it was easy to like kind of type shit up.
We're taking advice about filming solutions from a man that was bum rubbed in handcuffs lying back on the side of the car park in a pickup truck. That probably, can you answer me one question, Steve? Was the window still missing from the passenger side?
Huh?
Was the window still missing? The one that Tank put his head through. Did you ever fix that? Was that there?
Fix it.
No, so that copper could have thought you was a robber, couldn't he? Like, there's a broken window. I've known you had that window for 4 years. 4 fucking years, and you still haven't repaired the pickup truck window.
It's repaired. You mean when Tank tried to take out? Well, yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't been repaired, is it? You're lying to us. It hasn't.
It is. You want me to go downstairs and show you the...
To go and show me the picture, and I said, no, you said, I still haven't done it, so you haven't. That's why they thought you was a crack dealer or something like that. Then they weren't... Mr. Dibble, who was putting his crotch into you while he arrested you with the handcuffs, all he said was, this is a broken window. This is a meth addict who stole this pickup. Little did he know your dog put his head for it 4 years ago, and like you just never fixed it. Probably like the judge. I told you, I'll go back to the judge that you've done a good job of it, but what if you get another judge when you did a bad job? You didn't fix it right.
It is fixed.
Yeah, I think you're lying.
You want to see it?
No, I ain't gonna go to that. That's what measures that blank. But even if you did fix it, it's been 4 years, Steve. 4 years.
It did take me a while to fix it. I didn't have the money.
Took you a while.
Right, I'm gonna get off, guys. I'm gonna get to bed.
Oh.
I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get to bed.
Oh, okay. All right, Blank.
I'll catch you on the next one, guys.
Are we gonna go on? Blank,
take it easy.
Blank, should I jump off and we do the usual sex call? Like at night, you can go on our OnlyFans. Or no,
carry on the conversation. I want a bit of entertainment while I'm doing the dirty.
Well, listen. There's no more entertainment than seeing me naked.
Yeah, but I want to learn about Steve's iPhone at the same time.
I've
got technical kinks, you know.
There'd be no iPhone.
You son of a bitch.
I'm not a sick individual. There'll be no iPhones on my stream. I can guarantee you that. So go the boys are the perverts. That's what you need to win the iPhone. But and I would tell you to steer very clear of that, Blank, because it's full of very sick individuals.
What is?
iPhones.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry, I'm with you, sorry. We were on iPhone 8.
Now he's going off on iPhones. Before then, he was going off on Samsungs. Now he's switching teams.
Don't be bitching up, Steve. I've never dissed the Samsung. I dissed the
You
iPhone
have.
because
You did. You dissed
Listen,
you dissed
iPhone
the
is-
original phone that I had.
the phone. No, I dissed the folding phone. I didn't diss the operating system. I dissed the folding phone. I said that won't last.
This is
But I
the
did-
folding phone.
Yeah, I don't fucking care. You got an iPhone, so that to me is like you're instantly suspect. You're basically a Democrat. You could be on
Ooh.
with
Don't you fucking dare call me that.
Listen, I've called you out all the time. The trouble is, I've told you this. I've called you out on it, and people don't.
I'll have Trump send you to CCOT. You'll be gone.
You tried to be bad on Trump.
Disappeared.
You're supposed to be a Republican, and you dissed on your own.
Republican. Not a
See you
Republican
later.
either.
See you later, Blank.
All right, see you, Blank.
Hey, Blanks, check them films out that we talked about, Journeyman and that Channel 4 thing. Definitely worth it's worth an hour or two invested. So yeah, give them a lot. I'd love to hear your feedback, see what you think.
Are those all on YouTube?
Yeah, well, I think so. She's fucked off the Deliveroo driver. Some Cambodians just drove up with a big box on his bag, and she's just dragged them in and said, "Give me a half hour." Yeah, very, very, very terrible. Yeah,
I was showing you all this. This one right here. Hold on. I was showing you all this. Oh, dude. You just need to, I'll send you this, and it's like 30 minutes. Just watch it.
That fucking OG thing, the thing I got sent through. Look, but there's none of the old lads there. Like there's a few, like there's Aaron, a few, but where's Tom Joe and a few of them, Platypus and that? They ain't in there. Like
Platts was he joined right after you bounced, I think.
I don't think I'm banked. I think I'm still in it because I just looked back. But
no. Whenever you charged up your phone.
Right, but there's a few lads there that need to be added if that's going to be an OG room. Do you know what I mean? Good, bad, or indifferent. There's a few more lads there, who I think is the OGs. But see what happens.
Nah, to me, it don't matter. We can add any of them.
Yeah, no, I know you'll run it like you add who you want. But I do think there's a few names there. It was nice Platypus come in tonight. Fucking funny. He's a diamond. He is. He's a fucking cracker of a lad. But,
yes.
I tell you what a great night. Blank Faces. Oh, she can hold her own, can't she? She can have a laugh with the rest of us. I should go on her thing more. I used to go on there a little bit when Tom Joe used to send me the links, but someone told me they fucked his channel. They closed his do you know what was it, Tank Inc. or something like that?
Did they close Tank Inc.?
That's what I heard. I messaged Tom, I ain't heard back, but someone told me and then I thought, oh, I'll go and look, and yeah, it's gone, it's not there. And I mean, it wasn't even monetized, that channel. It weren't and I don't sort of think he did any shit. He just clipped shit, didn't he, and put his thing on it. But yeah, it's gone. Absolutely gone.
Hold on. Let me ask him. I'm not going to say the name, but
He hasn't messaged me back yet, but someone else, well, one of our friends messaged me. And then I thought, yeah, it's fucking gone,
That's wild.
And Tom never did lives or fuck all. It was just the odd clips, and he clipped people. But
he got some funny clips too.
Yeah, Well, we had you had a couple of clips on there of us lot when we did lives back in the day, like Sink and Swim and a few of them. But but even that, they weren't like paid channels, even the ones he clipped out, and it was like fucking holy. I was shocked. Like it's like everything. You go on a while and you don't think, oh, they've gone. You just see your stream and go. And then one until someone said, and I thought, oh, I'll fucking put in Tank Inc. Well, Tank Inc. was all a reference to your dog. And yeah, it's all gone. And he had a lot of good content. There was some funny shit that fucking Tom had.
He did. He had a lot of safe stuff that was funny as fuck.
They're going to silence us all in the end, Steve. That's it. They're going to silence us all. But see that other place there? I ain't been on a group. I ain't been on a group now in months and months. But if you have a group, there's other fellows there that need to be invited, like OGs, what I consider OGs, and you should consider OGs. I mean, fucking why ain't Tom in there? Tom's one of your biggest OGs. He was the best mod you ever.
Sai, you gotta give me the numbers because when I switched to Apple, I lost a lot of the shit.
Right. But somebody, Aaron said he had all the numbers. Like, surely he's got them all. Like, and hand them out. And I know this Aaron. Just hand them out.
I think Aaron's missing a couple of the boy. Like, Aaron was never a part of the big group that we had.
Yeah, or dig them out, but I just did think, like, I haven't gone in there yet. I've read for it. I've done a few comments the other night, but I was mad. But then I looked and I thought, like, I thought everyone was going to just sort of hop onto it. But there's some good fellas missing off that. Like, you know, some good fellas.
You were right. They did close down Tom's channel, or
Yeah.
they closed down the channel, yeah.
And that's crazy. It weren't even monetized, Steve. It weren't monetized. And it weren't like he had mad lives that we was all sat there and going crazy. It was just, what would be interesting to look at all the clips and have they closed them channels down.
It don't take much now on YouTube, bro. Like, it's a little bit and they'll shut you fucking down if you do anything against them.
Well, it's like all of that shit. The minute regulation comes into it, it spoils the organic niceness of that place. And I suppose that's what you're facing when YouTube becomes so big, it spoils it. And then you move on. I mean, you're quite big on Telegram. I don't use that. And there's another one. And they're the emerging ones, but they will go the same way, won't they? Once big corporate business gets in.
I'm gonna focus, like right now, I'm gonna focus on Twitter and what's that, right? Rumble.
Yeah, I'm not on that either. Like
me neither. I'm not even on Rumble.
It's so hard. Twitter. I mean, I don't know what you get if you got a paid channel on Twitter, but that's fuck all. I would have thought TikTok probably pays more than Twitter, but I'm no expert. I don't go into it, like, you know.
So check this out. On Twitter, I pay the $8 fee. You cannot write articles on there, but if you pay $50 a month, then you can write articles. I was like, fuck that. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna do the $8, put my videos up, and just see where it goes.
Yeah, I don't think that. I use a lot of Twitter. I've got I wouldn't say I've got a massive following, but I've got a few thousand. But yeah, I don't see it's got any legs on it. Myself, financially. Not saying I do anything financially, but I look at it and I think like if I was like trying to be a content creator, I can't really see money on it, like, you know. But hey, yo, listen, I come from a different era. I create money different ways. There'd be other people think, yeah, I can do this, and I'll get clicks, and you know. But
Yeah,
I don't see the money there, like, you know.
that's what I like. It's hard to even make money on anything. You have to have a passion for it. But I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna give it a go around again and see what can happen. If it's
Well,
worth
you
it,
look
I'll
up,
stay in. Not
yeah.
fuck it.
Well, it's either you enjoy it or you don't. Look at us tonight, like. I'll give it a look again tomorrow if you don't delete it like a little bitch. Stop deleting your fucking life, right?
Well,
But
I have to make them private because some of the shit that we say.
yeah, but we said nothing tonight. We all had a good
Yeah, we haven't said
conversation,
anything tonight, so I'll leave this one up.
and that should generate a lot of views, but it doesn't. And unless you reach that person, it won't. That never. I mean, even if we did that every Friday and had 20,000 people every Friday, what would turn us a month, Steve?
And I'm not even worried about that anymore side of the thing. I just
No, but
like hanging out.
just out of interest, if you could do that once a week and have 20,000, what would you get? Like, what would be your revenue stream?
Oh, it'd be 20,000 would be like maybe $900.
So split that 3 ways. That's fuck all, is it? So
It'd
sometimes
be
you got to
worth it.
think,
You'd be making a little bit of dough.
yeah, but like, listen, $200, oh, fuck off. If I can get it back for
Yeah.
200, fuck. But and I'm guilty. I don't need to. But what I'm saying, they're unfortunate. 20,000 is hard to get a live stream and have 20,000 in once a week, regularly every week, and that would mean you got 3 good people, 3 good eagles. They'd all want a bite of the cherry. That ain't gonna cover its face. It ain't gonna pay its way. And you think, yeah. And then what? What you think? Oh, right, well, next year we might have 200,000 on a Friday. Yeah, that's all good, but that's a big leap. It's very hard to do that. Well, I don't think you could do it on live unless you're Joe Rogan or someone like that. Maybe he's
Yeah.
cracked it. Yeah.
You can't.
You know.
You can't think about it in that way. That's the way that I used to think about it, but I just like hanging out with you guys and talking to y'all. So now I don't give a fuck. Like,
Yeah, listen, Steve, I couldn't give a fuck about the money. Listen, one of my boys works in IT. And he's like, oh, you can do this, that. No, I can't give a fuck. I treat it like a pub. Like I just go in there and chill to chill. But when you actually try and break it down, you think, oh, could you make money? And I think, I don't see no money in it. I don't. What all I see is you could spend a small fortune hoping for the fact that you hit. You know what I mean? And that's like, well, basically, you might as well just buy a lottery ticket.
yeah.
So, I sort of, yeah. Well, I'm not there, but
No.
it's all
You're right. Like, you make a little bit of money, but that's a thing that poisons. It's a thing that poisoned me. You make money off of it, and then all of a sudden, when it's taken away, then you're back to fuck street one.
I think
And
maybe that's probably what makes me be so outlandish sometimes because I don't give a fuck. I ain't here for the money. I ain't here for any of that shit. But on the other hand, that restricts what you say. That means you can be manipulated. Don't say that and we'll give you $400. And that's the scary thought with the
yeah,
way this monetization works, you know?
yeah. And you can't like for me, I got a little extra money out of it. It was nice doing the main channel, but then you start getting reliant on it. That's where you get in trouble.
And when it ain't paying its way fully, it ain't supporting your life. It was just giving a bit of gravy, and then you become reliant on that bit of gravy. It didn't quite a business, but it's a bit nice to have that check turn up. And yeah, I get you. Well, I get you.
Yeah, because I was using that money on like Jace and like extra shit.
Yeah, I remember you was using a lot of bits like that, which is cool, but you can become accustomed to it, and it ain't actually the main
not
part of
something-
your life.
Yeah, it's not something that you should rely on.
But
now
Yeah,
with this, we can do whatever the fuck we want, and if it gets deleted, then fuck it. I'll make a new one.
well, sometimes there's a lot to be said with this attitude. Like I said to you before, that go that way. Someone might turn and say, "Oh, I like this. I want to invest in this." So you don't know. Listen, a lot of people won't like what we talk about. There'll be a lot of people that like what we talk about. And we live in a new world now where digital media is everything. Someone might say, oh, actually, we want to invest a bit of money in this. I think content creators are not looking deep enough into it. They're looking for the revenues from YouTube and different platforms. They're not looking into what they actually got to sell, but then that's the businessman and me,
We live in Donald Trump's world now, where I can do this right here.
Well, I can't see it, mate. It's just fucking small. I'm on my phone.
Hold on. I'm about to play it for you.
I don't want to see what happened in the South. I don't want to see that, Steve. In the pod. Isn't that polite? Like you used to say, you got like raped like a pinata in the South. Now it's like a pod. I suppose it makes it a bit posher. It's like
it's always been a pod.
Oh, you're in the pod. Yeah, in the pod.
It's always
almost
been.
Like. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I haven't been raped in any place, but it's pod or cell, whatever. The garden. I don't know.
Here
I
it
don't
is.
know. That's that Canadian.
Never mind. There's some dude talking shit.
Yeah, that's a Canadian bastard. I've come across him. I think that's him. Canadian Prepper or something he's called.
Yeah. Yeah, Canadian Prepper, dude. What the fuck?
What a joke. Do you know what's crazy? 200,000 fucking views. All these cunts. And it's all.
Here, Si. As soon as I got out of jail, I played this. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. They took out the best part.
I thought it was the Mexicans that raped you. You saying the black fellas that go at you too?
No. You son of... Are you fucking... Hold on, Si. You ready? Oh, hold on. We're gonna have one guy is gonna come in here.
Jesus Christ. I hope you didn't study DJ in music media while you was in the prison for 12 hours getting raped constantly.
I did DJ before.
Yeah, well, probably even better. You could have probably spun the member while they was riding you like Seabiscuit. That's cool. And probably you would have blocked it out. Could have blocked it out.
Don't you dare compare me to a horse.
I ain't comparing you to the horse. I'm comparing you to how they rid the horse.
The content ahead may be offensive to users, especially those with Jewish descent. I'm only uploading this video for archival purposes. Me posting this video does not mean I participate in racist attacks. Only together can we end the evils of racism and anti-Semitism. This video will begin shortly. If you feel you may get offended, please leave this video.
To be fair, Steve, I forgot about your Jew heritage. I forgot.
Hello,
about
Tank.
your-
Yup, Steve.
How are
sorry.
you?
Jesus, this is not
Yeah,
another
not bad.
Jew. It's always the same. You fucking mention the Jew word, then another Jew turns up.
We just played a Kanye West song. Come on, dog.
Okay, well, let me hit her all the way, man.
Yeah. How you good? Yeah, all good. All good apart from fucking Steve is like basically coming out now. He's been fucking cornrowed for fucking 9 hours. Now all of a sudden he's got his Jew heritage back. They're probably putting like Vaseline on his butt. It's probably a ceremony with these Jew women and with a tea towel on their head or something. But we know the truth. We know the truth. He's gone.
Justice for
Listen, his Jew-
Benjamin, huh?
Yeah. Hey, listen, fella. His Jew handler has just told him, shut this shit down. You've got the two biggest Jew haters on YouTube now.
They're coming for your crumb. Did you hear Mike
You all
Myers?
hear me?
Mike Myers is in the Diddy case.
Is he? Mike
You know
Myers.
Austin Powers.
Oh,
Yeah.
Austin Powers
Yeah, baby,
is in
yeah.
the Diddy case?
He's one of the witnesses or something. And
Never-
Film Gold member.
He's a
Dr.
Canadian.
Evil has a Diddy tattoo on his ass.
He's a Canadian bastard. Listen, T. He's a Canadian bastard. And that's it. But, like, listen, I've told Steve, he's very libertarian. He's very liberal. He likes the Canadians and he's trying to push us this way. We're trying to say what bunch of race of Canadians are, which is basically a bunch of.
Sai, don't you dare. Don't you put me in that friend, buddy.
You are Canadian. Listen, you admire the Canadians. Don't lie. Listen, I can
heard
go
Bieber's
back and
on
give you.
I've never
He was on the miss list.
admired Canadians, pal.
You said live about 4 years ago you wish you had a Canadian government and not Camila.
I've never said that, friend.
You did.
Justin-
Yes, you did.
Justin Trudeau is great crack.
Yeah. And he did say, for all the Canadians' faults, I will pass that by just to get rid of Camellia.
All right. You're lying.
You probably think Mark Carney's the best Canadian ever now, don't you?
Mark Carney is exactly who Donald Trump wanted in.
Mark Carney fucking bankrupted Britain. But hey ho, let him on there. And that's your
exactly. Hey, that's exactly who Donald Trump wants in Canada.
Oh, them Canadians would kick Donald Trump's ass. They're a tough breed, the Canadians, you know. Tough breed.
I've never heard tough and Canadian in the same sentence till now.
Fuck off. Half the fucking Canadians in your city have knocked you out in the bar when you had a go at them.
The
Them
hockey
Canadians.
players are good.
Never.
Yeah. Did you see that ice hockey when they did to the
You can't do
Americans?
them
One of
hockey.
yeah, the fucking Canadians bashed
Watch
them.
the first game, motherfucker. Watch the first game, you son of a bitch.
What first game? What first game?
The first game between Canada and the USA. Y'all want me to play it?
In what?
Right here.
In
I'm going to
hockey?
show y'all. Canada versus the USA, game 1. Watch this. Trying to tell me Canada and fucking USA bullshit. I know you're fucking playing on that. I know Cy's tripping. Look at this. Hold on.
I thought
So-
Justin
so-
Trudeau was.
Sorry, I had to take a piss
Oh,
there,
he's
but you about the time you were beat by the Canadians, and I'm sick of hearing about the Canadians beat the Americans.
Is this
So
being beat by the Canadians? Look at this. Watch. This is bare knuckle right away.
Yeah, but you're always going to pick that. And listen, the
Good.
Canadians beat the Americans. Listen, when's the last time you've been on ice skates, Steve?
Not long
Steve.
ago. Not long ago, actually.
Oh,
And you was fighting that on the ring? I doubt it. The Canadians would have smacked the granny out of you.
Let me tell you something. If they put me in there right now, I'll fight a Canadian in those fucking ice skates.
You'd be flopping and flailing. Some come would have to splint your leg before you got there because they said, I've sprained my ankle.
I might get my
No.
ass whipped, but at least at least I'll have some fucking homage in that. Look at this. This is the second fight right here. They ain't putting up with shit.
come on.
Look at USA. 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 Boom. Boom. Look at them hitting that Canadian fella. Boom. You gonna tell me USA, Canada ain't fighting? Come on, dog. Watch this. Third fight. Within the first, it hasn't even, the game hasn't even started yet. Look at this. Gloves off. Let's go, motherfucker. Look at them guys.
Have you seen the film The Goon?
Oh, The Goon is a very good film, actually.
Is it Sean William Scott? Is that his name?
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a second one to it, too.
He's the fella in American Pie. Stifler, you know?
Yep. That's actually whenever anybody gets into hockey, I always tell them to watch Goon.
Or the
This
Mighty
game
Ducks.
did go hard.
Remember
Now
that one?
Canada did beat us in the second game. Second game they beat us, but this game it went hard. The first one.
When was that, Steve?
This was earlier this year. and it was right after Donald Trump was like, "Oh, Canada's gonna be the 51st state or whatever." So we played them in hockey, and this was at Toronto, I believe, and we ended up beating them. It was like, I think it was 2-1, and we had 3 fights within the first. They said the first like 90 seconds of the game.
That's better than most UFC fights, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was pumped. There's the one moment where I actually had friends call me up and ask me like, "Hey, like what happened in that hockey match?" And I had to explain to them like the whole storyline behind it. Yeah, and this was within the.
Can you do live betting on who's going to win? Can you do
You can.
live betting on who's going to win the fight?
Oh wait, no, you
Oh, you
can't.
should do
Not
that,
in
man.
hockey. Not in hockey, but they do make bets for who you think is gonna fight.
Right, yeah.
Which is tough because you never know. Like in hockey, like there's like you got your enforcers, but they might not fight for like maybe 3 times a year.
They just wait for a big fighter.
Yeah.
When it actually matters. Yeah.
Yeah. I seen so I was in jail, but I seen Bilal ended up losing, thank God.
Bilal Muhammad or something.
Yeah. Did you watch that?
Who was he against?
Huh?
Who did he fight?
It was this German dude, I think. Hold on, let me look it up. It was he was really good. Jack Della Medella. Let me see where he's from.
No, I haven't been watching much of the UFC.
Oh, he's Australian. And then the boxing.
Doing a McGregor video on the new trial.
Oh, what
are you
were
gonna
you
do
saying?
a McGregor video on his new trial?
I'm gonna do one on the Florida. Yeah, the Florida trial. Did I send you the thing where he so he liked 2 of my things off of the Miami trial because I did like a whole thing on Twitter. And then he asked me if I was gonna do a YouTube video, and I said I might. We'll see.
I reckon he's gonna get acquitted. Yeah.
Oh, the Miami trial for sure.
No, the Dublin one with
Nikita
one. That's going.
Oh yeah, Nikita.
The 1st of July.
Yeah, none of her like her story don't match up with the CCTV. I even said that whenever they were first going to trial and I was following along with it, it did not match. Like her story is a little off.
There's 2 affidavits of neighbors who say they witnessed the boyfriend of Nikita Hand beat her up.
Oh yeah, beating her, right?
So if there's evidence on top of that, yeah, Conor will get acquitted, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But that, yeah, you know, before summer anyway.
Yeah. Like I'll say this, like
All right.
Connor got
So-
rich. Connor got rich, and I think he like fucked around. I don't think he raped straight out anybody. I think he put himself in a
No, sure.
position.
Sisters, you know what I mean? She was getting on to a UFC fighter through Instagram. And
Yeah.
she also had a boyfriend who she had a child for, and she was out on a Christmas party with her hairdressing buddies. So, yeah, it's pretty. I think it's stacked in Connor's favor,
Yeah.
and there's a reason she didn't bring it to criminal court.
Yeah. And did you see how the lawsuit trial played out?
Yeah, Connor freaked out. I think he nearly threw a phone at one of the lawyers.
Yeah, Connor.
Yeah,
Connor definitely
he said
didn't do
no,
himself any
it would have
favors.
been better off.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Connor didn't do himself any favors, but like at the same time, whenever Connor's lawyer, solicitor, was trying to play the CCTV over again and asking Nikita, like, all right, why did you grab his hand and why were you kissing him? The judge was like, well, she's been through enough. We're not going to play that over again. And the solicitor, like Connor's solicitor, said, I'm fully able to like ask her and he is. Like, that's how it would play out in U.S. court. And the fact that the judge like kind of blocked that was a little iffy. I was like, all right, it's a little fucked up.
But I know the courts are corrupt and
Yeah.
they're pitched against men, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
in the UK, okay, Amber Heard won her case. All right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then they went to
against
the US, and guess who
yeah.
won? Johnny Depp won this case. So, yeah, the courtrooms, depending on what country, and then you have to deal with corruption. And yeah, Connor has enough money to burn to prove his innocence.
Yeah.
And even if he wasn't innocent, he has enough money to make it look like he is.
Yeah.
So she was very ill-advised before taking this case to court.
Yep. And I was telling everybody too, I said, you can't prove that he didn't rape her, and you can't prove that he raped her, and you can't prove that he didn't rape her. Like it's an in-between type thing. But Nikita, she changed her story 3 times. Okay. Who are you going to believe at that point? The person that changed their story 3 times, or the 3 witnesses that have the same story throughout? Probably go with the 3 witnesses, but it's pretty crazy that she even won that case. Yeah.
The jury was the majority was women. But
yeah, it was 8. What was it? 8 women, 4 men.
Some people will be on the side, believe all women. Some people will be on the side, she's a gold digger. So it's kind of reminiscent of the Me Too movement and all this, where most people are believing women no matter what their statement is. But yeah, when the statement they keep having to change the story, it's crazy, you know.
Yeah, that was the only thing that like threw me off, was like she kept changing her story, and then the CCTV footage was another major thing. Like kissing his arm on the way down. I said, "Oh."
They had to put a super injunction. They had to put a super injunction on the footage, that CCTV footage. But
Yeah, because
nobody
Connor
gets a
was
super
gonna release
injunction.
it,
Super
right?
injunctions cost a fortune. He was gonna release it himself, and they had to bar him with a super injunction of releasing the
Yeah.
CCTV. So that's a big red flag. Nobody, like, the only person I heard of getting a super injunction was your man Philip Schofield. But the BBC, I think, paid for that. So it has to
Yeah.
be like a TV company. They're the only
Like
ones that can afford
Reuters,
that
it's
shit.
probably like Reuters or some shit like that.
But who do you think is bringing Diddy on trial? Do you think it's Diageo? Or it's funny that it's only Diddy, you know, and some of them are going to remain anonymous. But
Yeah,
you seen that Cassie video anyway? Yeah.
Which one?
There was a video in a hotel of Puffy beating up his ex-wife.
Oh yes. And you know they're using that against him now.
I'm sure that's coming up in the trial, yeah.
Yeah. He looks they took a picture of him. He looks like 50 years older. it's crazy.
He must have been dyeing his hair ages.
Yeah. hey, I think, oh man, the Puffy case, like I was just like, damn. I mean, I knew it was coming. At some time, he was coming down.
It's a rabbit hole. And
yeah. Because he's always been like, Puff has always been that partier. But now I was like, you can't do that shit no more. Like a lot of the guys now. So they were talking about the Rockets. We got this one player, Jalen Green, who's our star player. And this woman tried coming out after him, and Jalen said, I got security cameras around my whole house. He said, review them all. And they reviewed them all, and they said that that woman was lying. So they got her with but that's what you got to do now. You have to have like cameras everywhere, especially if you're rich or like somewhat famous or whatever. It's gonna get a lot harder out there for male sports stars.
well, no, some of them are degenerates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah, some of them are.
They do be offered women to just sign a contract. Like I'm
You
sure
can't even.
Ronaldo,
No. They tried doing that. Remember the quarterback for my team, Deshaun Watson. He had the massage girls sign NDAs. Still didn't work. He still got sued. Still lost. I think it was like $28 million he had to pay out. So even the NDAs don't even work anymore. It's pretty crazy.
Sure, that's it. The system.
Yep. Yeah, Conor McGregor
It's a
is
harsh
like,
old system, man.
yeah. Well, I mean, some of them sports stars fucking fuck people up. Like, remember, wasn't Ray Lewis? It was a
That's why you
running
need to get a
back.
boat. Yeah, you get a boat. You go out to international water. There is no law. Yeah?
Yeah, there's no laws
Just like the
over here,
Mexicans
bitch.
do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Leave no witness.
Yeah.
Leave no witnesses. Nothing ever comes back on you.
The Conor McGregor thing, I always knew it was like, I was like, there ain't no way I was like, if anything, he probably, always knew it was like something like smoke and mirrors, fucking somebody, and then they come out, scream rape, blah, blah, like you're rich. Ain't nothing you can do about it at that point either. Like, there's nothing you can do to defend yourself, especially if you don't have any cameras. There's nothing. And I heard that one story about Conor McGregor. This is the craziest one that I heard, is when he was on the boat and he fucking liver kicked that woman and threw her off the boat. And they said, Spanish I think it was Spanish police or whatever picked her up, and they said they looked up and they seen Conor McGregor in the shadows, and I was like, so I was imagining it in my head, and I seen Conor McGregor on the Lamborghini boat and like the moonlight coming down behind him. I was like, fucking, I said, yeah, that'd be pretty fucking nuts. But yeah, I think Conor McGregor is definitely a crazy dude. Hopefully he learned his lesson.
There supposedly is a case. He was partying on a boat in Ibiza. It was a girl from Crumlin.
Yeah, that was the one that I was talking
this
about.
Is what I believe, right? I believe it was. He gave a girl that he knew some cocaine, okay? And when she do the line and finished the line, Conor tried to kiss her, okay? But she knew the Devlin, yeah? And she refused to kiss Conor. So Conor, in the same moment as she tried to slap Conor, he picked her up on the shoulder and just threw her off the boat.
Yeah,
but that's what I believe.
You're probably right.
But
you're probably right.
The other people on the boat didn't even know she was gone. I think they were in a room on their own.
Yeah,
but,
and it was the Spanish Coast Guard that picked her up. That's who it was. Spanish Coast Guard.
She went directly to the airport as well. She never reported the crime to Spanish police.
Yeah.
And she went directly home to Crumlin. So
and remember her car, didn't they petrol bomb her car?
Yeah, I think there was stuff like that happened.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm not too in the know.
Yeah, Connor's definitely did dirty, but that Nikita case, that wasn't it. There's so many holes in that. I was like, dude, if I was a solicitor, I would have fucking ripped Nikita another hole. I've been like, how come all right, how come the CCTV is different from how you're saying about this? And like, I would have just kept going off, which is his solicitor kind of did, but he didn't do it to that, like, to the extent that I thought he was. And then Connor didn't do himself any favors either.
Did you watch Tucker and Connor? Did that interview?
I did not. I still got to watch it.
It's funny. It's quite funny, but they filmed it in a Masonic lodge. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's a bit funny, like it's just like it's quite strange, like, but it's a good location, you know.
Yeah, and
But
Tucker.
kind of makes me
Tucker's
think
been losing it.
is Tucker mixed up with the Masons? And now I'm thinking that maybe Connor is too. You know, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I just thought it was
yeah.
funny.
Did you hear Tucker say that he thought he was attacked by a spirit?
No,
Oh,
no, I didn't hear any of that.
Tucker, they were talking on it was a UFO,
Did you s-
UFO episode. And Tucker was like, "Yeah, I was attacked."
Right.
And he said, "I got these claw marks." Fucker has a dog. And the dog, the dog is the same size as the claw marks that he had. I said, "Come on, Tucker." I was like, "You fucking dumbass. Like, your fucking dog did that to you in the middle of the night. Don't fucking lie." And he was trying to say, he said, "Yeah, it just was a spirit or a demon." And I said, "Motherfucker, you got a dog, like your dog's right there." And in his prints match the fucking claw marks that you got.
He's
Tucker,
crazy though, isn't he, Tucker? He is crazy.
yeah,
He's nuts. Though.
Tucker's gone a little wild. That UFO shit is definitely, it's getting weird. Like, so many whistleblowers have come out now and so many files. It's just like, I was like, damn, I don't know what to believe no more. Like, alien or whatever, we definitely have something.
Have you heard?
But go ahead.
Have you heard the Vatican have files? Have you heard the Vatican have files about UFOs?
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things that they've been bringing up is about the Vatican.
And the new Pope is Leo the fucking 14th or something. Like that.
Yep. And they said that there was a story about Leo the 14th that aliens come to Earth and they visit Leo directly or whatever. Yeah. I'm still on the fence, bro. Like,
Are you still researching Bob Lazar?
yeah. I think Bob Lazar is a total liar, to be honest. I think Lou Elzonado is a liar.
There's a story quite a lot.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's a profit. Even your man David Icke and even Alex Jones, they're making money. They're fucking
yeah.
They're getting dropped off at different studios and fucking Rolls Royces and shit. You know.
Yep. And then Alex Jones gets all skinny and he's like, "What Israel is right." I was like, this motherfucker, he already done turned telling me Israel is right. Like, come on, dog. Israel's never right in this situation. And that now, so when I got out of jail, they were like, Donald Trump, he's backing out of Israel now because of the spy thing. And I said, goddamn right. I said, we're going to get a base Donald Trump now.
Melania, she's a Jew, isn't she?
Man, I don't know. I think Melania is like Orthodox, Russian Orthodox.
Right. It was Slovenia or something, is it? Or
Yeah. She's from Slovenia, but
Eastern.
yeah, I'm pretty sure she's Eastern Orthodox. And then Trump, they were saying Netanyahu has been spying on him through that one. I guess it was one dude that we put in there that leaked the signal chat. And so Trump's pissed. He's like, fuck Israel now. And now he's kind of doing his own thing.
Did you see? there was a video there today of Emmanuel Macron, Keir Starmer, and they're sitting at a table with another guy,
Oh, with the line.
and they come in with the cameras, and there's a baggie, and there's a line beside one of them.
Yeah, I
But
did
you
see
can
that.
tell just in their faces that they're all lit, you know.
Yeah.
But either way, yeah, I seen it on Alex Jones. I had to watch it, but it's just funny.
They're over here. They're doing
The UK and
cocaine.
the French
They're
prime ministers.
having sex cults.
They were in. I think they were in the Ukraine and all. You know. I think they were
Yeah,
in
it's
the
like, what
Ukraine,
are
visiting Zelensky,
you know? I had to
talking about what to do
research.
next. You know, and they're marching powder.
Yeah, I had to research why we're even in Ukraine. And when I got back to 2014, you know, the US did a whole fucking government thing in Ukraine. And that's the whole reason why fucking Russia even is like pissed. I was just like, motherfucker, like these motherfuckers are like lying to us. It's just
Putin ain't no bad guy. He's tough, you know, and there's no chance Ukraine could win that war ever. They have to concede, you know. So over it, concede. You know, you never. It's an impossible war. You're going to kill every one of your fucking citizens trying to fight that war. And every country that thinks the Ukraine has a chance, they're fucking idiots too. There's no chance they can win that war. Just not a chance. I'm on my own. Don't think I can even see the chat. Yup, General, what's a crack? Long time, eh? Yup, Jer. I haven't heard you in a while. Good to see you. Yeah. There's Tia. Spunky Joe. I'll go for locks anytime. Right, I'm gonna get a drink. Be back in a minute.
Oh, can you all hear me?
I'm back.
Can you all hear me?
You're echoing a bit.
Hold Hold on. There we go. Is it good now?
Think it's better, yeah.
Oh, okay.
1, 2.
1, 2.
Grand. Not bad.
All right, cool. I don't know what happened. It just kicked me off of the laptop.
Does it do something at 6 hours or something like that?
I think so. I think that's what happened.
You've been on age.
Yeah, it booted me right off and it wouldn't even let me back on. So I was like, hopefully, I said, hopefully you see this. I was like, I'm popping back in.
How was Blank? I seen Blank was on earlier, yeah.
Oh, Blank was, she said that she was getting sued by some dude, but sounds like sounds like Homeboy is gonna lose that lawsuit. He was,
What is trying to sue her over?
I guess, he told Blank that he was like, yeah, I guess like he was trying to do what I was doing, and then he ended up she figured out he was like a sex offender or whatever.
Right.
Oh, the shrimp. All right. Mm, mm, mm. Thank you, baby. Thank you, baby. Let me get some of the shrimp.
But even like,
Uh,
remember Shadowboxer and shit, yeah?
oh, yeah.
Shadowboxer's still out there.
He's got a big
You know,
following
like,
too,
but there's
doesn't
more.
he?
Like, I think he bought his users, but that's not even important, right? There's more, yeah. There are sex offenders on like all over YouTube.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like if they just got rid of all. If they got rid of all the trannies, I'd be happy. You know what I mean? But they don't get rid of anybody. Like even Art. Art can fucking still doing lives. Not a bother.
Dude, that
Just
fucker's
making
been
shit up.
sued in
You know?
the fucking million.
He
It's just
lost his
crazy.
house and he's still doing fucking lives.
Yeah, like where is he doing the
You think-
lives at now? Like on the beach?
You know?
It's crazy. Yeah, that fucker's been
Puzzles me.
he's been sued like millions of dollars now. Oh, what were you saying?
I heard there was some tire company in Liverpool that sued him, but they only sued him for like a couple of thousand. But
Oh yeah,
these
it was
days,
Daz. It
these
was
used-
Daz Tire
they
Company.
owned. Yeah. He only sued them for a very minimal amount, you know, but you think he'd learn from that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
And even
that
fucking with
dude that
someone
dude
like
actually hit
Octave,
me up.
you know what I mean? What was he doing? Which one?
As far as I
From Liverpool?
Nah, he wasn't from Liverpool. Maybe he was. From what I understand, he said, "What the fuck is up with this?" Like he messaged me, and he said, "What is up with this art fella? Like he's putting my name out there." And I looked Homeboy up. So he used to be like back in the day, he was like a criminal, but he ain't anymore. He has that tire company. And he was like, yeah, he's putting my fucking name out here. It had nothing to do with us or anything. But I told him, I was like, fucking sue him, dog. And he fucking went through with like, I think it was, dude, it was not a small amount. He did like a large lawsuit. I think it was like 150,000 euro, and he ended up winning. It was an insane amount. Yeah, old art hostage, he's done. Like, he's just gonna have those couple of followers that follow him, but man, he fucked himself bad, like big time. And rightfully so.
Oh, you had it coming, definitely. But
Yeah.
I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's a bit like I think there is one in every town, okay, but it's just like a bit like Brendan Schaub, that pathological lying, and
Yeah.
they're just, because it's so fucking easy, like while they're in their own house on their own, that they just like to dramatize, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Some of the podcasts that I've heard him on, it's just hilarious that you, how you lose all credibility. Now, even Joe Rogan, he has no credibility. He invites on a bunch of grifters, and even like his friends are grifters, trying to grift off him, and the whole lot of them, like, they're not
funny.
even
Except
Joe
for
Rogan's
like
he's not
Theo.
even funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Theo's definitely funny, and there are a few Sam Tripoli and stuff that still talk to Joe Rogan, but unfortunately, yeah, he's a podcaster. He's not, and then again, he's completely lost the plot. He's more into conspiracy than he is into facts or science, or you can't even tell the difference between a fantasist and an expert.
Yeah.
But there was a good one there with an archaeologist and a documentary maker, Graham Hancock. But Jesus, Joe made himself look really stupid in that podcast.
Oh, was that the one where it was Graham
is stupid.
Hancock and that other dude that was trying to debate?
He done that documentary. Yeah, he's a proper archaeologist versus Graham Hancock. And Graham Hancock.
Well, no.
He loves the ayahuasca.
Yeah. So this was the difference.
Ancient Aliens is the documentary he done. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I think it's on Netflix.
Yep.
But Jesus,
and it's hard too. Like sometimes whenever you get big, like you think you're gonna get a big interview. Like I thought so. Like I've had people message me and tell me, "Oh yeah," like make me think that it's somebody that it isn't, and then you figure out like you got duped, and you're like, "God damn it!" Like fucking, you're just like, "What the fuck?" And it's not Joe Rogan, but it's like whenever I was doing like the gangland shit, I thought for sure I was talking to Mr. Flashy, and it ended up it wasn't even fucking him. Like it was just some dickhead that was talking to me. Or it wasn't even talking to me, he was texting me, and I was just like, God damn it.
Like, not the guy.
Man,
So
you
you
get
kind of,
fucking Ian Maloney. You put Ian Maloney in a fucking group chat, and fucking hell, man, you could got us all fucking killed.
yeah. You live and you learn from those situations. It's just like, Jesus Christ. It's like, God damn it, Steven, you fucking son of a bitch. You should have been smarter than that. But you do get excited. Like, you get excited. You think you're talking to somebody, and then it's not even like, yeah, you're not even talking to the person. Like, you're just talking to some fucking troll online, and you're just like, God damn it.
No, that I remember you did one with Danny Simpson. You'll do nothing.
Yeah, that one was legit.
And he only the
Yeah.
Rolex and that. But he knew your man Lee Murray, the fella that's in. Is he in Moroccan prison or something? But either way,
I think he just got, he's getting out. So you remember the Good Trouble podcast?
Yeah.
He hit me up and he was like, "Hey, did you not do an interview with Flashy?" And I said, "Hell no." I was like, "Bro, I told him I thought I did a fucking, like, I said it was all text message or whatever, but I was like, I thought it was him. It wasn't him." I said the only two interviews that were legit was Danny Simpson and Octave. That's the only two interviews that I did that was like legit interviews.
I lost. Do you still have them? Or are they gone?
I don't even have them anymore. Crazy thing.
Yeah. I very weird. I only took Octave and the Lee Murray, but I never saved any of the rest of them.
Yeah.
The Danny Simpson one was just too big of a file. That was the best one, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Octave one was a bit all
the
over
night
the place,
where
you know?
that was a night where I wasn't even expecting him. I was just like, we were talking about him and then he just showed up.
Yeah, a few people copped him in the chat. I can't remember what his username was, but a few people noticed that was actually him.
Yep. Yeah, when you showed that rollie, remember when you showed I said, I don't know if it's you. I said, show me the rollie, and he showed the rollie. I was like, all right, it's him. And I was like, what the fuck?
But it's all geared up.
Drink him underneath the table too.
There's this nonsense streaming, but they all kind of do it. You know, like KSI, he's pretty popular. But there's a fella called Johnny Somali. Johnny Somali, he's facing like 30 years in prison for nonsense streaming in Korea.
Yeah, him and that Russian
And then there's another
dude.
fella in the Philippines, a Russian guy.
Yeah,
Vitaly or something.
Yeah, Vitaly.
But
yep.
They're getting like he's going to a Filipino prison for fucking 30 years as well or something.
Yeah.
But they're starting to crack down on these nonsense streamers. But your man Johnny Somali, he reminds me of Jumbo. Remember John Smith?
Yeah, John Smith.
I think Johnny Somali is probably his son or something, you know.
he might be.
One of his
Johnny
children,
Somali
you know?
looks just like him. Yeah, Jumbo's a fucking trip. Because remember, he was on the fucking street, and then he started his own fucking channel, and he got all big.
He was using your channel to practice
I think so.
arguing with
Yeah.
people. Yeah. But he was arguing with Aaron, and remember that fella Magnum? Magnum
Yeah.
the Dutch fella.
Yep.
But Jumbo would just come on to argue with people, and then I had an argument. I went on his stream and started arguing with Jumbo, but I caught him out with the COVID. Yeah, I was telling him not to get the fucking jab, and then he was saying, "I'm a registered nurse," and he's not a registered nurse, but he just tried to waffle, you know.
Yeah.
But
Oh, here's
I
Sai.
thought it was funny that I caught him out at the right time.
Yeah, that fucking Jumbo. He's got his own fucking channel now. I think he's flying. But I'll go his interview. I gotta admit, he's polite to me. He don't diss me or fucking say nothing. But then I'll never. Wow, people would say I never went at Jumbo, but we did. Do you remember Guinness? And we did that fucking skit like coming off the bus from fucking Wales.
Yeah.
Jumbo offended with that, like, you know. But I always
the one story from Guinness that I always remember is when Guinness told me about the drug deal that he did, and he was like, I met him at the middle of the river and they got butt naked, and
We will meet in the center of the river.
yeah, they met at the center of the river, and oh my god, that story had me cracking up.
you would remember that, Steve. You just come out of prison yesterday. You can obviously remember some emotional time. Yeah, Guinness fell out with me. I hope he's all right. It was so he went like something. Wow. Actually, I'm going to stop talking about this. Goes deeper into the channel than actually I've just realised.
I think he fell out with everybody when he got porn bombed.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, that Lee fuck. What fuck them was Lee, and you can block me now for saying it like you're blocking me. That was a big deal. Like he stumbled across past messages when we were all fucked up, and like took it like Jesus. And like you would, like, why would you say I'm going to rape your missus? Like, it's not good. It's not good.
I can't. Did Lee say that?
Yeah. Lee said that. Lee told Guinness he was.
I remember it exploded. Absolutely.
You remember?
Tom,
remember that one night, Sai, where it was Deontay Wilder versus Fury #2, and I was like, yeah, he's gonna win, and then I brought in Lee, and Lee drank that whole fucking bottle of peppermint schnapps and started getting rowdy. And I was like, what the fuck?
I remember Jumbo wimped out a bit. He was supposed to go streaking or something.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, Steve. I told it how I saw it, and I was in the room with Kier and you that, and they kicked me out, and every concept. I'll still say it as I see it. The boy was no good. I never got on with him. What killed him was the drugs. I stand by that, and that is the drugs. And there's a lot of reverence laid here. There's people there that's been chucked to the mill now, and nobody listens to, and nobody talks to, and you think these fuckers are still alive. Yet we're harping on about some motherfucker that really. I'm not saying he was a bad person. I bet his family loved him like the family loved me. Listen, load of people can say you hate Sai, but like it don't make you reverent and you are something special. You're not. You're just another fucker like us that does this. So don't owe it to that.
Yeah, but the thing was, Sai, is he was our friend. Like,
yeah, we're all friends, but don't hold it in the same reverence.
Same reverence as what?
Well, I've watched him punch so-called friends in the face live on cam. Well, he's not here now, But like
When?
I watched that happen a couple of times, right?
I've watched
And
him punch a random dude in the face, but
yeah,
I've never seen him like punch one of
the
the
difference
boys in the face.
is he'd scream at me though, but I couldn't get to him to say, let's have a go the other way. I always find Lee, and a lot of people will say I'm a bully. I always find Lee a bully. That's the truth. And I told you that, and people didn't like hearing it. I found him a very, but, and it weren't that. The minute you questioned him, he went mental, right? Like, you can question me. I'll sit here
He
all night.
did. I'll admit, Lee was like a little bit of a case, but he was one of the boys.
If Lee was here now, Steve, me and you wouldn't be friends.
Nah,
Think about them.
we would still be friends. Come on, dog.
Knows what I'm talking about. Maybe me and Tom wouldn't be friends. Just off one individual. Everything is about the individuals that change who we meet. But I will tell you this: half of us lot wouldn't be as tight with Lee still on the fucking playing field. And that ain't no knock on Lee. That ain't saying on Lee. That's just Lee's character was a bit
Yeah,
different.
you might be right about that, but Lee was still one of the guys. Side, I'll even defend you to the end of the day. Like, somebody in the future might tell me, Sai was always a dickhead and this and that. I'll defend you in that case.
Yeah, I'll get it 100%. I was the first fucker to come in and say, like, I didn't like Lee. I don't like, and I thought, and say Lee was, you ain't gonna get that from me. Yeah. In fact, I've tried to look, and I think, oh, maybe I took the wrong side, and I thought, and believe me, I'm a forgiving guy. I can bend with a lot of stuff. I think, oh well, that's all right. I'll ride with that. Yeah, you know. But I never did with Lee. I just couldn't do it, and people can have a go at me and blame it. And
No. Yeah, like Lee definitely went off when he got, but he's just like you. He went off when
yeah, maybe
he
that.
got a little lit.
But I
It
didn't
is.
go around Dublin in a t-shirt robbing fucking shops. Do you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, you didn't go around on the train station and spray people with pepper spray.
No, I didn't. Yeah. And if that was my claim to fame, that would be a pretty weak claim to fame, wouldn't it?
Well, it makes for a good story. But like Lee, yeah, you can put Lee in that situation, but Lee was Lee. He stayed true to himself, and yeah, maybe at times whenever he drank, he turned into a dickhead. But the next day, he was not like. The next day, I'd hit him up, and he'd be
You could
completely
say,
forgetful of what happened.
oh, come on. You could say that about me. But that don't
That's
mean I've
it.
been.
That's why I was bringing up you.
Yeah, but you don't. But I haven't beat any of you lot up, have I? That just come and visit you for a can of lager. I haven't beat any of you
What?
lot.
Lee never beat up any of the that the guy that he beat up was one of his own
He
people.
fucking smacked. Yeah, he chinned Dwayne in the fucking flat. We was all on the live when it happened. Hang on, is Tom still here?
Yeah.
Yep.
That happened, Tom. I'm not imagining it. Like when Dwayne went there and fucking Lee fucking slapped him all over. He thought he
Lee
stole.
did Lee. I don't think Lee laid a hand on Dwayne.
Well, I think Dwayne. Well, Dwayne maybe. Well, I don't know what. Dwayne went to his funeral like a pillock, thinking they was buddies, but they were never buddies. But that's by the by. I was sat in the fucking live when they went to the house. We was all on the original channel, and he did. He fucking chinned. Oh, he didn't chin Dwayne, but he give Dwayne enough digs for Dwayne to fuck off.
No,
And
he did threaten Dwayne. That I know, but he never laid a hand on Dwayne.
Tom would have been in that night. I'm guessing. Am I talking shit, Tom?
You're not talking shit. He never laid a hand on Dwayne, though. I know that.
Smacked him in the mouth. I watched it happen
No,
on
there
a
was a bit
live.
of an altercation, right? There's some logic here, right? But I'll just say there was an altercation, but
Yeah, there was a bit
when
of fisty and
Yeah,
facey.
the only thing
yeah, there was definitely an altercation.
the only thing I know, right? The only thing I know is that Dwayne, he called up his ma to pick him up, yeah,
Yeah,
and when his mom came, the tone changed, yeah, and then Lee became really respectful, but he was very
yeah,
lucky to get out of there, yeah.
yeah.
I
I
was saying
knew.
to Dwayne beforehand, do not
Yeah,
go, do not go over, yeah. But
Some of you
I never met
can't.
Lee.
Some of
Yeah,
you.
I never wanted to meet Lee, but yeah, I can
The,
respect Lee for who he was, all the same. So
well,
I'm kind of
the way
I'm
the way
agreeing
I look at
both he is
Tom,
in different ways. Yeah,
the way I look at it, Tom, is thank fuck Rosie weren't about then, because Rosie would have cut his fucking throat. We wouldn't have been talking about anything. I guess Rosie would have killed him. Do you imagine? Like apparently, like Dwayne's locked up like in a little room or shit now. I mean, I don't know what the Rosie's doing to him. None of my business. But can you imagine if Rosie was around then? She would
well,
have
that's
fucking.
it. Si, that's the thing. We're all wrong ones. We're all gonna have something wrong with us.
Speak for yourself. I've found a
we're
found
not wrong.
strong flaw to being
You're wrong.
immortal. Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
gonna
Si,
be.
you want to be innocent, then that's you. But I'm definitely a wrong one.
Since I found Mormonism, I apparently I've done fuck all. Right? And
Oh,
the
you
Catholic,
son of a bitch! You didn't find Mormonism at all.
so I'm right on it. Steve, I'm ahead of you. You think you're a smart motherfucker. I'm thinking of the things that get me out of trouble 10 years' time. You fucking got to go with the flow. I'm even applying for an Irish passport. I think, yeah,
I'm
I'll be
I'm
right when I.
thinking way ahead of you. I'm thinking 14 years ahead of time because I just went in for a warrant 14 years ahead of time.
Steve, you'll never think ahead of me. You was in a fucking prison cell yesterday, you motherfucker. I ain't been in a prison cell for about 9 years.
I
You'll
was in
never
a
think.
prison cell to stay out of a prison cell in future in the future.
I don't know, but I ain't been in no cell for a long time. But and like I said, you weren't a long time, but you went in the cell, and like none of us really know what happened in there, do we? You
But
can
but
all be.
you're a wrong one, aren't you?
No, none of us know what happened in there, Steve, and I don't blame you.
No,
I
no,
don't
no. I'm
blame you.
asking you. Are you a wrong one? Or are you not? Are you a nice little schoolboy?
I haven't had the opportunity to be in a prison cell with some of them young punks like you that come in a
Well, no,
long
no.
time.
I'm just telling you.
Steve
Maybe
drops the
you
soap.
did something that you never got caught for.
Drops the
Are you
soap
a
on
wrong
purpose.
one? Or are you not?
Oh, nobody popped me, Steve. Listen, no. And the truth is, I was a proper fucking gangster. I didn't pop anyone either, but you tolerated it. I had younger chaps that was working on the farm, and they got sexual desires, and they got guys like you come in, and that's it. Like
So
so I
you're a ranch.
tolerate.
Basically, you're telling me you're a ranch
Baby
hand.
oil.
What I'm
GHB.
basically, Steve,
Baby
is
oil.
listen. Yeah, well, listen, even that's the ranch hand. Here we go. But listen, the big cowboy house did the ranch hands like you. You was dreaming to get in the bunkhouse, but you never did. You sat outside on the tarp for some fucking
Well,
thing.
I'm asking you.
Boy,
You
shit.
said you
And
never went to jail, nothing. So you're not a
right,
wrong one.
I listen. I'm not a fucking wrong and cowboy that they won't let in the bunkhouse. They won't let you in the bunkhouse.
What are you
It's
talking
on.
about? Wrong one, cowboy? No, are you a wrong one or not?
You're wrong one, cowboys like that. Like you're the ones that they say, "Nah, let them go and sleep outside in the." And then you say, "Oh, let's just cuddle. It's cold." You're one of them. You're one of them. They're proper cowboys. Let them out there. Let them cuddle. And you probably cuddled a man for
what are you talking
several.
about? Cuttlefish?
Maybe there was 5 of you all just cuddling up like gentlemen. And, oh, it was lovely, and that's fine. That's fine. But it's
Okay,
like
I mean, Sai, if you want to put yourself as an angel in your past, then that's cool. But you're not a wrong one. You're not a wrong
Steve,
one.
I wouldn't
You're
be an
not a wrong
angel.
one.
The fucker in the bunkhouse said, "Yeah, fucking cunts, go and take the blankets off them. Let's take a bet which one fucking takes a ride first." That's the difference.
I
Like,
definitely would. I wouldn't even have to tell him. I would explain it to him and take the blanket.
Listen, if you're going to take one for the team, maybe we can fix the odds here. We could make a few quid. It's up to you. You can take who you want, Steve. I don't give a fuck. Like, listen, I'm not
Well, it's
out
up
there
to you.
under the.
It's up to you, Sai. Are you a wrong one or not?
I'm not out under the stars with you, and I'm not a wrong one. Basically, I'm the closest thing to Jesus you ever met. You
So
never
you're a
met a
little
good.
goody. You're one of those goody two shoe boys in church.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I was there at the altar. Yes, yes. You're Steve. I can't believe it took you this long to
So
finally
so
discover.
you're a Cologne. You're a Cologne.
Well, the Italian guys used to call me a coloni. I don't know what that meant, but I think it means like same.
That that means a faggot.
Yeah, yeah, same as pinata. Like I said,
Italio.
is in translated in English is he very nice. He very nice.
Yeah. Translated in English for me and faggot.
Yes, Steve, you're probably sick of hearing that after being passed around the Mexicans. That just make a lingo, and he was going, "No bole, no bole." We're gonna have a dance. We're gonna dance.
You're
This is
wrong
like instead of dancing.
You're a wrong one. Just admit it.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, I am. I'll admit it. I'm a wrong one.
Well, I hope you don't fold this quick under questioning. Jesus Christ, Steve.
Not this quick. I'm just honest.
Oh my God, you're like
I'm waiting for you to be honest because you're not no choir boy. I know that for sure.
I'll be honest with you, Steve. I'm the straightest stand-up
Polish
man you ever had in life. I tell you that now, Stephen. And I ain't took no fag road, and I ain't judging you the fag road. You had to do
Yeah,
what you had.
I'm not judging you either. You said you're the straightest
Listen,
guy.
Steve.
I'm sure your Catholic priest said the same thing.
Do you know what I'm fucking more disappointed in? Is that you didn't even put up a fight. Like if you had a black eye or something and said like, "Yeah, these dudes was all over," but you haven't. You didn't even put up a fight, did you?
I guess not. I mean, you're the one saying that you're the goody two shoes. You definitely ain't putting up no fight.
Well, I seen, yeah, but I ain't been in prison. Or just all I see is you come out of prison with a sore bum and no bruises on your face. So I don't
Well,
know
you
what
could
you're supposed.
you can definitely be a wrong one and not go to prison, but you're telling me that you're a choir boy.
Nobody's beating up my face and raping my bum. I mean, what are you on about?
Well, I'm just
Look,
asking you, are you a wrong one or not?
a wrong one. What do you
Yeah.
define a? Oh, you're trying to get a fish.
A,
Whatever
li-
you're looking at.
a little bit of mischief. You don't do any mischief.
Basically, if I lived in your country, I'd be
Sai,
Amish.
Sai, Sai, go outside. Go outside right now.
I can't. Me lady in here to put me in my wheelchair.
Well, I want you to go outside and look up in the sky and look at that moon.
That'll make me neck stiff. I don't think I can do that.
If you see that full moon, me and you are looking at it at the same time.
No,
You
it's
did-
right now over here, you dope.
To be honest with you, and Tom, we're talking about you need to stop looking up in the sky and think that's going to change your future, Steve. That isn't. Do you think you're going to video a fucking spaceship crashing? Listen, mate, you could be there for 500 years. You wouldn't see that. Stop looking in the moon. So just get your head together and just do a decent job and finish it. Finish the
That's
job.
what they told Kanye West. Look what happened.
Well, he never finished the job. That's a bit like you with your roofing projects. You never finish it. I see you stripping the shit. I've never seen you finish a roof.
Hey, my roofing projects are done.
Well, I've never even seen you finish a flat roof, a
Get Darren
curved roof.
Darren will
No, no,
that out for you.
and he's right. And Tom, this channel was built on apparently a lot of roofers, how good they were. And I'm pretty disappointed in the roofing experts also.
Hold on, Sai. You're not a part of the Flat Roofing Society, okay? If you would have known, flat roofs are harder than a roof that goes up.
Do you know what? I heard that Darren killed himself over us having a go at him with flat roof.
He did. He did.
He ashamed of himself.
You want to know what? Darren was telling me, he's like, I was trying to bring him into the group, and he's like, "Is Sai gonna be in there?" And I said, "Yeah." And he's like, "I enjoyed it." I was like, "Bro," I was like, "Come on, Sai is harmless."
I couldn't give a fuck about Darren. I just thought it was funny all the time. And only thing I will say is he ain't no flat roof expert. That's for sure. We have proved that, and we've proved that he's no flat roofing expert. So long as you suck that up, I'm cool with that. Well, I was cool anyway. I like
Sai, the moment, and I will roof it.
Yeah, I wouldn't let you do my roof, Steve. Don't trust your work.
You would. Don't lie.
I've seen enough fucking dullards stood around with a cup of tea and then go ooh and suck it. No, I've seen enough dullards like that. No, I'll get proper people to do it.
You wouldn't. You want me to tin the roof, or you want me to shingle it? Let me know.
I don't want you. I don't want you nowhere near any roof I've got. Like no chance. I've seen your work. I've seen one of the roofs on it.
Don't lie,
And
Sai.
it's a wood with the fucking shit, and right, that ain't the code. That ain't the code.
So you're gonna pay Muhammad to roof your house?
No, well, I won't buy them too. But if it come down to you and Muhammad, yeah, I think I'll probably lean towards Muhammad. He'd say, "Do you just Mr.
That breaks my heart. That breaks my heart.
Do you know what? You know what Muhammad would say? Muhammad would say, "Mr. Steve was in prison yesterday," and I'd say, "Yeah, fuck, he was."
Sorry, because if I needed my house roughed, I would pick you over Muhammad.
Well, you're a fucking fool because I ain't got a fucking clue about roofing. But I'll take it.
That's a little racist.
Well, you do know you're with the most racist bloke on YouTube. You're
That's
not
not
someone down.
Yeah, I used to think that, Sai, but I think Kanye took your spot.
Well, whoever he is, tell him thank you.
because I'd be there. As soon as you need your house rough, I'm right there. And you're gonna tell me you're gonna pick Muhammad over me? That's fucked up.
Steve, you're trying to oversell it now. Listen, I've told you fucking 4 times I don't need no roofing done, and if I did, I wouldn't ask you.
I'll do your house for free, and you're gonna let Muhammad do it for what? Couple grand? That's fucked up, bro. Breaks my heart. Lee would let me roof his house in heaven. Here you are saying you're not gonna let me roof your house. It's messed up. That's the most fucked up thing I've ever heard. Like, I've never had a friend. God damn it, Sai. Can't believe you do me like that. Can't believe it. Perilous.
Welcome to live.
Tom, you would let me roof your house, wouldn't you?
I'll tell you what I like you to do, Steve.
If I
Coming out, be clear. I got a fucking pond in where I live in my place, not my missus', my place. So we went out there and I said, oh, she got clear up. Yeah, this was Friday. Yeah. I'll go in there and it needs to go in with a digger and just like take all this shit out the bottom of it. Yeah. And so tonight or last one, so you're going to do that pond tomorrow? Yeah, I'm going to do that. And she come down about 2 hours ago and she said, what, you on her? You on a live? I said, no. Wait, I just shut the fuck up. And I'm thinking, oh, fuck. After he's thinking, now it's like, I don't know what it is, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking, shall I go out and fire the digger off and just start digging the pond because I'm in this shit tomorrow.
I would have built you a pond today.
Steve, listen, I'm talking a pond like that you'd have to be able to swim in. It's not like one of them little ponds that you go in.
No, I know. Give me some equipment. Pond today.
But listen, it's not my job to give you floats. It's not my fault you can't swim.
I can swim.
No, you can't. No.
I don't even remember how to learn to swim. I've just known how to swim. Came natural. She
ain't going you anywhere near where there's water. I didn't know you had water.
Well, yeah. Of course, Tia ain't going nowhere near water.
Tia said, "Fuck that shit." Every time you got like, but even that, fuck. There's always like 2 muscly dudes like at a Baywatch that take you up the beach, drag you up, and give you mouth to mouth. Oh my God, Jesus Christ, Steve! This is a pattern.
Well, sorry, the pattern is you asked the African American woman if she knew how to swim. Of course.
What, you saying I'm right? Listen, her own words was, even I know how to float, but apparently you just like start sinking and panicking straight away. But
I'm as white as can be. I just, they threw me in the water when I was a baby, and I just knew how to swim. Just came natural. And now you're telling me, naturally, what came to me too is roofing, and you're not gonna let me roof your house? That's fucked up.
I wouldn't let you roof me too. To be honest with you, Steve, I think it'd be crazy. The way I look at it is, why have you turn up and shout and you do this one, you do this, Kiki, and I can hire my own Mexicans. I cut out the middleman.
No, you can't. You can't hire your own Mexicans because Mexicans ain't coming down there.
They go down Walmart and just say, hey, Mexican dude, do you know how to do fencing? Yeah. And they know it because there's no point putting your hand up because they didn't like I'm paying them first. So I'll just cut out the middleman. I'll just cut you out and I'll just go straight to the Mexicans.
I'll be right there with them.
Yeah, but when you put your hand up, I'll be fuck that. You want to be paid too much, so I won't hire you. I'll just.
I'm the guy. I'm the guy that speaks English and
Yeah.
says, "Oh, Sai, how do you want your roof?" You tell me, and then I say, "Hey, cierra la pinche puta puerta," like put the fucking roof up, and they start doing it, and then I hop up there and help them out a little bit, and you're not gonna let me do that?
Would you think I ain't capable of contraying to the Mexicans? That's what I want them to do. That's basically racist on me. You're saying I can't communicate. You're saying you're some Mexican whisperer. You're saying I can't do that.
I don't think you can.
Yeah. But I'm saying I'll give it a go. I won't hire you. I'll give it a go. I'll ring Tom up.
But this is the thing. You guys don't have Mexicans down there. You guys have Mohammed.
Yeah.
Tom.
Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah. I think your
I can't speak Arab.
Ándale,
I can't speak
ándale.
Arab, but I can definitely speak Spanish.
Well,
And if you want us to re-roof your house, your flat roof, I'll do it right now. I'll fly down there.
I don't need you. I'll just get the Mexican guys. I'll just get them myself.
But you don't have them. You don't have them down there.
El Porto 20.
Yeah,
El Porto
Walmart.
20.
Oh, Walmart. Okay.
Oh, please. Those guys are Spanish. They're white Mexicans.
That's the bollocks. Listen, if I said to you I had a big job on, that's the place you're going to go to get the Mexican dudes and charge me more money.
I'm going to bring them with me.
Where'd you go?
We're gonna come over on a boat for $80.
Is there some special place where you get better Mexican workers?
Yes, Mexico.
What's that like? Wait, I mean, we got Waitrose here. That's the posh place. Like, do you go to the posh place, like not Walmart? Like, what's your
No?
posh
I
place?
mean, you're talking about Mexican, but you're getting yours from Spain. Those are white Spaniards. You think they're gonna roof your house in a day? No, they're not.
Well, how do you know that? It's only because you think you're the big boss. But you got to remember, half these cunts don't understand you. If you're going down that road, you might understand the Mexicans, but you don't understand any of these other people. So then you're just
they'll understand me. They'll understand me all right when I say like anything that I say, they'll understand me. But like, I don't want white Spaniards. I want your roof to be correct. I want Mexicans.
From a Democrat, as yourself, I think that's quite disgusting. They will see me. They will know. That's the politics of fear, isn't it? You was basically that, and you're a Democrat. Jesus.
What are you
Christ,
talking about? Spain is Democrat.
Oh, they won't fear me in there. No, it's like a threat. That's like threatening, isn't it? That's
yeah, we don't like Spaniards around here. We don't want Spaniards. They're lazy.
Sometimes I think you had every race in your house. Yeah, and yeah, what's the other fella gone? The African fella, and then you had another fella before that, the Jew. And
now you're gonna bring up the Mossad?
Well, were you pimping them, Steve? Was this it? Did you take them out all for roof work, and then you were basically bringing fucking bombers into the America and terrorists?
Let me tell you something. The moment Donald Trump went against the Mossad is the moment I went against the Mossad.
You know, none of them Mossad chicks would ever go near you with a barge full, Steve. I know.
Don't you? All right. So some of the Mossad chicks are actually pretty hot. I will bring that up.
Yeah, I know all about what's in your head. You think, yeah, Mossad, you can see yourself with one of them Mossad chicks. That ain't gonna happen.
But I'm more of a Hamas guy.
Well, if you like them fellas, that's fine. Like I said, you know.
I meant hummus. I meant hummus.
Well, whatever. So we don't judge, Steve. We don't judge.
Man, it just makes me so mad that you would let Muhammad roof your house and you're not gonna let a small business. You know how long it's gonna take them to roof your house? 5 days. Take me one. 1 day.
What? How could you know that? You haven't even seen the roof yet.
Because I'm that fast.
What about if it was an acre?
I've never seen. All right, so first off, I've never seen a Muhammad on a roof ever. Have you ever seen one?
Yeah, I've seen a few. I've seen them when they chuck the gays off the roofs. Yeah, I've seen a few of them.
Okay, that's the only time you've seen one when they're killing people.
Well, they weren't working on the roof, that's for sure.
Yeah, so you're not gonna let me work on your house, but you're gonna let them?
Well, maybe if Mohammed was watching your work and then he'd say to me, "Senior Day, he rubbish," and then he chucked you off the roof. So I don't know. It could have, yeah, it could have its opportunities. You don't know.
That's messed up, sorry. It's messed up.
Well,
That's
you
not
went
the
down the
American dream.
no. Well, hitting
I'm
concrete.
I'm trying to give you the American dream, and you want the Dubai dream. Not even the Dubai dream. You want the Syrian dream. I hope they put straw and mud on your roof.
Well, sadly, we actually make houses like that in Cornwall out of straw. Take a look.
No, you don't.
Yeah. That's quite interesting. Tom would be fucking pissing himself now. Yeah, so just actually horse shit, mud. I'm fucking straw, and yeah, they built the houses in Devon and Cornwall out of that shit.
Hey, Tom, too, by the way, I put in for, I did do this just to see if it would work. I'm not gonna, but I put in for political asylum at Ireland. I'm fucking waiting. See if they even accept it. I doubt it. I made
Escape
it
from
as
America, is it?
yeah, I made it as serious as can be too. I said, like they have you write down a statement or whatever why you're trying to leave, and I put Donald Trump is here and blah blah blah. I put down like a bunch of shit, and so I did it as a joke just to see if they would accept it.
They probably will, because all our
They probably
politicians
that
anti-Trump.
is
So
yeah. That is probably the bad thing. If they do, I might just take it. I might just come down there and see what the scoop is.
if you can get a passport, get the passport. Yeah,
Already
take
so
it
I
while it's
have
there.
one. Yeah, they so on the thing they have you put your passport number and everything. We'll see.
There's loads of people on the run, I think, though, because of this P. Diddy trial. Like, I think Oprah is missing, Ellen is missing, Bieber is
Yeah,
missing.
I think Ellen
So
moved over to Ireland and so did Rosie.
I don't know about Ellen. She hasn't gone public, but yeah, definitely Rosie. But I heard
Yeah.
she's even leaving. But I don't care.
Yeah,
she's
it's
just
pretty.
she got a bit of hype because Trump got in, you know, and that was the first female he insulted on telly, I think. But
Yeah, it was. It was pretty funny too, because all of our prices have went down.
nearly
But we
nobody knows
are.
who she is. People are mixing her up with Roseanne, you know, Roseanne Barr. But she's actually
Oh
funny,
yeah,
you know.
Roseanne's base.
I don't-
We are. So the one thing that has changed is I've been noticing we're missing a lot of like, especially like plastic products, like Aquafina's one. We're missing like a lot of like products that would be up on the shelf, and it was because they're made in China. So we're missing those products, but then everything else is cheap. It's pretty crazy. I was like, even the crab, dude, this is the one thing. So Canada has like it's pre-cooked crab. So all you gotta do is just cook the crab or whatever and it's done. It went from $50 when Biden was in, and I remember it was on the fucking shelf, and then now it's like $18. It's wild.
Jesus, right?
Yeah, all of everything has went down, but we are missing products now. Like just certain items, like water, like water bottles, like Smart Water and shit like that. We're missing
Yeah.
just because it's made in China.
They make a lot of shit though. You know, they really do. But they make it for very cheap. So
Yeah,
yeah,
kind
how
of,
many more days
but
of the
huh?
90? How many days are you in of the, you know, the tariff? There's a 90-day tariff fucking gap or something.
He's still
Must be halfway
continuing
through.
it. It's true. It's definitely like the tariff war is there, but it's only like I said, it's certain items, but it's like items that you can live without, kind of. Like, for example, like Smart Water, all gone. I was like, fuck it. I'll just get Aquafina or some shit like that. And so it's like certain products are completely like, boom, disappeared from the shelves. But like other products are still there. And I don't know. It's really weird. Like, I'll have to show you. I'll walk through tomorrow. I'll walk through the supermarket and I'll show you guys like every product that's kind of missing. And it's like some of them are like cheap shit, but I mean, it's stuff that doesn't really matter because you got another item that's American and it's the same price, pretty much. It's kind of crazy.
I seen the news report, right? And it was out of there was an earthquake in where was it? Bali. I think it's Bali. Is it Indonesia?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
over in
either way,
Thailand and shit like that.
the building. Well, it's just one country away from Thailand, okay? But in the capital city of Thailand, like a skyscraper fell down, okay? But it was under construction, so they were blaming the earthquake, okay? But it
Okay.
turns out it was actually Chinese steel, and it was counterfeit steel. So when they investigated why the building fell down, they found that the fucking steel, the it wasn't 100% steel. It was steel with stuff woven in it. You know, like it was a
Oh yeah,
recycled
yeah, with iron and shit.
fucking, and they were recycled but made to look like I-beams. You know, so
Yeah,
they were like, that building fell down because the fucking steel was all fucking counterfeit steel. But yeah, when they looked at the I-beams, there was no structural strength to the materials they were using. But either way, like I just say they do sell a lot of shit out of China. Like even if you
yeah,
were to get a music instrument, the music instrument will be broke in the first year. Yeah, they don't know how to make a music instrument. Now, if you were buying, you could buy a Korean or a Japanese, but even that's it. Like American instruments like a Fender or a Martin or Gibson, they're much better quality, much better.
yeah,
Now
yeah.
China,
They're
like
gonna laugh.
they might sell 10 mandolins or whatever for 100 quid, but yeah, in America to get a mandolin, you'd be paying $1,000 for a Gibson mandolin, you know. But China will
Yeah,
crack them out for a tenner. So it is like no musician could play a fucking Chinese instrument. You know what I mean? Just doesn't happen. But that's it. Like for toys and shit, and whether it's just like a little toy car or something, yeah, if it's Chinese, it doesn't matter. It's just a fucking toy, you know?
yeah, yeah. Like some of China shit, like
Now, some of
we do.
you might get a hike with phones because you don't produce phones. You buy them all from China. So there must be everybody has a phone now. But I reckon the next batch of phones are going to be super expensive for you.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like watching everything go down because we do need each other. Like China needs us and we need them, but like watching products go off the shelves, you start to realize like, oh shit, China was making like certain items and like I was like, damn, that's gone. And you kind of like pick and choose now what items you're gonna pick. But yeah, it's pretty crazy watching the whole
I,
tariff
I
war
think
go down.
I think I think I heard somebody saying Jack Daniels close a few of their branches or a few of their distilleries. Did you hear anything about that?
Nah, nah. I have to look that one up. They
I think
might
there was
have,
I
maybe.
think somebody was blaming the tariffs over some of the Jack Daniels, but I don't know where it is, you know?
Yeah. Nah, there was like I think the main thing is like clothing businesses like Nike and shit. They've been hit, but then they
Uh, just be all fake shit, you know, like fake Gucci and fake Louis Vuitton and all that shit.
yeah, yeah. And Nike switched their factory over to Cambodia, I guess. So Nike's like back on track, but it's it's like Nike, they sell their clothes for 150% profit when I can go to Walmart and buy a shirt for the same, like way less of a price, like probably $70 less, and the shirt's just as good. So I think like the main thing is it's like higher up people that are complaining about the higher up clothes, like you said, like Nike, like Louis Vuitton, shit like that. But it's like I don't buy any of that shit, so what does it matter to me, you know? I get all my clothes from fucking Walmart. Like I buy Wranglers and fucking shirts from Walmart and they last just as long. But yeah, I am definitely noticing there's like certain products like waters are missing, energy drinks are missing, like Monsters have been missing lately. So like I've been buying Nosses and what's the other thing? A couple more items. It's just nothing I can name off the top of my head.
What
Like
about JFK and RFK Jr. and his healthy? Is he doing anything with fast food? Has he
no,
made any
that
changes to people's diet?
yeah. Whenever they fry their foods now, it's not with a GMO, it's with a fat. I forget what it's called. They fry their foods with like a certain fat now. And it is a little different. Like but the one thing is it tastes a little fresher. And then Subway, they changed their bread. If you remember I was telling you Subway went to Ireland, and then Ireland made them change their bread because it had too much sugar. So Subway down here,
You
they had a
could
big,
actually class
massive
bread.
shift.
Yeah.
Huh?
They even found this material in the bread, and they found that material like it was in yoga mats. So it was
Yeah,
like a plasticky rubber, and it was like
yeah,
in their bread. But either
yeah,
way,
they've
yeah, there's
been,
so much
they,
sugar and
they,
all
yep,
can't call it
they
bread.
kept it in
But they
their
have that
bread to
with
make their
cheese.
bread last
Some
longer.
cheeses- Your
Yeah,
American cheese, you can't really call it cheese.
yeah,
'Cause there's
it's a
not much
mystery.
cheese in it.
Yeah,
It's only like 5% cheese.
yeah, it's been pretty crazy. He has hit the fast food industry pretty hard, but then the other thing is I haven't been eating like a whole lot of fast food, but I did notice uh so like one of our industries was Whataburger. They changed their fried food, like where they deep fry with a fat. And I tasted the fries and I was like, what the fuck? Like the fries taste a little bit different. But I was like, shit, it's probably healthier than what we were eating before. But yeah, the
Yeah, and
fast
what do
food,
you think of JD Vance?
I think, dude, I think JD Vance is a very sensible, like he says a lot of things that are right. The one thing is that throws me off is like
I thought it was brilliant.
if
I
if
thought it
he
was
ever becomes
brilliant that
president,
Zelensky.
yeah, where you're saying like, where's your student, and he defended Trump on that situation too. And the one thing that I think about JD Vance is I would totally vote for him as president, but the one thing is I would want him to keep his promises like Trump has. And that's probably a thing that he's probably learning out of this whole experience is that Trump, he's kept every single promise, dude. He's done more as a president than any other president. Like the amount of executive orders and shit that he's done and everything that he's doing, he's really trying to do some things. You might not agree with, like, some people don't agree with it. Like I don't agree with the immigration, like taking taking people out that have like a lesser offense. I don't agree with that. But
He's
that's one of
MS-13, Steve.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, he said he
Chemistry.
was gonna do that, so yeah, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, they're keeping their promises. They ain't like the other thing that I was pissed off too about was Trump gave all this money to Israel, but now all that shit's fucked up. So we'll see what happens with that. So he's
Peace in the Middle East. Fucking.
yeah, yeah. We'll see what happens. Like the whole Israel situation, it definitely changes things, but it changes things in Trump's favor, definitely. Because now he's like, fuck Israel. I'm just gonna like the US is gonna do its own thing within the Middle East and kind of set things straight and just let Israel just rot itself from the inside. But yeah, JD Vance, dude,
I'm gonna say, yeah, go
what
on.
were you saying? Oh, I was saying JD Vance. I would definitely vote for him as long as he keeps continuing down the road that he's going.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, top of the morning. It's getting too fucking early, and I'm gonna knock it off. Yeah.
No problem.
Cheers for the chat, and yeah, I'm gonna have to watch back.
Yeah.
I missed those first few hours. Good, man.
All right, you too, Tom. Hey, it was a fun time.
Well,
Alrighty.
yeah. I just caught onto it late, but yeah, it's like 5:30. I don't know. Fucking I'm going to bed. One.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah. I know it's late over there,
go on.
so alrighty, brother.
Go on. I give you a text during the week.
All right.
Go on.
God bless.
Peace.
All right, everybody. See y'all later. God bless. Gerard, Gerard, the Americans here doing that out the roofs. Hey, Gerard, I'll come down there and I will fucking do all the roofs. I ain't get like, all right. Listen to this, y'all. This is my freedom speech right here. Hold on, you guys, before I end this. And Gerard, listen to this. Let me take this off. There we go. Hold on, you guys. I'll promise you guys this. If Ireland really wants immigrants, let me tell you guys something. If Ireland wants immigrants, hold on. We got a commercial right here. If Ireland really wants immigrants, I will show up. I'll show up right now. Me and, whoever. We will roof every house throughout the country. I will make sure all those houses are built to perfection. Okay? I don't even need a whole lot of money. Pay me 30 euros an hour. I'll get a house done a day. every house will be built to perfection, and every Irish citizen will have a house. And that I can promise you guys, okay? Bring in the Americans. We will be there. Maybe a couple Mexicans, okay? We'll be there. We'll build houses. We'll make sure they're built right. We'll work. We ain't coming down there to take advantage. And that's all I gotta say. Did you see the English and French people in charge off there? Yeah, I did see that. Look it up, Macron and the voice. All right, hold on. Let me look at this again. Macron. Oh shit, they already have it up on here. Oh yeah, them boys are definitely doing yay, boys. And how are they gonna get their yay without the CIA? You know? Macron, Germany, couple Starmer. Oh, Starmer was in there? Hold on. German. Hold on, I gotta look at this picture now. Let me go to Twitter. It's for sure on Twitter. Oh, he's a bitch. Hold on. Hold on, boys. Let me get out of this one. Get out of that. Let's go to Chrome browser. Let's go to some real shit. Google Chrome. All right, there we go. X. Twitter. Starmer Macron. Macron looks like he does yay. And entirely too much yay. The size of his nose tells me something's going on. Oh, here it is. Macron coat. Oh yeah. Yeah, them dudes, they're doing the powder. Damn, that's crazy. I should start hanging out with Macron, dude. 3 off. I should start hanging out with Macron, dude. That's wild. Look how big these guys' noses are. They're sniffing that whole fucking bag in one night. Hidden before the camera. I'm watching it right now, yeah. Oh, dude. Me and Macron. First thing I'd say is Macron. Let's do a deal on these nuclear subs. Line. Boom. Nuclear subs sold. That's crazy. I thought it was like a picture. I seen like a little picture of it, but these motherfuckers, they got a whole bag. They got like 2-3 grams. These motherfuckers are, they're going down to Mexico hitting the yay, dog. The fuck? Donald Trump, make me the French ambassador right now, dog. Hey, Macron getting down like that? I'd have to back him up though a little bit. I'd be like, Macron, like, get your big ass nose out of here. Let me hit this. That's wild. Macron knows he's dirty too. Like, Macron don't give a fuck. And I've been watching what's been going on in France. It's crazy. Whole nother country now. Whole other country. Like, this is one thing, dog. Like, here in the US, we don't have an immigration problem. What we have is a working problem. So a lot of people, don't want to work. A lot of dudes from Mexico, they come down here, they work their asses off. They deserve that shit. Venezuelans and maybe not so much. I mean, it depends on the person, If you get a guy, he comes down, works his ass off, that's cool. But then, bro, you get fucking France, and you're yay with Macron, dog, you're set for life. That's insane. Macron, hit me up, bro. I'll give you a bag of the purest. I'll give you the bag of the purest right now. Right now, Macron. But yeah, that's crazy. Even crazier is that Trump doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't do anything. Here's Trump just fucking, Trump's just doing his thing. We need him out right now. Send him to CCOT. It's pretty crazy too. Trump isn't on the yeah. It's crazy to think about this, but you would think, Trump would be like a drug addict or something like that. Fucker ain't on no drugs. It's wild, dude. The guy just drinks Diet Cokes and eats McDonald's. He's like your typical American Diet Coke, McDonald's. That's like American cocaine right there. The fact that he doesn't do any drugs is just fucking nuts to me. Nuts. Because I watched Zelensky is oh Jesus. Dude, Zelensky, that fucking little puppet. I had to research like that whole situation. I wanted to get a little bit more like better at, if somebody ever fucking came up to me and tried to tell me like, Ukraine, blah, blah. So I figured out, dude, I was looking at 2014. Look this up. So 2014, Ukraine and Russia was already having problems, and it was because of us. The CIA got into Ukraine, and the latter half, they were forming a democracy. Well, it's not on us to fucking go into another country and force them, to do something that they don't want. But it gets even worse. So when you go down to places like Dunblast and like places down towards the Russian border, Ukrainians from the upper part, they're like fucking Nazis, bro. Like straight up Nazi white pride fucking dudes. And they start fucking like killing Russians. Well, not even Russians, it's like Ukrainians, but those Ukrainians speak Russian. They start killing them. Pretty much force Russia. Like, I'm not saying that Russia's all good. Yeah, Russia's bad, but Russia was pretty like Russia was pretty content on using Ukraine as like a trade avenue between us and the European Union. And the moment like the US and the European Union broke that, of course, 2014, boom, hits. I don't even think it was 2014. I think it was before that. But boom, war. Then skip fast forward another war. Well, it's just because Ukraine is like putting their fucking US position in there. It's just real crazy. Zelensky's a whole plant, dude. Like France just busted uh who was it? It was the Ukrainian head of the army. Fucker bought like all this land in France. He bought like wineries and shit worth millions. And France is going after him now for using the funds. God knows who it came from. Could be France, it could be the EU, US. This dude used funds from all of us to fucking buy wineries and shit. Zelensky's wife is wearing Versace. Come on, it's obvious. Like Zelensky's a fucking he's a total puppet. Like before this, Zelensky was dancing like a little bitch for Putin in a play. That fucker, he ain't. It just makes me so mad. So mad. Obviously, like Zelensky's a little bitch. Like he's just doing what he needs to do to play the part. And it's not just Ukrainians either. Like there's Ukrainians and Russians, young guys, killing each other because of a border. The fuck, dude? Russians don't deserve that. Ukrainians don't deserve that. Like, come on, dog. Like, just end the fucking war. I'm off, bro. Message you. We got to get up to the banking. Oh, okay, Jay. All right, boys. Well, I'll see y'all on Wednesday. Putting up my first video in a long time. Hope you guys enjoy it Wednesday. Take it easy. Stay safe, y'all. I'm out.